I can talk to Scott through this, and he can hear what I'm saying. Okay, Scott, I'm going to put your mic live now.
I can't.
Say it again. You're not live.
I can't.
Say it again.
Just.
Can you hear it? Okay. I'll count you in anyway. Okay, Scott, you're live. Cut away.
Yes, thank you very much, and welcome to the BRSCC weekend here at Snetterton. Great to have you. Good to have you here on the company. The Summer Festival race weekend here in Norfolk, and that's a wonderful sight, isn't it? Seeing spectators by the banks as well. Well, it's going to be a weekend full of effectively mostly tin top action here. Of course, we've got not just the Fiestas, but we also have the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, which are heading out for their first race shortly. We've also got action from the Fiesta and Fiesta Juniors. We have the ETSL Challenge, and also as well. We will have the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. We've also got some GT and mini endurance racing action coming up tomorrow, which will be for the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy, and also for the Aston Martin Owners Club GT4 and Intermark race, plus 2 races from the Track Attack Race Club as well, so plenty to keep you entertained. Speaking of entertainment, this little lot should do for a first race, because it's time for the first of 3 races today. Busy day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship.
But not while he's live.
So cars are making their way onto the grid. A familiar sight on pole position, it looks like, which is Nick Grindrod, who's been pretty dominant so far at the front of the field. But as they form up on the first few rows, let's see if we can get the grid for our first race of the weekend here for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. So, who else on pole position but, of course, Nick Grindrod. He starts on pole. Alongside him this time is Duncan Stone, his teammate for an all-team front row. Then it's the Blisses are back, thankfully, after they missed Donington Park. Stuart Bliss qualifying ahead of Richard Bliss on the second row of the grid. Then it's Liam Browning in 5th position, who is the top novice racer in the field in the points, alongside Steve Laidlaw. Then it should be Ben Norfolk instead of William Burgess. So there's been a last-minute change. Ben Norfolk is now in the number 69 car, and he starts alongside Samuel Laidlaw, who's 8th on the grid. Rounding out the top 10 is Ross McCarr, the prominent MG racer. Alongside him is Andrew Dye, who's locked in that battle for the novice racer title with Liam Browning. Then it's John Booth and Adam Reeves on the 6th row of the grid from Elliot Lettis and Tim Evans. And then Christopher McKenzie and Daniel Selleck round out the 8th row of the grid. Go up towards the rest of the top 20. Paul Savage and John Nicholson come next from Craig Flynn and Brandon Savage. David Christie has made all the trip from Bonnie, Scotland, all the way down here to Snetterton and Norfolk to start 21st. He'll be alongside Alex Carter on the 11th row of the grid. And it's Adam Reynolds and Joe Graham in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car 24th. And then the last 2 cars at the grid are Craig Carter, Chris Hetherington, who makes his debut this weekend in a Toyota Aygo, and also Paul Vickers, who makes his first appearance in a Citroen C1. So that's the 27 car field. Last few cars are forming up at the back. So for those who haven't seen this championship before, brand new championship which is having its first full season with the BRSCC in 2021. It debuted at the middle of last year, so it's just over a year old. And these are all the same cars underneath. They are, whether it's a Toyota Aygo, a Citroen C1 or a Peugeot 107, they're all made in the same factory originally, which means they all have the same mechanicals and underpinnings, just the body and bodywork and badges are a little bit different for the bumpers and headlights and everything else. These cars are then fitted with a specific CityCar Cup Championship kit, and then that kit then brings a that kit brings certain modifications, and from those you get such things you get gas shock suspension, you get Powerflex bushes, you have Nankang tyres on there as well, a specific roll cages, motor drive seats, and everything else in the mix as well. A hybrid tune ECU map for all the cars, so they keep the same horsepower, but they're all on the same map to keep it fair. And it makes these cars incredibly tight and incredibly close-knit when it comes to the racing. We've already had live stream action for these guys at Donington, so if you caught with them for their first race, they had a mega 38-car grid. We've got 27 here this weekend, because there were some that were choosing to do rounds between either this one or the rounds we had a couple of weeks ago at their second visit to Donington Park, where they very prestigiously won the support package for the British GT Championship, and were incredibly entertaining there for the 2 races that they had. But across all 6 races, as the cars head off for their formation lap for this first race of the weekend, the big question everyone's asking really is, who is going to stop Nick Grindrod from dominating this championship, and how are they going to do it? Because so far, Nick Grindrod quite literally has taken the maximum score possible from all 6 races so far, which is 306 points. That means he has taken pole position for every single race, he's led every single lap from pole position, he's won every single race, and he's taken the fastest lap from every single race. And that means you get 50 points for a win. You then get a point for fastest lap as well. So that's 51 points. 51 times 6 is 306. So everyone's going to be chasing him down. But the thing is, as the season's gone on, people have started to get closer and closer to him, even though his winning margins have still been quite substantial. So that's whether anyone can close him down anymore remains to be seen. Given the signalling qualifying, the fact he was 1.1 seconds quicker than anyone else up there, in fact, looking at his qualifying pole position time, it was 2 minutes 37.511 compared to a 238.6. 1.1 seconds quicker suggests that if he keeps up that pace throughout the race, they're going to have a bit of an effort to try and catch up with him. When it comes to the battle for what we also have as a sub-contest in the novice trophy, that's for drivers who either last year or this year were racing for the first time and got their licence solely for the purpose of racing a CityCar Cup. They're in their own sub-contest in the same way that they count it in the BMW Compact Cup that we'll see later in the Masters. So essentially wherever the novice drivers' places finish, that's where they'll be ranked first, second and third. So Liam Browning is currently the top novice racer class driver, and he's currently second in points, 258, 8 points ahead of the man third overall, which is Andrew Tyre, who's in a new car this weekend. He's in the process of setting his Trade Price Cars liveried one. He's got a brand new liveried car for this weekend, and a newly built one he's just put together. So those two are now 8 points together and locked in combat for the title at the moment. The next driver on the novice racer list, third, is Daniel Selick, ahead of then Elliot Lettuce and John Nicholson. So that's the top 5. But in terms of where they place overall, as we say, Liam Browning's second, Andrew Dyer is third. And then in terms of overall positions, you have to then go down to 9th place overall for Daniel Selick and 10th Elliot Lettuce. Elliot has had a podium so far this year. He took one at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit last time. But also we've seen podiums overall for Liam Browning and Andrew Dyer. So some very consistent driving from Liam. He's been pretty decent so far throughout this season. But they do make a fantastic sight on the circuit. There's David Christie's car, of course, the Scottish commentator and media personnel who travels all the way from his homeland in Scotland all the way down to the circuits. He's fantastic effort he's put in. And it's great we've got him in the championship, and his bright yellow Peugeot 107. A striking livery on that as well, and great that he's made the effort to come down here and get involved. So the Viking Van Breakers duo of Nick Grindrod and Duncan Stone lead the way around. It's good to have also the Blisses back, because one of them had to miss the rounds at Donington Park for, unfortunately, the thing we can't talk about really, which begins with C, unfortunately. But thankfully they're both better, or at least one of them who had it is better, and so they're both back on the grid now. And that Auto Bliss team has got quite a few cars in the field, about 4 or 5, so to speak. So they do run quite a few, and they're all Toyota Aygos. And that's the quite nice thing about the CityCar Cup, is that whilst the Citroen C1 is at the 3 brands arguably the most prominent that you see on racetracks this year in other championships elsewhere, it's nice that this championship has also opened it up for drivers not to just pick Citroen C1s, but also they're picking up Peugeots and Toyotas to fill the grid with all 3 three brands. So it's nice to see some Peugeots and Toyotas on the grid, and there are more and more that keep coming as the season goes on. So let's just look at some of the other drivers in the top 10. Duncan Stone, who starts on the front row of the grid, is 4th in points. He's actually tied at the moment with Andrew Dyer for 3rd position. Then it's Tony Trotter, who is not here this weekend. He's back in 5th. Nor is William Burgess in 6th. So that means that he will lose some points going back. But as we say, William Burgess's car has now been taken over by Ben Norfolk for the rest of the season. And that car was originally built by the guys at Bad Obsession Motorsports, which was Nick and Richard, if I'm correct. They raced it last year, took a victory when they were running with the Clubsport Trophy. They won the CityCar Cup class of that race at Silverstone with some brilliant strategy under the safety car, and that's the car there. Do you see the sort of WRC style liveried car in the field? That's it there, so watch out for Ben Norfolk from towards the rear of the grid. And then the rest of the top 10, we've got Tim Evans, who's back out in his red Toyota Aygo, and then we've got Daniel Selick in his Toyota Aygo, and Elliot Lettuce in his silver Peugeot 107. But the Blisses, meanwhile, have got to try and put some time up. They are currently backed out at the moment in 14th place for Richard Bliss, and then outside the top 20 for Stuart Bliss by the looks of things. So I'll try and find him on the points table. Let's have a look for a second here. Where is he? Yes, he's quite far down actually because he was excluded from the second race at Donington Park. He's quite the way down outside the top 20. So quite a bit of work to do. But they should be all set to go in a few moments' time. So, Nick Grindrod is the red C1 on the left-hand side with the yellow trim. On the right-hand side, the red car with the big electrical logo on the front, on the bonnet is Duncan Stone. Watch for the Auto Bliss pair behind the grey and orange cars of Stuart and Richard Bliss. Liam Browning's the grey and green car at the back. In third, alongside him, it should be quite a battle. So, all set for action at Snetterton then. Race number 1 of the weekend and of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup on their first visit to Snetterton. 27 cars all set to go. Lights out, and we're racing in Norfolk for the first time today. Decent start from the middle of the pack from Tim Evans as he shoots the gap of the road before them. And they're 4 wide behind them at the back of the field as they head down towards Ritchie's for the first time. So, Nick Grindrod then, as has been his customary place at the head of the field, leads them into Ritchie's. Duncan Stone in second place. The Auto Bliss pair of the Bliss brothers are in there in third and fourth. They're still 3 wide, about 3 or 4 deep behind as they turn their way through. And whilst that might have been the most powerful cars out there, they certainly should be the biggest fun. Oh, and there's a little bit of a tap in the rear of Stuart or Richard. In fact, 2 taps, in fact, from Liam Browning. I'm not quite sure that whichever Bliss that was. I think it was number 18. So that Bliss is, in fact, out of the 2 of them, that would have been Stuart Bliss, getting a little bit of a bump in the rear there from Liam Browning under brakes. Not sure if he misjudged it or not, but out of the Wilson hairpin they go and through Palmer's for the first time. And now onto the short back straight, which takes them towards Agostini on this 300 circuit layout. Of course, it's been around since around about 2010, 2011, and it's extended the circuit from what was simply the outer circuit, what's known as the 200 circuit. Now, it's now been reduced down, it's been extended to become one of the longest circuits in the country. So, great to have a nice technical section to add to the long straights here, which should hopefully give us some NASCAR-style drafting, although in the case of Liam Browning, that was more bump drafting than drafting down towards the hairpin. So the teammates at the front of the field, Liam Browning and Duncan Stone, already trying to pull away here as they come up towards the right-handers at Oggies, and then through Williams now onto the Bentley straight for the very first time. And everyone appears, fingers crossed, to have got through pretty much trouble-free. They're all turning their way out of the first few right-handers. There's Tim Evans ahead of another one of the Auto Bliss cars in the field. There's another one there, one of the orange cars in there. And also just behind him I saw was David Christie as they turned their way up through the right-hander. So down the back straight they go for the first time. Let's see who can get a tow from who as they come up towards the Brundon-Nelson complex. And it is still, surprise, surprise, Nick Grindrod who leads. But this is interesting. They're not being allowed to get away this time. And I wonder if the slipstream is having an effect here to help these guys out, because it certainly looks as though it's working quite well. So top 6 are in a mix together. We're seeing here that's the 31 of Adam Reynolds who's having a scrap with Alex Carter. As Carter in the black Citroen C1 there. And he's just behind him is Joe Graham and the Nankang Tyre livery Toyota Aygo. So they make their way out of Brundon-Nelson. In fact, up the inside for second place, the Blisses are on the move. So that's now Duncan Stone losing 1 place to, that will be Richard Bliss. And Stuart's going to get involved as well. But Duncan Stone's over the curb. He thumps the inside sausage curb at Murray's. And I said it was going to be quite a battle, wasn't it? Particularly down these straights. But the thing is, all this battling is only allowing the championship leader, Nick Grindrod, to once again run away with it. So they've got to be really careful here. Now, whether or not Duncan Stone's playing the block here in terms of allowing his teammate to get away whilst he holds everyone up, we'll have to wait and see. It's kind of like the endurance racing. One car sprints off in the lead, and the other one sort of sits back in the pack and tries to back everyone up to help them get the lead. So end of lap one then, it's Grindrod that leads the way. It's Duncan Stone in second place. It is then Richard Bliss in third, from Stuart Bliss in fourth position. Liam Browning is fifth. And then in sixth position, car number 100, which is Steve Laidlaw, who is, I think he's in a Peugeot 107, but it has a Citroen C1 front bumper. So it's, I'm not going to try and, I think it's a C107, I guess, in some cases. So that's a interesting bit of bodywork there. But I know he's been he's taken that car down to Martin Piccolo in the last couple of days to get that car sorted. So looks as though it's back on song. And then behind them we've got Andrew Dyer in his just there in the red and white, in the red and silver car, and he's actually in a Laidlaw sandwich because he has car 100 Steve in front of him and car 101 Sam behind him. So this lead group is starting to get a little bit bigger. But this is interesting here that Duncan Stone is trying to keep Nick Grindrod in touch, but it looks as though that so far, with the clear air in front of him, it's working out quite well for Nick. So they turn their way out through the left-hander, in through Hamilton's, into Oggy's, which is an early apex and opens out on the exit all the way through. And then they make their way towards this right-hander at the Williams, takes them off the Bentley straight. I'm not quite sure why Richard Bliss has the windscreen wiper going. It's not raining and there's no moisture on the windscreen, unless he's got his windscreen washers on. But either way, he is continuing on to make sure he's got a clear screen to try and lock onto the back of Stuart Duncan Stone's car. And look at the way they're starting to bunch up in the slipstream in a pack here. We've seen that now the toe's been broken and Steve Laidlaw's not really been able to latch onto it. He's now under threat from Andrew Dyer. It's now allowing these four to almost inadvertently work together here, which is quite funny. So two Citroens who are sandwiched by... two Toyotas. There was an off in the background. I think it was Andrew Dyer. I saw a car that was sort of bouncing around in the background. I'm not sure if it hit the barriers or not, but it was just off at Brundle Nelson, I think. So I think it was Andrew Dyer because it was a red flash that came through the shot. So whether he's got going again, we'll have to wait and see if he comes through, and if it does get going, how far down the order he goes. So, oh dear, yes, there is Andrew Dyer, and that's taken, goodness me, quite a heavy whack into the barriers. So hopefully Andrew's okay. You can see him moving around in the car. I'm sure the marshals will be on site, and I think that might even be a safety car, the first appearance of the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar XS Sport Brake safety car, I'd imagine, because that car, I'm afraid, is not going any further. Grindrod, meanwhile, continues to extend his advantage. Across the line he goes and takes 1.7 seconds, but on that lap, Duncan Stone was a couple of hundredths of a second quicker as Andrew Dyer takes a bit of a lie down because he might have been a little bit dazed by that incident. So hopefully he is okay. Out of Richie's for the third time. And on towards the Wilson hairpin. And still Grindrod has that lead of 1.7. So at least we know that Duncan Stone is able to keep pace. Now I can see that there's a yellow flag that's flying on the pit straight. Yes, indeed. There we go. Safety car has been deployed to no real surprise after that incident. And hopefully he's probably just taking a moment just to recompose himself after that, because it looked as though either he lost it. I'm not sure if he lost it on its own or if he did get a tag from, I think it was Sam Laidlaw he was battling with. That's not an accusation, of course. That's just speculation to what maybe could have happened. But I did just see Andrew's car just shoot off in the background, and it did look as though it did take a whack into the barriers, as you can see with the damage on the front end. So fingers crossed that not only is he okay, but the damage that he's got doesn't prevent him from taking part in any of the further two races today, because they have 3 races today and there's only about around about a 2-hour turnaround between each one, so that's going to be a critical one to keep track of. So the safety car then manages to bunch everyone back up, but it means that Nick Grindrod doesn't have the big lead which he had before. So it means if he wants to try and build it up, he'll have to do so all over again to try and get himself that advantage. He's looking for his 7th win out of 7 races, and so far, as we said at the top of the race before it started, that so far he's been virtually unbeaten. He's taken pole position in every single race, led every single racing lap in the CityCar Cup, taken every race victory, and then on top of that, taken the fastest lap in each race as well. Now, if things stay as they are, Duncan Stone will have the fastest lap of the race. So he will take away that 100% perfect record. But then, of course, on the restart, if Duncan Stone can get close, he might well even start to challenge his teammate. But it depends on whether Duncan wants to play that card and start to actually battle with him, or if he realises that Nick is more in contention for the championship than he might be, That's a good sign. Andrew Dye actually helmet off, but he's also giving a wave to his fellow CityCar competitors. So it looks as though on the surface he's okay, but of course he will go to see the chief medical officer just for a precautionary checkup to make sure that he is okay. But that's not a great sight when that's a brand new car he's just put together, and that's not exactly how you wanted to look after its first few racing laps in his hands, which is a shame. There's Paul Vickers. Good to see him on the grid for the first time this year. Again, hasn't been present so far for the first 3 meetings, but he's managed to get his Rice and Tyre Centre sponsored Citroen onto the grid here at Snetterton, so that's great to have him in the field. And also Chris Hetherington, as we mentioned, who is in the Toyota Aygo, the car number 131, making his first appearance this weekend as well. So the runyourfleet.com Jaguar XF Sport Brake safety car will pick the cars up very shortly. And just a quick note, of course, on our valued partners at runyourfleet.com, of course, who are helping supply that. There it is. There's the Jaguar safety car. Just I mentioned to Run Your Fleet because they are the most cost-effective and flexible way to buy, lease and manage everything you need for your fleet of company vehicles through their managed fleet service, and they can handle breakdown cover, fleet management, risk management and fleet funding, telematics, rental and short lease options. They've got every solution for any kind of fleet requirements for any business. So if you do want to go and check them out, do be sure to do so on the website runyourfleet.com. If you head to their YouTube channel, they've got a nice little 2.5 minute explainer video which tells you everything you need to know about them and what they can do for you as well. And a big thank you to Run Your Fleet, not just for their support as partners of the club this year, but also for the supply of the Jaguar XF Sport Brake that runs as our safety car for this season. So the recovery teams, but the recovery crews, and also there's a medical car down there, again, just to check and drive as a precaution, down there to recover the car. And this will now be a good opportunity for everyone to, as I say, keep Nick Grindrod in check. Duncan Stone has had a podium this year, but I just need to double check exactly where he ended up on the podium. So we'll have a look here. As we say, he's currently comes into the weekend 4th in points. Now, he had a podium at Donington Park, and that was second place behind his teammate. So if he stays where he is, it'll match his best result of the season so far, which will be quite handy for him if he can manage that. And in terms of the Bliss siblings, Richard Bliss so far has got a podium to his name because he took a podium. If I bring the points table up on my screen, full screen, so I can look through it properly, it is Richard Bliss. Let's have a look. So he has taken one podium, which was second place in the first race at Alton Park. Then he's also on top of that taken 2 4th places, one at Donington Park in May and also in that second race at Alton Park as well. And of course, he and Stuart weren't present at the last round at Donington Park, which means that Richard has dropped down to, looks like, I think that's 13th in points, whereas because of the fact that Stuart Bliss was already on the back foot a little bit, having not just been unfortunately disqualified from the second race at Donington Park in the first weekend at Donington Park in May, but he also looks like he didn't finish the first race at Alton Park too. So whilst he's incredible, he's one of the fastest guys in the field. Just a combination of misfortune and bad luck have forced him way down in points, which is not exactly where he wanted to be. Safety car, which makes its way gently around. Good work by the recovery crew to put Andrew Dye's car already onto the back of the low loader. So hopefully they'll be able to get racing. I would imagine hopefully get racing back going again next time by. Not this time past the line, but next time. You need to keep tabs on the race time though as well, because these races are 20 minutes, and I think we've got about 8 minutes left. So under the safety car here, probably be another roughly 3 minutes, about 3 minutes or so behind the safety car. So by the time they get to the line, we'll probably have just under 5 minutes to get racing back underway, which would suggest to me that we probably will have at least another 2 laps of racing and another 2 laps for Nick Grindrod to try and hold on to this 100% winning record. But the fact that he's got a very quick teammate and 2 very feisty Auto Bliss Toyotas on his tail, plus the likes of Liam Browning and the Laidlaws, and what would have been Andrew Dyer had he not gone off the road, I think he might have a bit of a tougher time this occasion. So it looks to start to speed the pace up a little bit as they head down the pit straight. As we mentioned, we've got 3 races for the CityCar Cup today. This is the first, of course, for our first race of the timetable. And then we have the second race, which is coming up at roughly it's the third race after lunch, roughly round about 25 past 2. And then it's the last race of the day here about 4:30 before we have an a non-broadcast free practice session, not just for the Amok GT cars that are racing tomorrow, but also the Track Attack guys that also have 2 races here at Snetterton on tomorrow's timetable as well. Let's look at maybe who's moved up where from some of the starting positions and who appears to have made up some good progress. I did notice Tim Evans made a good start from where he was back on the 14th on the 7th row of the grid. He's moved up to 8th, so he's up 6 places. Good start from Tim and his red and blue Toyota Aygo. Who else has made a decent getaway so far? It looks like I did also notice that the William Burgess originated car, which has Ben Norfolk at the wheel, that car started back towards the back of the grid. So that actually started back roughly. It should have started up in what looks to be 7th place, but it was more towards the rear for whatever reason. So it's a slightly different order on the grid than we had on our grid sheet, which is interesting. Another mover as well. Ross McCarr's had a bit of a backwards run so far. He started 9th, he's down to 12th, so he's got some work to do to get back into the top 10 if he can. And any other movers as well. Adam Reeves has also lost a couple of spots. He started 12th, he's down to 14th. And also a couple of places lost 2 for John Booth, who started in 11th, is down to 13th place now. Elliot Lettuce has made a good bit of progress too, along with Tim Evans. He's just behind him now, so he started in 13th, and he's made up 4 places up to 9th. So good driving from Elliot, who we said took a podium at the last event at the Donington Park Grand Prix British GT support races. So makes some nice progress, and it's a better progress than the season where it started. Where he probably won't thank me for reminding people that in qualifying he had an unfortunate mishap where he lost a wheel at Donington Park at the first round. So sorry about that, Elliot, but just for context, it's where his fortunes have gone since then. He's been able to get himself up towards the front. One thing I have to remark about this championship is that they do have some fantastic liveried cars. For those who've got more of a sort of more plainer sort of look, then that's obviously their personal preference. But for some of them who have gone all out with the liveries, it really is fantastic. You see the back of the grid there is Chris Hetherington's Toyota Aygo with this rather, it's a base colour is silver. It's got quite striking sort of lime green decals all over it, which is fantastic. What also is fantastic is that the safety car lights are now out, which means that the Jaguar XF Sport Brake will head back to pit lane, and it means now that Nick Grindrod has to try and build this lead if he can, all over again. But Duncan Stone has gone with him on the restart, and he either starts to challenge him or simply sit behind him to make it a 1-2 for the team. Green flag is back in the air, and we're back racing at Snetterton for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. We've got 4.5 minutes to go as they come back across the line. So it's a good restart for both of the Viking Van Breakers cars. Nick Grindrod and Duncan Stone, the 2 Auto Bliss Toyotas come next in 3rd and 4th. Then it's Liam Browning 5th. The Laidlaws come next in 6th and 7th. So it's very much teammates or siblings in the field, with Liam Browning being a bit of the odd one out there. Then it's Tim Evans who comes next in 8th. It's Elliot Lettuce 9th. And then Christopher McKenzie's making good progress up in 10th, one of his strongest runs. Big dive under brakes for the 17 of Richard Bliss. And Stewart's in there as well, just behind him for backup. So the Blisses aren't afraid to get their elbows out and make a dive if they need to, as they come down towards the left-hander at Wilson for the first time back under racing conditions. So I think in terms of time, we'll probably get this in at least one more lap. So how quickly they can get it back around should be interesting. In fact, I think this probably will be the last lap going past it next time by. Here comes then Richard Bliss to make a move for 2nd place. Darts out to put himself into Duncan Stone's mirrors. But nothing doing at the moment as they come through Agostini. Still nose to tail. And Nick Grindrell's not been allowed to get away too quickly. He's usually the class of the field, but as you can tell, since the opening rounds, the difference in gap is quite substantial. It's shrunken quite a lot compared to where he was at the beginning. In the pilot races last year, Nick Grindrell was pretty well dominant. He won 2 of them, and didn't compete at the Silverstone race when they were part of the Clubsport Trophy, and he also didn't compete in the second race at Croft due to an engine issue. But that engine's still currently on song at the moment, as it has been all year, as Richard Bliss now starts to sail up onto the rear bumper of Duncan Stone. He's almost bump drafting him now, down towards Brundle and Nelson. Stewart latches onto his sibling Richard's toe, as also does Liam Browning in 5th position. This could be quite a battle pack forming here in these closing stages of this Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race. Little scrap going on also between, looks like, I think that's Sam Laidlaw with Tim Evans and Elliot Lettuce as well. But now into Brundle and Nelson. Closing back in goes Richard Bliss. He's really pushing as hard as he dares. I think, unless, touch wood, there is a mistake from Nick Grindrod, it might well be a 7th win of the season. But remember, the fastest lap of the race is held by Duncan Stone, who set it just before the safety car came out. So that 100% record might well be going for Nick Grindrod. Unless he can pull out quite a quick lap on the last lap here, it might well be that Duncan Stone steals a point away from him. Into the complex through Coram and into Murray's, this tight left-hander that takes him back onto the long drag up the pit straight. And Richard Bliss should be in a prime position here to line up Duncan Stone for a pass down towards Richie's for the final time. Cross the line they go with 1:50 on the clock. They should get the last lap board, and it will be one more time around for Nick Grindrod and co in this first CityCar Cup race. So there he is then, middle of the shot, the red and yellow machine that's got this one quite comfortably at the moment. The gap is 1.4 seconds. And as I suspect on the restart, he has taken the fastest lap of the race back again. 2 minutes 38.174. There's just no stopping him, is there? He's the former frontrunner in the pickup truck racing championship as well as many other racing series. So he is definitely I think by far the most experienced driver on the grid. So in a way, it's not surprising that he's as fast as he is, but at the same time, it's good to see some of the other drivers who are finding their feet in city cars also keeping him fairly honest, which is good, which is the whole point, and it's really good to see. It might be a championship that's more focused towards the novice driver and the rookie driver starting out, but nothing to say that some of the more experienced hands can't jump in and try something new. So down the short straight out of Wilson towards Agostini for the final time. Richard Bliss is, I think he's biding his time here on this last lap. He hasn't really made any desperate lunges or dives, which is just shows that he's just waiting patiently for the right moment to come. And even if it doesn't, he can still say that he kept him pretty honest until the end. There's the car 100. That's Steve Laidlaw, or Laidlaw Senior. And so his son Samuel is a little bit further back in 7th place. Ross McCarthy been a couple of spots I've noticed on the timing screen. He's up from 12th to 10th in the lap on the restart. And the one that's dropped a few spots actually is Adam Reynolds. He started that restart 17th. He's dropped to 20th. So a little bit of work to do on this last lap to see if he can claw back a couple more spots. Out through the right-hander of Williams North, the Bentley straight for the final time then. Nick Grindrod looks as though he's got this one relatively sewn up, but it's never over until they get to the checkered flag. And everyone else knows that. The race is never done until they cross the line. Richard Bliss is still just moving around. He's possibly trying to line up a move here into the complex if he can put himself alongside. Either that, or we might have to set him up for a move. He's a little very sideways as he pushes incredibly hard at Brundle, tries to drift it through Nelson, carries the momentum, more speed on the exit of the corner. He's going to put himself alongside towards the bomb hole, side by side for second place. Richard Bliss has his nose up the inside. There's a little bit of a rub as they come through the right-hander, but Richard Bliss looks as though he might have just broken up the Viking Van Breakers party. They're still rubbing wheels as they come up towards Coram. Now Stuart Bliss is involved, and Liam Browning. Got to be careful it doesn't end in tears. I hope it doesn't, but Nick Grindrod meanwhile comes through. They're still side by side for second place. Richard Bliss is now on the outside for the final corner at Murray's, unless Duncan Stone can't get it anchored up, but he can. He squeezed back through to get back past again. It'll be the run to the flag for second, third, fourth and fifth, but yet again, there just is no stopping Nick Grindrod. Once again, it is a perfect record once more. 7 out of 7 for Nick Grindrod. He wins the first CityCar Cup race of the day. And in a fantastic close finish, it's second, third, fourth and fifth, as close as you like, with Duncan Stone, the Bliss is Richard and Stewart, and then it's Liam Browning to round out the top 5. Top 5 covered by, well, the top second to fifth was covered by about 0.7 of a second. It was a great side-by-side finish there. That was between Flynn and Nicholson, and Andrew Flynn beat John Nicholson to 15th place by the massive margin of just 39 thousandths of a second. So great to see them going side-by-side even at that late stage. But if that didn't wake you up, I'm not sure what will, because that was a brilliant race to get things underway for today's action here at this weekend's action here at Snetterton for the first of 3 races today for the Nankang Tyre City Car Cup. Well, that in itself was quite a decent way to start things off, because we've still got plenty more tin top action to go. There goes Chris Hetherington finishing his City Car Cup, first City Car Cup race, and he comes home in 26th position. He's the last car to take the flag, but he does importantly make it home, and that's the most important thing you can do in your first ever race, is get to the finish wherever you end up. So congratulations to him and to everyone who made it through. Of course, commiserations to Andrew Dyer, who went out early in the race. That being then the cause of the safety car, but hopefully he's okay, and I also hope, if he is okay, that the damage to the car isn't substantial enough to put him out for the rest of the day. That'd be a real shame if it was, but fingers crossed that the City Car Cup boys can rally round and help him out if possible. It might only be a championship that's just over a year old, but some of the camaraderie and the friendship in this paddock is absolutely amazing. It's wonderful to see that if one driver needs some help, just about everyone chips in to try and make sure they can get everyone back out on the circuit. So kudos to everyone in the City Car Cup paddock for all the hard work they do, not just to get themselves on track, but to help each other get on track if they need it as well, which is brilliant to see. So we'll be heading over to Josh shortly for our first podium run through of the weekend. But quickly run through once again the finishing positions. So Nick Grindrod then, once more, does the Grand Slam. Starts on pole, leads every single lap, regardless of the safety car, takes the fastest lap of the race back from Duncan Stone, and then wins the race once more. So again, what keeps up that 100% record, if he does it 2 more times, it'll be 9 out of 9. And I won't have really known in my lifetimes, at least from what I've seen in club racing, someone who's been so dominant in one championship. But let's see if someone can possibly try and put a halt to that, if it's at all possible. Duncan Stone, of course, picks up his second podium of the season. It's Richard Bliss ahead of Stuart Bliss, so it's one of the Auto Bliss cars on the podium. It's 5th place for Liam Browning, 6th for Steve Laidlaw, 7th place for Elliot Lettis, 8th for Ross McCarr. He managed to pick up some ground after he had a slow start earlier on. Then it's Elliot Lettis and Sam Laidlaw who round out the top 10. And in terms of the rookie car driver, the rookie field, I think it was actually Richard Bliss was the top novice driver who made it to the flag, ahead of, just quickly, Liam Browning, and then I think it was behind them, it would have been Elliot Lettis. Yes, it was. That would have been the novice racer top 3 in the order, because Richard Bliss was 3rd overall, Liam Browning was 5th overall, and Elliot Lettis was 9th overall. So good to see. Last few cars just being recovered into the assembly area.
Okay, throw down at your ledger.
And I think we are now ready to hand over to Josh Barrett to have a chat to our first winner of the weekend, Nick Grindrod. So, Josh, over to you. So, thank you for the interview. Probably had one or two little issues hearing the sound for Josh on the interviews. We're just having a quick look at that and be able to sort that out as quickly as possible. There's a little bit of a delay going on, I think, because of the incident with Andrew Dyer, that we are just adjusting the... So, thank you for the interview. Probably had one or two little issues hearing the... I was hearing myself at the background there for a second. Apologies. So as we now had, well, I was hearing myself on the stream there, forgive me. So we're just waiting for the races to get back underway for our second race of the weekend, which is for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. And that's going to be the first of 3 races this weekend, that one of which is going to be all 15 minutes each. And that race had some qualifying earlier on this morning. So, interesting enough, we did have a different pole sitter for qualifying than we've had the last 2 times, because we've had 2 different race winners so far this year. The first one being John Cooper, who took a double win at Croft. And then after that, we had a double victory for Luke Pinder, who is quite used to racing front-wheel drive quite a bit, thanks to the fact that we've had he's formerly raced in Clio Cup, amongst other things, along with the British GT Championship and other categories of racing as well. So he's getting used to this format in the Fiesta Championship. We saw him last year in an ST150, but he's now in one of these brand new ST240 class machines, which are essentially the Mark 7 Ford Fiesta ST180 Turbo, which has had a power boost up to 240 brake horsepower. There they are, in fact, just lining up onto the grid. And they make for quite a stunning sight, don't they, these cars? And it should be, all in all, quite an exciting way of going racing, all in all. So, as they line up on the grid, let's see if we can take you through the order of how they're going to line up for this first race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, for the grid as we get set to get underway. And it's going to be the grey car on the left-hand side on the front row of the grid, which is Simon Horrobin, who takes his first pole in a while in the Fiesta Championship. Good to have him back on pole position and back on form in the Specialised Motorsport prepared ST240 class car. And he's got one of his old sparring partners and stalwarts of the championship, former BTCC star and former class champion in the Fiestas, David Nye, alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then in row 2, it looks like we've got Luke Pinder, who is the double race winner from last time out at Alton Park, which is the first time they visited Alton Park in quite a while. And alongside him is going to be Rob Smith on the second row of the grid on 4th. We then get to Alistair Kellett. Good to have him back after he returned at Alton Park. He starts 5th on the grid alongside another long-standing stalwart of the championship, Jamie Going, in 6th. Zachary Lucas is then 7th in the green car on the 4th row of the grid. And then it's Spencer Stevenson, who finished runner-up of the championship last year when it was just ST150 scoring points. He starts 8th from the 4th row. John Cooper, the double cross winner, is 9th. Alongside, well, he would have been starting 9th, but for some reason I cannot, unfortunately, see his car. So, unfortunately, it looks like John Cooper, who has had, unfortunately, past occasions where he's had quite a few, 1 or 2 mechanical issues. Unfortunately, the fact that his car is absent might suggest that, sadly, he's hit some more, which is a real shame if it is. And hopefully we do get him out for the second race later on today. Alongside him is Gary Miller, who makes his first appearance this year and also first time in an ST240 class car, because he has raced again in ST150 a couple of times in the last couple of years. But it's his first time one of these brand new cars on the grid. The next row, which is row 6, which is number 9, Dominic Bush. Alongside him is the 50 of Marco Ricci. And then we get into our 6 cars that are in the ST150 class, which is seeing William Kellett, son of Alistair Kellett, who starts at the top of the ST150 grid. He starts overall 13th, alongside points leader in the table, in the overall table, being Ethan Rogers. And then we have, I think, Stuart Robbins starting a bit further back. He's in car 100 in the his Fiesta ST240. Alongside him, welcome to the championship for Nick Moore, who is been a regular in the past in both Ginettas and also in the Hyundai Coupe Cup, so he's used to front-wheel drive. He jumps into a Fiesta ST150 for the first time with Misty Racing, and he will line up on the 8th row of the grid, and that'll be Bryony Davis and Matt Chambers. Here's a quick run through the grid again. So Simon Horrobin then, who will start course on pole position. That's his first pole in a while, actually, I think, and he has done quite well in the past at Snetterton, so certainly a circuit that he enjoys. David Nye back on form. we said, been a bit off the pace a little bit in the last couple of first couple of meetings, but he is back on form now on the front row of the grid. Luke Pinder, of course, now a double race winner with these new turbo Fiestas. He will start, of course, in third. Rob Smith, who's second in the championship behind Luke, will start alongside him. So the top two in the championship on that second row. Alistair Kellett, who's been a former overall Fiesta champion. Of course, glad to see him back after a long absence. They returned at Alton Park, and both he and William, of course, in separate class cars. And they'll also be sharing this ST240 class car in the Clubsport Trophy race tomorrow, so watch out for them. Jamie Going, of course, starting in P6. I think Zachary Lucas and Spencer Stevenson on the fourth row of the grid. Top 10 is then completed by, as we say, which should have been John Cooper, but if he does start, he'll have to be from the pit lane. If he does start, and I hope that he does. If not, he'll be missing out on another race due to mechanical problems. Gary Miller, of course, making his first start for a while, and first start in a turbo Fiesta, with Dominic Bush and Marco Ricci coming next. But it's the top ST150 cars. You mentioned William Kellett, who's been quite a star over in Irish Fiestas in the past, in the Fiesta Z-Tech Championship, and been honing his craft over there. Now he's come over to the more national, more UK-based championship, and trying his hand in the ST150s and quite enjoying life in this championship so far. Ethan Rogers, of course, who's been the leading ST150 driver so far this year, is in 14th place. Then it's Stuart Robbins, who returns to the championship. He's a former class champion as well in Fiestas. He's back on the grid in 15th place. Nick Moore, who makes his debut, as we said, with Misty Racing in there, his ST150 machine will start in 16th. And then the last few cars at the back of the grid will be our remaining three Fiesta ST150s, being Bryony Davis, who was already a podium finisher in class this year, Matt Chambers, who's been a newcomer since the start of the season, and a welcome also to Marlo Cordell, who didn't quite complete all his laps in qualifying, so he went out just shortly before racing got underway here this morning, and he should be starting at the back of the grid in what would have been 19th place. So the cars then make their way around towards the grid for this first of three races here today, and as they make their way around onto the formation lap, just a quick reminder of where they do stand in the points, if I can bring them up on my screen. So the point standings then coming into the weekend, as we say, Luke Pinder is the one that leads the way, courtesy of some strong results at Croft, followed by the double victories that he took at Alton Park, and he leads with 189 points. And then it's Rob Smith next with 172 in second place. Spencer Stevenson is third with 152. Then it's David Nye and Simon Horrobin, who are tied for fourth, 144. But because on countback of results, David Nye is actually ahead thanks to that countback. So that's one to watch out for him. It's Simon Horrobin, of course, who starts on pole, is fifth. Jamie Going is sixth, ahead of John Cooper and Marco Ricci. So Jamie Going has 136 points. Two ahead of John Cooper on 134, but if he's not starting this race, he will almost certainly, I'm afraid, start to drop back down the order. Then we have Marco Ricci, who's in 8th in the points, 9th is Zachary Lucas, and then it's 10th overall and top ST150 driver Ethan Rogers in the points, and he leads that contest from Matt Chambers, who is 2nd ST150 and 11th overall, and then Bryony Davis, who is 3rd ST150 and 12th overall in points. Then the rest of the order goes Alistair Kellett, Jack Uhill, who sadly is not here with us this weekend because he had a rather not so nice accident at Alton Park, and we hope you wish him well, which he put him out for the rest of the day, and fingers crossed that he and the car are okay, and it won't be the last time we see him out this season because he did have to head to a local hospital. He appears to be, for the most part, okay, but he might be out of the action for a while. So fingers crossed he's okay. We wish him well and hope he makes a speedy enough recovery to join us back on the grid very, very soon. Stuart Robbins, of course, who's in the mix next. Then it's Rosie Hunt, Dominic Bush, and then William Kellett, who picked up a few points. And of course, Nick Moore and Gary Miller haven't started in the championship yet, and neither has Marlo Cordell. So all three of them will be adding to their points tallies this weekend. So cars begin to form up on the grid for this first Fiesta Championship race. These new turbo Fiestas are quite simply rocket ships in a straight line. 240 brake horsepower. They are incredibly quick. And compared to the ST150s, they are almost on another level. So this should be quite a contest. They've put on some really clean competitive racing so far this year. I'm expecting more of the same here at Snetterton, particularly with the long straights. Green flag at the back, the 5-second ball will go up, and we are all set for the first BRSCC Fiesta Championship race of the weekend at Snetterton. It's Horrobin and Nye in the front row of the grid. Who's going to make the best jump away from pole position as the lights go out any second now? pretty even start from the front row, but in the second phase, it looks like a nice place to put himself fully alongside Simon Horrobin, down towards Ritchie's for the first time. It's a clean start also for the second row between Luke Pinder and Rob Smith. They're going to go 3 abreast into Ritchie's for the first time. Smith was looking possibly round the outside into the right-hander, but couldn't quite squeeze himself alongside quick enough. So out of Ritchie's, up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time, and it's side by side for the lead. David Nye looking to the outside line, but look at Rob Smith trying to go past everyone and not so much succeeding as he runs wide and loses out to both Luke Pinder, who's now trying to get past David Nye, and also the 2 Jamsport teammates of Jamie Going and Rob Smith are side by side, and Simon Horrobin, I think, misses a gear, and he loses pace either side from both Luke Pinder and David Nye. That was like Hackett and Schumacher Spa 2000, that was, down towards left-hander at Palmer's, but that's now killed Simon Horrobin's momentum, and he's now going door to door, wheel to wheel with Jamie Going. It's not the first time those two have rubbed door handles in their lifetime racing Fiestas, and it won't be the last, I'm sure. But Simon Horrobin's back up to 3rd after that one, or 4th at least, because David Nye has jumped into the early lead here, XT Agostini's. So I told you it was going to be exciting, close racing, and it's almost exactly proved that about a few corners in. Zachary Lucas with a pretty quick start, already getting up the inside of Jamie Going. Remember, Zach Lucas started back in, where did he start? Back in 7th on the grid. He's now trying to make his way up the order. Up the inside, looks Jamie Going. He's a little bit sideways. I don't think there was contact, but I think Zachary Lucas had to try and take the outside line. He goes bounding across the grass on the exit of Williams, slots in behind Spencer Stevenson, who's lost out to Alistair Kellett in the process. But the leaders then down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson for the first time. These Turbo Fiestas with 3 wheeling their way into the complex. And David Nye, nice and steady, nice and stable, into the complex they go. So Nye leads then, Smith in 2nd place, bouncing over the curves goes Luke Pinder with Simon Horrobin on his tail, and it's Alistair Kellett, who started 5th on the grid, is still in 5th. Here's our ST150's nose to tail. I think it looks like it's William Kellett ahead of, I think, of all people. I think Nick Moore's up there in 2nd place. So a strong start for Nick Moore if he's up there already amongst his fellow ST150 runners, as the leaders come through the right-hander at Coram and then into Murray's for the first time. So Nye leads it then. 2nd place for Rob Smith. It's 3rd then for Luke Pinder and 4th for Simon Horrobin. Down the pit straight they come. Look at how quick these cars are on a straight line. Down the pit straight they go. So Nye leads it then. Smith in 2nd, Pinder 3rd, Horrobin 4th. Down for restarted on pole position. Then it's Alistair Kellett 5th, Jamie Going 6th. It's Spencer Stevenson in 7th place. And then rounding out the top 10 on this opening lap already, as they head down towards the hairpin at Wilson's for the 2nd time. It's going to be Dominic Bush in 8th position. Gary Miller's up to 9th in his first start in the ST180 Turbo. And then it's so Dominic Bush is, Zachary Lucas is 8th, Dominic Bush is 9th, and it's then 10th place at the moment for Gary Miller. Just seeing one of the comments on here saying if they're stripped out enough, they must weigh about 900 kilograms. Fairly pokey with 240 brake. Pokey is certainly something you can definitely agree on in terms of the pace. They are definitely that quick as they make their way down towards Agostini. Horrobin was just trying to speculate and move up the inside into the hairpin there on Luke Pinder, but had to back out of it at the last minute and try and hold back from making contact. I think that's one of the great things about these new cars, is that they're so new and, of course, so well put together, is that no one dares make a dive up the inside and possibly make contact, because they're such wonderfully put together machines. You daren't put a scratch or a dent on them in many cases. I think that's what's helping them to put competitive but clean racing here so far in the Fiesta Championship. And it's great to see that the Championship's taken this direction. Of course, they brought Goodyear tyres on board for this year and for the next couple of seasons as well. So the Fiesta Championship's back on the up, especially with these brand new cars, and there certainly that seems to be the right direction going forwards as they come on to this as the season progresses going forwards. Still scrap on for 3rd place as Simon Horrobin tries to force his way up the inside into Brundle. Not sure that was ever really going to work, as Pinder was always going to close the door to take the racing line towards Nelson. But so Horrobin's trying to fight back. It was good to see Simon back on form, because a couple of times we've seen him in the past, he makes a big mistake on the exit, the bomb hole. I say he was back on form, but he seems to have, again, missed the gear and dropped back a few spots. So he's lost out Alistair Kellett and Jamie Going and Spencer Stevenson. And has he dropped back too much, or was that just a loss of momentum? I hope it's not a problem, because he has dropped back substantially and lost quite several spots in the process. And I wonder if it was just the speed that everyone was carrying through the right-hander at the compression that was just seeing him lose out a little bit. So hopefully he can get back up to speed, although he is now being passed by Dominic Bush. So I hope that whatever the mistake was there hasn't damaged something on the car, which has cost him pace. It'd be a real shame if it was. There's Zachary Lucas. 3-wheeling their way through Ritchie's corner. They are that stiffly sprung through here. They are quite fantastic machines to watch race, and they are putting on quite a good spectacle here so far. So first proper flying lap around the circuit here. As, the fastest lap has gone to Jamie Going. 2 minutes 12.863. So he and David Nye, the only two drivers that have gone sub 2 minute 13. The rest are all in the tell a lie, because also Alistair Kellett's also done so as well. 2 minutes 12.986. So fairly evenly matched between the front few cars at the moment, and just shows how well, not only well put together these cars are, but also how evenly matched they can be in terms of the spec kit of championship parts that you need in order to, or championship kit of spec parts in order to make them as even as possible. It's all down to the individual setup and preparation of the cars by the teams, and also the individual driver ability that means that they can try and pedal them quicker than anyone else. So David Knight had a almost 0.7 of a second advantage over Rob Smith in that end of that second lap, and Smith's trying to come back, and if he can, but good to see Alistair Kellett back on the podium if he can make it. He's, of course, he's only returned, as we said, back at Alton Park, and before then it'd been some 18 months since he'd raced in the UK, with, of course, restrictions being put in by the current ongoing still pandemic, but that's still going. As David Nye almost very out of shape going into Brunner and Nelson. The back end was weaving around, wiggling around in the air, all over the place, and Alistair Kellett almost followed him, but they managed to get the car straightened up through Nelson and back on the straight and narrow up towards the bomb hole for the third time. Up towards Coram once again, and it looks as though that if Rob Smith hasn't closed in, he has at least kept the gap stable between the top two. Nose to tail of a third between Pinder and Kellett. Jamie Going's also keeping honest. Now, Simon Horben appears to be, it looks like, back up to speed, because he has got back past Dominic Bush. So I wonder if it was just simply just a simple loss in momentum that sort of had to try and get back up the order and try and get back on the pace. But that mistake after starting from pole certainly has cost him a chance of getting a strong top five result, unless the field gets closed back together. Now, looking back there, that was this is Spencer Stevenson he's battling with it. No, it's Dominic Bush, forgive me. There's two or three of these red Fiestas, and trying to work out which one's which from a distance is always a little bit tough, but we managed to work it out there. That's another one. That's Spencer Stevenson. He's having a scrap with Zachary Lucas, who was in contention for victory at one point going backwards, but going back at Croft, but had a bit of an off and then a mechanical problem, which cost him some strong results. But he's now got a brand new car, which is in that beautiful British Racing green metallic livery, and it's working well. Side by side for third, just in front of them. That was between Luke Pinder and Alistair Kellett, so they're having a scrap over the final podium place. Simon Horriber, meanwhile, has managed to pull away from his Specialised Motorsport teammate Dominic Bush. There is Simon, stalwart of club racing. Mainly raced in Fords. He's also raced before, and believe it or not, Smart 4.2s as well, in the Smart for 2 Cup as well. And that was something that was also prominent on the BRSCC package at one point, and Simon was a driver in it, so he's certainly no stranger to the front-wheel drive, particularly in Fiestas, and he has been a race winner in this championship years before, when the ST150s were the dominant car in the field. But now it's the turn of the turbos to take their place at the head of the pack and to put on some brilliant racing for everyone, not just here on the live stream, but also those watching at the circuit here. It's great to have spectators back, and they'll be watching this battle going on for third, fourth, and now fifth position, because Jamie Goings decided to join in here. And one thing we should mention, in the field here at the moment, the first 5 cars all prepared by 5 different, five of the first 6 cars are all prepared by different teams. So you've got the Daniels Motorsport car in the mix there of David Nye. Then you've got the Jam Sport car, Rob Smith, 2010's car, which is Luke Pinder, Kellett Motorsports car, which is driven by Alistair Kellett, and you've got Jamie Goings' Jam Sport machine, and then behind the Spencer Stevenson, who is in, okay, that's right now, I think either he's a Daniels one or possibly one of the cars. Now that's interesting. Alistair Kellett has not only lost his chance for third place, but he's also lost 3 more spots. He's lost out to Stevenson, Lucas, and also Jamie Going. So I think there might have been a bit of a touch of an incident just slightly off camera, because we caught the end of that with Alistair Kellett again with a bit of a momentum lost, and now he's going to try and get himself back on course to try and get back onto the tail of these leading few cars that are battling for the lead. We've got 5.5 minutes to go in this first race, and still David Nye with the lead, but the gap has come down to 0.3 of a second. So Rob Smith, who, if I'm correct, hasn't won a race in the Fiesta Championship yet so far, could, if he plays his cards right, be on course to do so. But he's got to get around a very, very experienced ex-BTCC racer himself. But then Rob Smith has also done well. He's been a former British GT champion in the past as well, so he's certainly no stranger to running at the front of top-level championships. And so these two, certainly at the moment, the class of the field in this first race. Good effort so far for Spencer Stevenson, who only made his first season of racing in Fiesta Championship last year. It was a truncated season with only 3 meetings over the course of the year, but he scored strong enough throughout that shortened season to be able to pick up second place in the championship behind Sam Watkins, who hopefully we might see at some point throughout this year, if possible. Now, meanwhile, Jamie Going has got past Alistair Kellett by the looks of things, so that's a change for position between two more experienced hands. And look who's also crept onto the back of them, Simon Horrobin. So these three are going to have quite a scrap here, as are also two of the younger guns in front, because Zach Lucas is moving out to have a crack at Spencer Stevenson. Meanwhile, battle for the lead is on between David Nye and Rob Smith. We've got 4.5 minutes to go as they come out of Nelson and towards the bomb hole for the 5th time of asking through the right-hander. And now they make their way towards this long, almost never-ending corner of Coram. It used to be a shorter corner of Coram. It's a short little straight and into this little tight switchback right-left chicane of Russell, but it's now become the left-hander of Murray. He's named after the late, great Murray Walker. And now they're nose to tail for the lead and for 3rd and for 5th position. So this could be a real crescendo towards the end of this race. And we could see a lot of positions change in a very short space of time. Down the pit straight, David Nye's not comfortable with the racing line. He goes back to the outside because he knows he has to defend. And here comes Rob Smith looking up the inside with a big dive into Ritchie's to try and take the lead from David Nye, who sweeps around the outside and holds on to the position. So David Nye under threat for the first time in this race. This should be quite the battle between the two of them. He's lost a bit of momentum on the run down towards the hairpin. But Smith will be back. That won't be the last attack he makes, I'm sure. Now, for the change for 3rd has been completed. Zach Lucas looks as though he has got through past Spencer Stevenson. So there has been a change. Yes, there has. And look, Jamie Goings caught back up. There goes Alistair Kellett under threat from Simon Horrobin. So wherever you look in this first few ranks of this ST240 class, there's battles everywhere in this group, and that just shows how competitive it's becoming. There's Dominic Bush in the background in car number 9. Side by side for position. This is Horrobin going for 6th on the inside as his car's moving around as he stands on the middle pedal, and that is Horrobin back up into P6. Now, it's not impossible, but there's time enough left for Simon Horrobin to recover, and he could even get on the podium if he can pick his way past first Jamie Going, and that's never an easy task on those two on track together. Then it's Spencer Stevenson, and then Zachary Lucas. It's possible, but he hasn't got much time to do it. Just over 2.5 minutes to go in this race. So when they come across the line, it will be the last lap of the race that they go on to. So lap and a half to pick up 3 spots. It's not entirely impossible, but it's certainly quite a tall task for Simon Horrobin if he can manage to pick up more places and start the lap a bit quicker. His last lap, in fact, he was quicker than anyone else in that last lap. The last lap times for all the cars in front of him in the first 6 positions were 2:13s, or in the case of Spencer Stevenson, 2:14. Simon Horrobin, fastest man on track at the moment, not the fastest lap, but yes, he has got the fastest lap of the race, 2:11.334, but he's lapping about a second quicker than anyone else in front. So it might not be completely over here. He might well have a chance of picking up at least a couple more places. Here are the top 2. Through Coram up towards Murray's then to start the last lap of the race. And Zach Lucas again three-wheeling his way through the right-hander. But this is such a tricky braking zone. It's difficult not to lock it in, to lock a wheel as you come into the point, into the turning point at the apex. It's very, very tricky indeed. Now, Rob Smith might have another go here at Sir David Nye. Not as close as he was before the last time by, but if he can get himself a super exit through Ritchie's, he might give him an opportunity to line him up for Wilson or further around maybe Agostini. They're still nose to tail coming through the right-hander. Now, there goes Jamie Going up the inside for 4th on Spencer Stevenson, the red car that was just allowing the black and white machine to try and squeeze through. And I think he has got through in the background. So Jamie Going looks as though he's up to 4th. So that'll be another car to pick off for them. So up through the left-hander of Wilson. And now down towards the Agostini hairpin for the final time. And David Nye has got pulled away a bit more of a gap now on the second place man. Rob Smith in 2nd place. And there's Zach Lucas in 3rd. Jamie Going has got to 4th. And it looked as though for a second that Alistair Kellett had got back past Simon Horrobin. So whether Simon's made a mistake or just dropped back a little bit more, we'll have to find out. David Nye then turns into the right-hander at Williams for the final time. Rob Smith still chasing him down. Jack Lucas is a little bit closer on this one. He's pulled away on this lap so far. Where's Simon Horrobin disappeared to? He's gone. So I'm guessing it must be some kind of mechanical issue that's put him out on the last lap, which is a real shame if it is, because he was battling pretty hard. There goes Dominic, which there's Simon Horrobin. No, he's still going, but again, he's dropped back once again. So either he's just tried to make a move and it hasn't worked, or just simply just lost the back end somewhere and has gone off the road. But either way, it could be another missed gear as well. But even so, David Nye has been pretty much the man to beat in this race. He's been under threat from Rob Smith all the time, and it's been a while since we've seen him win a race in the Fiesta Championship. He may have been top of the invitation class last year in these cars on a couple of occasions, but in terms of an actual championship race win, back to a couple of seasons to do so, but he's now getting back to winning form as he turns out of the final corner and onto the pit straight. He will be our third different winner from 3 different race meetings. It was John Cooper at Croft, it was Luke Pinder at Alton Park. Now it's Snetterton to start the weekend. It is David Nye who wins race number 1 here in the Fiesta Championship. Rob Smith in second, Zach Lucas gets third. Sprint to a line for 4th, 5th and 6th as they come across for Jamie Going, Alistair Kellett and Spencer Stevenson. It's then 7th place for Dominic Bush and 8th for Simon Horrobin, who will be ruining that. He could have been as high as possibly contending for the win, but issues for him have pushed him back down the order, sadly, so I'll have to wait and see if he can pull back up for race number 2. Stuart Robbins comes across the line in 9th, and Gary Miller, in his first appearance at a Turbo Fiesta, rounds out the top 10 ahead of Marco Ricci, so good effort from them. Now we look back to our runners in the ST150s. Now on the timing screen it shows William Kellett is the one that leads the way, and it looks like at the top of the screen it is going to be William Kellett who will come through in the lead, and actually it's going to be Nick Moore in second place on his Fiesta Championship debut. It's going to take an excellent second in class, so well done to him. But it will be then William Kellett who will come across the line in a moment's time to does so as he comes across past my commentary box position. Nick Moore is in second place, and it will then be, I believe then, Bridie Davis will come home in third. So whatever happened to ST150 leader Ethan Rogers in the points in this race, not 100%, but it does appear that, for whatever reason, the issues are just not on the pace for Ethan Rogers, but just waiting to see the rest of the Fiesta field to come through and see who comes through in third place. So they haven't come past the commentary box position just yet. A little bit further back, but I can hear some engines, so I'm just waiting as they go through. The leading cars are coming through. Bridie Davis does come through in third place in the ST150, so she's now made it through to pick up a podium. I think that's a second or third part in that particular race. But there is your race winner overall and in the ST240 class, David Nye. Fantastic effort from him all race long in order to be able to get himself at the front of the field from pole position. He was under threat early on from Simon Horrobin, but the fact he missed a gear a couple of times, it seems, just was what gave David Nye the respite he needed to try and pull away and create a gap as much as possible. And then he was under threat, of course, in the closing stages from Rob Smith, who had that opportunity just looking down towards Ritchie's, but I think he sensed that he wasn't fully alongside, so just had to back out of it and try and find another opportunity. But David Nye knows all the tricks. He's, as I say, being a former BTCC racer, he knows all the tricks of the trade when it comes to defending position and making it hard for people to get past him. So that's one thing to do. Zach Lucas looks happy. He looks happy with the third place. You see a smile there as well. And I think that's a nice little handshake there from both Robert Smith and Zach Lucas with David Nye, who is back on form in the Fiesta Championship. Good to see here in this one. I think we can potentially hang down to Josh Barrow, who can have a chat with our top 3 overall and possibly even our ST150 class winner, which will be William Kellett. So let's hang down to him now to have a chat, see what they thought about that in a few moments' time. So we can head down to them now and hope you'll have a chat with our race winner, David Nye, who's down in Parc Fermé. Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Josh, and good to see the top three from that one, which is excellent from those drivers, of course. Shame we couldn't get Zach Lucas, but we do, of course, have had some words there from David Nye and also from Rob Smith as well. So that now takes us into the lunch break. So already into lunch break here for our day's action here at Snetterton. We've still got plenty of racing coming up. We've got 7 more races coming up this afternoon. The first of which is for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Their first of 4 races this weekend. Of course, they've got their first one coming up. Then it's the first ETSL STXR Challenge race. So if you're a Fiesta fan, you've got plenty of action here to keep you happy. Then we have the second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship race. And that's then followed by the second Fiesta Junior Championship race of the day. Then it's our first of 3 races this weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the second BRSCC Fiesta Championship race coming up this afternoon. Then we round out today's action with our third and final CityCar Cup race to end off, which should be starting at around about 4:30 for that final race. In terms of the actual race itself, we're going to lunch now, and racing should get underway, I imagine, at roughly round about, we're thinking about roughly 13:20 or so. So just a bit of time for us to take a break and to get ready for more action here from Snetterton in Norfolk on this BRSCC Summer Festival race weekend. I hope you've enjoyed the first 2 races so far, and there's 7 more of those still to come here this afternoon. So stay tuned, more action on the way here with the BRSCC at Snetterton this afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Snetterton for this British Racing Sports Car Club race weekend. Our first race after lunch is lining up on the grid with Deegan Fairclough on pole for the Fiesta Junior Championship, a championship which has really grown this season for 14 to 17 year olds in these Ford Fiestas. It should be some great racing, and talk you through this grid will be Scott Woodwess.
Yes, thank you very much on that one. Josh, good to hear you as well. Again, we apologise for any audio issues we had for the first couple of races there this morning. But we are now getting set now for our third race of the weekend, and our first of 4 for this weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. This is for young rising stars aged 14 to 17 years old, taking their first steps into circuit racing, out of either karting or short oval racing, or even for one of our drivers, junior rallycross as well. Great platform here, all identical for Fiesta ST150s, and all set to get underway for their first of, as we say, 4 races, the most they've ever had in a Fiesta Junior weekend in one go. So as they're about to get ready to go out for this first race, let's see if we can give you the grid for this first race then, and show you who is where on the front. On pole position, it looks as though it is going to be the man who currently leads the championship, which is number 87, Deegan Fairclough. But his main rival at the moment, Jensen Brickley, will be starting alongside him on the front row of the grid as they head off onto their formation lap. So Deegan Fairclough then on pole position, as he took at Croft in his debut. Next to him on the front row of the grid is going to be Jensen Brickley, alongside him on that front rank in second place. Then it's Sid Smith and James Wallace, one of his better performances in qualifying so far since he joined in 4th position on the grid. Then it's Alex Lee and Jake Maynard on the third row, followed by Albert Webster and then Jake Triggs, who rounds out row 4. 5th row of the grid is round out the top 10 is Joseph Knight and then Daniel Lewis, followed by George Davis and then James Pope to round out the top 12. Then it's Alex Sprange and Harry Garman, with Archie Handy starting the row back with a 10-second penalty, and that will see him sort of starting a bit further back. I think it must be due to possibly his car, some kind of a penalty, or his car being underweight, or some kind of a technical infringement. So that's one to watch out for from the back if he makes a little bit of progress. So as the cars then make their way off onto this formation, as we say, we never had a Fiesta Junior Championship weekend where we had more than 2 races at a time, but they're actually racing 4 times, essentially the equivalent of 2 race weekends worth of racing in one meeting. So they've had a practice session and qualifying earlier on this morning. Now they've got the first of their 2 races this afternoon, and there's qualifying tomorrow for the second set of races, which will count essentially as another round, so to speak. This is the first visit for many of these drivers to Snetterton, so some of them won't have been here before. It's the first time we've been here since, I think, 2019, so they didn't venture here last year, so practically every single driver here is new to the circuit, and of course we've got some rookies in the field who are of course new to the championship as well. So let's look at the championship angle as it plays into this weekend. Deegan Fairclough then leads the way with 191 points compared to Jason Brickley, who took a double win, a very fairly dominant double win at Alton Park last time, the first ever visit to Alton Park for Fiesta Juniors. They're on 165 points, so there's for Jensen's, that is a gap of 26. Then it's Jake Maynard in third with 142. Alex Lee, who, had he not retired from the first race at Croft, probably certainly would be up there in the top 3 or 4, a little bit higher between even Jensen Brickley and Deegan Fairclough. He's currently 4th with 130 points, 2 ahead of Sid Smith with 128. Joseph Knight comes next with 124. And then it's Jake Triggs on 112. And then it's 3 drivers tied on 104 points, with George Davis, James Wallace and Daniel Lewis all on the same score. So they make their way around the back straight, and this should be quite an exciting race. Of course, the long straights here at Snetterton will give a proper chance for drivers to be able to get involved in the art of overtaking and slipstream and develop their racecraft as they go. And these cars, of course, are effectively mini touring cars in many cases. They certainly go like them, they sound like them, they look like mini touring cars with these fabulously bright coloured liveries, and they certainly do put on a show that is very, very a spectacle very much akin to that of touring cars, obviously with just less contact, of course, because of course these drivers are learning their craft, but they're doing so to have put on clean, fun and exciting racing, whilst also being competitive and action-packed as well. So drivers to watch out for who might be a little bit further back. I'm intrigued to see what the progress James Wallace makes, because of course he starts this weekend tied for 8th in points between himself, George Davis and Daniel Lewis, but he's now got his best qualifying performance of the season so far with 4th. So I know he was out sort of racing in other junior series to get a bit of extra mileage in a couple of weeks ago. So it means he should be extra prepared for this weekend. And he runs in one of the 2010 cars prepared by 2010 Racing, who are the reigning senior Fiesta champions. The defending champions in the Fiesta Juniors, that being race car consultants, don't appear to have a car competing this season. But they're defending last year's champion, dominant champion, Joseph Loke, of course, has moved up to British F4 and already has won a race this season so far. So that's something I know that's of immense pride to not just the Fiesta Junior paddock, but to their coordinator, Laura Payne, and to everyone involved to have someone of not just a Fiesta Junior driver, but a champion that's gone up to made the switch. I think one of the only couple that have only ever done it from the tin tops, sort of junior tin tops into single seaters. The only other one I've known that's done it was Nathaniel Hodgkiss, but not quite the same sort of success yet as Joseph has originally. But he's pressing on well and making good progress in the championship, and he'll be out next time out at next weekend at Alton Park, I believe, for the next rounds of that championship. But all the drivers here are all playing for the ultimate prize, which is to try and succeed him as the champion for this year. It's going to be quite a tough task for all of them, but someone has to do it. So Archie Handy moves into position in his row back. The green flag is at the back. Get ready for some junior racing here at Snetterton for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. It's Fairclough and Brickley, the top 2 in the championship, on the front row of the grid. Let's see who wins the sprint down towards turn 1. And it might be James Wallace who gets a super launch from the second row of the grid as they head down towards Richards for the first time. But it looks like it's going to be Fairclough who will lead the way down towards towards turn 1. Wallace is up into second place, but Brickley will try and fight back into the right-hander. They are side by side for 4th between Jake Maynard and a fast-starting Jake Triggs, who's in the 5th position ahead of Sid Smith, who's dropped a couple of places. But they all seem to turn through the first couple of corners relatively unscathed. Down towards the braking point at Wilson. Let's see if they can all take it nice and steady. They're pretty much line of stern. It's 3 abreast behind them with James Pope going up the inside of Alex Sprain. So they all seem to have got through relatively straightforward. And as they make their way down towards Wilson for the left-hander on his first lap, and Fairclough looks like he's holding the advantage. He put in a very similar start to his races at Croft when he started on pole position, and that was very varied conditions. First race was in bone dry conditions, and the second one was in absolute torrential rain, and somehow in those conditions, even though there were 1 or 2 spinners, just about everyone managed to make it to the end. So kudos to them, but thankfully it is bone dry here today. And thankfully, even though there has been a little bit of rain scheduled towards the end of the day, it doesn't seem to have occurred just yet. It's lovely warm temperatures, proper summer weather here at Snetterton for the summer festival. And it's wonderful to see just in the background there, plenty of spectators watching on here at the circuit as well. Great to have you with us as well, with us watching trackside as well as watching on the live stream here this weekend. So up through the right-hander of Williams onto the back straight, and James Wallace has not only just got himself onto the back of Deacon Fairclough, but he's challenging him for the lead now as they come up onto the run towards Brundle Nelson. Change on there between Alex Sprain in the 77 and James Pope in the true sponsor car, the purple car at the back of the field, as they now make their way down towards that very tricky complex of Brundle Nelson. Still the top 4 as they are. Fairclough in the 87, it's the white car of James Wallace, the blue and yellow of Jensen Brickley, and then Jake Maynard in the silver and blue car in 4th position. They turn their way out through the right-hander, nice and clean, nice and tidy so far. That's what we like from junior racing. And Alex Sprain's a little wave as he tries to defend from James Pope, who looks back up the inside into the right-hander at the bomb hole, gives him the space, and through he will go again if he makes it. Look at this long arcing right-hander at Coram. It's a very tricky braking zone, especially for these young drivers to get right. But they've had their time in practice and their time testing yesterday and in qualifying this morning to try and get it right. But we're just snatching a break, we're just taking the line a little bit short. Well, just catch them out wide there for Alex Sprain. Just across the line they go to end the first lap of junior racing here this weekend at Snetterton. So Fairclough leads the way, Wallace in second place, Brickley 3rd, Maynard 4th, and Sid Smith rounding out the top 5. 6th for Jake Triggs, 7th for Albert Webster, it's then 8th for Alex Lee, 9th for Joseph Knight, and 10th for Harry Garman, and the rest of the field being populated by George Davis, followed by, if I can look at the rest of the table, if I can bring it up, it's then Daniel Lewis, then Alex Sprain ahead of James Pope, then Archie Handy with that 10-second delay at the start towards the back of the grid, but trying to make up a bit of pace already in the early stages on this second lap. Wide there from Jensen Brickley in 3rd place. as you mentioned, lots of drivers have come through the short oval route. Of course, even former champion Ollie Turner came through the short oval route. Albert Webster's come through, I think junior hot rods, and quite a few drivers from the world of mini stocks as well have come through this championship. As around the outside looks Alex Lee. That's a bit of a daring pass. We tried to go around Agostini's the long way around if he could, but Albert Webster gets his elbows out and tries to defend. He looks one way then the other and trying to shut the door firmly in Alex Lee's face. This now gives Joseph Knight a real chance to get through. And he did take a peek around the outside at Hamilton's, but couldn't quite find a way past. So this is looking pretty strong at the moment. Now through the right-hander, Webster, I think he was, just held the line nicely there, but they're all starting to stack up a little bit behind Alex Lee now, Joseph Knight, and also Harry Garman. So lots of different backgrounds here. You've got, of course, the two carters, of course, Alex Lee and Joseph Knight. You've also then got the junior hot rods racer, Albert Webster, the junior rallycross racer, which is Harry Garman. Back then he was racing a Suzuki Swift, so he's stayed in front-wheel drives. And plenty of experience, but they're all fairly evenly matched. And then another short oval racer, which is George Davis, and he's in mini stocks, and he's at the back of that field as well. So top two trying to pull away here for this scrap at all, and just running wide, I think, hopefully outbraking himself is Jake Triggs. Quickly refines the circuit, as up the inside, finally past Albert Webster goes Alex Lee. He might well open the door for Joseph Knight to squeeze through into the bomb hole. Harry Garman might look to try and make his way through as well. These two, of course, share an awning. Well, they don't share an awning at the moment, but they're quite good friends from last year when they were one of the few drivers that debuted in 2020. And they're going to go side by side through Coram. I think if he can hold his line, Webster might well look for the inside line again into Murray. See if he can try and hold on. He just about gets it swept across and remains in front. But Knight will try and get him back on the exit, try and put himself alongside. If Harry Garman can get a good exit, he might get a tow from both of them. But he's now got under close attention from George Davis. Brilliant stuff from the Fiesta Juniors down towards the pit straight towards Ritchie's for the third time. Ending lap number 2. And Jake Triggs, after he was in that initial leading group, he's now being closed down by Alex Lee pretty quickly as they turn in through Ritchie's. And a reminder for those watching, these are 14 to 17-year-olds. They're not sort of more senior drivers. They are the youngest drivers that we have here this weekend, and they're driving simply like they've been doing it for a while. So kudos to all of them for keeping it on the road and keeping it clean so far. Nice little bit of close quarters between them, but they're keeping it clean and tidy, which is the main thing, and that's what we want to see. Deegan Fairclough, for the first proper flying lap, does take the fastest lap of the race so far. 2 minutes 22.484 for Deegan. There's the scrap going on just at the bottom of the screen that you saw between, that was Jake Maynard and Sid Smith. Sid, of course, the son of Rob Smith, who took a second place earlier on in the Fiesta Championship. They've got very similar liveried cars, both sponsored by Green Recycling. There's Albert Webster, who's supported by AMD Tuning, and of course gets support from Sean Hollenby as well, of course, with AMD Tuning. So nice to have someone of BTCC alumni. Of course, there's also more support for Deegan Fairclough because he has backing from Sicily Motorsports. He's one of their junior drivers, and certainly supporting him in his racing journey here. And of course, that car run by Jam Sport as well. Deegan looking to try and add to his 2 victories that he's already had at Croft, and he did fairly well at Alton Park. He still managed to pick up a second and a third from that weekend, so 2 more podiums to keep him on track, but he just couldn't quite get the measure of Jenson Brickley. He's got the measure of him now, but he might be under major threat from James Wallace here. So these two were slight late additions to the championship this year, but they've settled in nicely and really are showing good paces. Jake Maynard runs wide on the exit, and he was almost following Jenson Brickley because Jenson almost went off in front of him moments before then. So you can't say to me that Jake Maynard's not trying here, because he's certainly trying to put his foot down and keep up with the leaders. Speaking of leaders and putting his foot down, Deegan Fairclough is trying to do that as much as he can. Brickley's in a bit of no man's land in 3rd place. Scrap for 4th continues on between these two. They turn their way out through the left-hander at Murray's and back onto the long drag up the pit straight, which is a great chance if you're close in the slipstream to try and just latch on and try and get that little bit closer to line him up for a move into Ritchie's or possibly the Wilson hairpin, or make a setup for the next couple of corners at Wilson or Agostini. That's the purpose of this championship. It's always to just allow these drivers coming out of these junior ranks and other areas of motorsports just to find their feet in circuit racing, to start to learn these circuits like Snetterton and Croft and Alton Park and other great circuits like Silverstone and Brands Hatch and Donington, to get them to learning and adapt to the circuits as quickly as possible at this young age, so that by the time they get into their older age, into senior racing, they'll have had quite a few years of experience and possibly an edge over some of those who are only just coming out of karting at the ages of 17, 18 years old. I think it was a little wide there, just we saw from Jenson Brickley in 3rd place, but he's kept his momentum enough to have a couple of car lengths over Maynard and Smith. Smith is just trying to put a bit of distraction tactics into the mind of Jake Maynard here, just swinging around in these mirrors, just trying to find a way through, just trying to let them know I'm still here, I haven't disappeared anywhere, I'm still hunting you down for 4th position. And Sid Smith has got some ground to make up after he failed to finish the first race at Alton Park, but he has taken his best result of a 2nd place. That was at the first race at Croft, and he took the fastest lap from that race as well, and that was after a brilliant scrap between the leaders and the dry. The wet conditions at Croft certainly did mix things up quite a bit, but it didn't mix up the race winner, because Egan Fairclough certainly showed his wet weather prowess to hold on to the advantage that he had. So down the back straight they go again. This is on lap 4. And no new fastest lap just yet, but Egan Fairclough and James Wallace both lapping in the 2:22s at the moment, so they are literally at the moment the class of the field. Next fastest is then Jensen Brickley, and then this scrap that continues to rage between Jake Maynard and Sid Smith. Remember, we'll see them 3 more times this weekend, once more today and then twice more tomorrow. Busy weekend for the juniors. I'm pretty sure they'll sleep on the way home tonight, because it's quite a weekend's racing for them. It's a total of 7 sessions when normally they have about 4, so just a practice session, a qualifying and 2 races across 2 days, but they've got absolutely more than that. That's certainly going to be quite a bumper weekend for them, and of course that means there's a lot of championship points on offer. There's about roughly, if you include all the points you can get for fastest lap of points, it's 53 points as a maximum from a race that you can get. So my rudimentary GCSE maths tells you that's 212 maximum points you can score from this weekend, and that's taking pole, fastest lap and the race win in all 4 of those races. So Fairclough's lead now up to 1.2 seconds that time. He's increased it to over a second now. He was 6/10 quicker than James Wallace last time. There's a move on there between Jake Triggs and Alex Lee that was happening for 6th position, and also possible changes are going on there for, that was 10th and 12th. That was George Davis and Harry Garman scrapping over 10th, and for 12th it was Daniel Lewis trying to make a move on James Pope. Archie Handy is in 14th place. It looks though also we've had either an off or some kind of a temporary issue for Alex Brange, who is back in 15th position. So this is trying to make his way. But Alex Brange is one of those drivers who is very much an independent runner. He does get a little bit of support from maybe one or two of the teams that can try and help him out, but he does incredible work to pretty much fund his all racing his own way. He looks after his own car at the moment and puts everything together. He's a fantastic effort to get the car onto the grid. He's had a little bit of bad luck, particularly at Alton Park with one or two mechanical issues, but he certainly doesn't give up, and he's certainly the spirit of something like Fiesta Juniors, where even the independents can come along and race and take it to some of the bigger teams, and it's encouraged because it's nice to have some of the independent sort of lad and dad type teams get involved and just showing what they can do against some of the teams that run several cars in the mix, and it's always great to see them go up against them and do well. Down the back straight. Still this battle goes on between Sid Smith, who's in a bit of a deadlock at the moment with Jake Maynard. They're both very evenly matched pace-wise. The last time by, Smith was quicker, but only by about 0.04 of a second, so not much change there, as both Fairclough and Wallace three-wheel their way through Brundle. That's how stiffly sprung these cars are. They run the AST suspension championship kit. They're very much the same spec as the ST150 cars that you find in the senior level Fiesta Championship. The only difference is that these cars run a dedicated junior spec Goodyear tyre, and they also run an engine restrictor to ensure that these cars don't potentially have the power to take them over about 100 miles an hour. It's for safety and also for just for simply regulation reasons to do that. But that's also how easy it is for some of these drivers to move up from junior into senior race and to just change the tyres on this to a set of the dedicated Goodyear slicks and then take the restrictor off and the car's ready to go. So you don't have to do much. Simply for basically the price of a set of tyres, you can go from junior to senior racing in one fell swoop. So that's why this championship's been so popular. It's spawned quite a few fantastic alumni. In fact, we've now got 3 British Touring Car graduates this season, because not just Bobby Thompson and Aidan Moffat from this championship, but also as of this week it was announced that Jack Mitchell, who was in the first championship for Fiesta Juniors in 2012, has gone on from the winning the GT4 class in the British GT Championship, and now has locked in a seat for the rest of the year at Team Hard in one of their Cupras. So congratulations to Jack, and great to have a third name from the Fiesta Junior history books now stepping up into the top championship in the UK, that being the British Touring Car Championship. So well done to him, and I'm sure that there's plenty of the drivers in this field that will be looking to try and emulate that as much as possible. So there's Jensen Brickley, again holding his own in 3rd place, and there's a change on, I think, almost for 4th again, because Sid Smith was looking to the outside of Jake Maynard, but I think He tried to go around the outside, but he just almost got to get shown the curb a little bit there. But Smith's exit was fairly decent. Again, looking around left and right, just putting himself into Jake's mirrors, just still reminding him he hasn't gone anywhere. He's still hunting him down, as he always has been throughout this race. Now, we're coming up to the start of the last lap here, because there's been only 15-minute races, and they've been going on for so long that they've been having so much of an exciting race that we've almost got carried away of time. So only a minute and a half on the timing just left, but it looks as though that Deegan Fairclough at the moment is in position to pick up his 3rd win of the season, which will be brilliant. It'll help him extend his championship lead. And I know that both he and Wallace, when they first jumped into the championship, when they'd had their first day of testing, they immediately fell in love with the cars and the championship, and it's great to have them in the paddock. And certainly proving that you can jump straight into this championship and be pretty quick if you've got a good background in karting or in racing, or if you just got a natural feel for the car. And certainly these two, who again have absolutely taken these guys. It's great progress by James, of course, as well, because he joined pretty late and has made some steady progress in the first 2 meetings. Now you can see he's one of the front runners now in this meeting, taking a real big step forward. He has changed cars, I've noticed. I think that's possibly Spencer Stevenson's old car, I think, which he used to run in the Fiesta Championship last year when it was just ST150. So he's picked up quite a handy car, so to speak. And he's now making the most of it as they head on to a last lap here at Snetterton. The first time they'll do this for the weekend. They've got 3 more times they'll have a last lap board to go out for them. But pretty much textbook stuff from Deegan Fairclough at the moment. You can see why Sicily Motorsport have picked him up as a junior driver. He certainly has lived up to that pretty well in this first race, and even though James Wallace has been in close attention, he hasn't really given him too much trouble. Oh, I've just spotted on the bottom of the shot, Joseph Knight's pulled up to a stop. That's a shame. So Joseph Knight has unfortunately retired. That was about a couple of laps ago, sadly. So Joseph Knight with mechanical issues on his number 88 machine, which is unfortunate. But nonetheless, it will hopefully mean that he can get that car out for race 2. And of course, not today, hopefully they'll be able to get the car fixed for tomorrow, because of course, as we say, 2 more races, so 2 more chances to score some more points. So down the short straight into Hamilton's for the last time. And now back towards Oggie's, this corner that's a bit tricky when you turn into very early apex, then you sort of let the cut, it just opens out as you go through on the exit. Got to be careful not to run too wide. It's quite an awkward sort of angle that it opens out to. Now they're on towards the Williams corner, named after Sir Frank Williams, and down the Bentley straight for the last time. Top 3 looks pretty much set. What about 4th? Has that been settled, or is it still raging on? It's still raging on, because Jake Maynard still hasn't shaken off Sid Smith. And those two are now closer than ever as they come down towards the complex of Brundle and Nelson. Now, I wonder, is Sid Smith going to throw caution to the wind and make a move here, or will he sit back and take the points for 5th? We'll keep an eye on that, but as for Deegan Fairclough, he will take as many points as he can, I'm sure. It looks as though he's actually going to get the maximum score from this first race, because it will be pole position, which with the points he gets for pole position, and then for the fastest lap, because he does hold that as well, which he's set all the way back towards the beginning of the race, 2 minutes 22.484. And as he comes up through Coram for the last time, he looks as though he's going to go and take up his 3rd win of the season. It's been pretty superb drive. He sort of had to try and find his form again at Alton Park, but he's definitely found it once again. He's rebounded in superb style. The championship leader will add to his tally once again. It is a 3rd win of the season for Deegan Fairclough in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Fairclough wins race 1 at Snetterton, and brilliant 2nd place and a first FJC podium for James Wallace. Jason Brickley adds to his tally with 3rd. It's side by side for a line for 4 between Smith and Maynard. They're going to be a dead heat towards the line. I think Smith just gets his nose in front. Yes, he does. Sid Smith crossed the line and nicks 4th on the line by 0.137 of a second. Brilliant finish. Was going to race-long battle for those two. Crossed the line for 6th as Alex Lee, who does pass Jake Triggs in the final few stages. It's then George Davis 8th, Albert Webster 9th, and Harry Garman picks up a top 10 finish ahead of James Pope in 11th. With Daniel Lewis in 12th position, and then Archie Handy in 13th, and Alex Sprange will come home in 14th place. So all but one of our juniors made it home. And we didn't get, sadly, was Joseph Knight, who had that whatever mechanical issue it was that sadly put him out of the race in the second half. So brilliant stuff from the juniors so far. That was really nice, good, competitive, clean racing from everyone all round. So that will be really pleasing to the championship, and of course to the teams and to all the drivers involved and everything. So that will certainly be something which something which they'll be very, very, very thankful for. Going ahead to the second race later on this afternoon. There might be a slight timetable change. There might be a bit switch around between the senior and the junior races, but we'll confirm that in terms of the order when we see them coming out for that second race, for their second races later on. But great start to the afternoon's action from the Fiesta Juniors. Really nice, clean racing. A little bit of wheel-to-wheel stuff in the early stages, but once Deacon Fairclough settled down into a rhythm, it was pretty much able to run it as he pleased. And there is the race winner, just pulling into Parc Fermé. This is also the drivers in second and third. So that will be, I have to correct myself, it's you only get the point for pole position in the first from the qualifying session, so you only really get it from technically added to your first result for your first race. So it'll be 53 points for Deegan in this first race, because of course you've got the fastest lap and pole position and the race victory. But then in the subsequent three races, this race and the fourth race, he'll get 52 points. But I correct myself, if he does this again tomorrow in the first race and gets pole position and the fastest lap, he'll have another 53. So I think he'll actually get 210 points, I think is the total one. Right, I think we can hear what he thought about that as we can head down to Josh Barrett in the Parc Fermé, have a chat to our top three in Fiesta Juniors, including a very happy, I'm sure, Deegan Fairclough.
So that's the completion of the first of 4 Fiesta Junior races this weekend. It's Deegan Fairclough, your third win of the season. Well done. You managed to just break the toe and pull away.
Thank you. Literally over the moon. That was such a good race. Got a good start and then held my ground and focused and tried to get away from the toe, and we managed to do it. And yeah, over the moon. So happy.
A great way to start the weekend. It's a very important weekend with 4 races.
Yeah, definitely. Good points in the championship there. That's what we really need. Thanks to Jam Sport, Sicily, Matt Tools and Car Gods, they've made it possible.
And I guess this weekend 4 races, if it was a weak track for you, obviously that's not a good thing, but obviously so far pole position, race win, and now you're looking to carry that on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well done then to Deegan Fairclough, our winner, who gets congratulated by James Wallace, who took second. Second place there for you, James. You're pretty close to Deegan, but couldn't quite get close enough to challenge.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close race the whole way through. Probably could have lunged him, but I didn't really want to take the risk. I mean, I was satisfied with the start that I got up 2 places, but big thanks to 2010 for the preparation of the car. Performed brilliant that race.
And like I was saying with Deegan, because of the 4 races, you can't afford a damaged car, can you, at this point?
No, not right now, so I didn't want to take too many risks. But now I think I'm kind of interfering with the championship a bit. And I think it will change things up. So,
have you learnt anything from that race to bring forward to the late race later today?
I think not trying to win it straight off the first corner.
Yeah.
And just be patient and wait your opportunity to go for an overtake if you can.
Well, well done on second position. In third place was Jensen Brickley, who's, let's see if we can get Jensen, do you want to jump out your car? And we'll have a word with you. So third place for Jensen Brickley. Not quite up with the top 2. How do you feel that went?
Yeah, well, I got a really bad start.
Right.
And then them two just got in the toe of each other and I just couldn't keep up with them. I was just a little bit too far back to be in the toe, and then I was just on my own, pushing my own air.
That's the problem around it. It's such important, isn't it, the toe?
Yeah, it is really important on the back straight.
But where, say for Deegan, he's got good momentum going into the rest of the weekend. You know now you've got 3 more races to make amends and try and get another win.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Is this a circuit that you've been enjoying so far?
Yeah, I felt really good in practice, but then I was struggling in practice and qualifying this morning, and struggling in that race as well. I'm not sure what it is, but hopefully we get it sorted.
And with a race later, perhaps it'll still be dry, then maybe tomorrow the conditions might be different and that's going to really mix things up.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully it's dry tomorrow, because no one likes the rain really, do they? It's all right to drive in, but it just ruins the weekend.
Fingers crossed. Well done on third place. So third race there was Jensen Brickley, second was James Wallace, and our winner to start off this afternoon's action was Deegan Fairclough.
Brilliant stuff. Good to hear from our top 3 in Fiesta Juniors there. Congratulations, of course, to Deegan for his 3rd win of the season. And of course, I'm sure that both James Wallace and Jensen Brickley will bounce back in the second race today to see if they can try and put a stop to his current strong form. Right, what more Fiestas? Well, you've got them in quite abundance here, because we're now heading set to our another Ford-based championship. This is the excellent ETSL STXR Challenge, so more Fiesta ST150s, but a different specification, being more Group N spec compared to the different upgrades that the Fiesta Championship cars have. And also in this one, you'll see towards the back, we've got some older Fiestas, Fiesta XR2s, and of course a couple of Fiesta sort of Escort XR3is in the mix as well. So there's a couple So we've got the Class D cars, which are the ST150s, towards the front of the field, and then what we have are our classes A and B for the older XR2s and XR3Is are starting a bit further back with a bit of a time delay, so they'll be starting a little bit later to have their own race going shortly. So we should be able to run you through the grid very shortly to tell you who is where on the road. So the lineup, this is how race 1 is set to get underway. It's Michael Blackburn who will start on pole position. Alongside him is Lee Barron, and it's Sam Beckett and champion leader Chris Jones. So Chris Jones and Lee Barron in a bit of a championship battle between, but which we'll explain more in a minute. But that's second and fourth for them, with Michael Blackburn pole, Sam Beckett third. It's Matthew Eldridge and Ryan Barron next from Mark Robinson, former champion in the Fiesta in the XR Challenge. Get your words out. In seventh place, and then it's Mark Blunt who will start in eighth on the grid on row 4. Next is Lewis Barron and Chris Grimes to round out the top 10. Michael Heath, former champion, Alec Townley come next on row 6 from Luke Woodward and Tony Mumford. And it's Ross Craig and Gareth Pilling to round out the top 16 on the 8th row of the grid. And then after that we have Christopher Rowland starting behind them to make up 17 of the Class D Fiesta STs. And then there's a 20-second delay before the 6 XRs towards the back of the grid get underway. And it's Simon Robinson on the XR pole. Alongside him, Alex Causa in another XR2. The Escort XR3i of Jason Hennifer comes next alongside the XR2 of Ben Thomas. And then it's Daniel Cooper in his XR2. And Danny Lee, who didn't set a competitive time in the session because he had some problems all the way through. And eventually, his car pulled up just on the exit of Murray's, sadly without setting a competitive lap time. But he has completed the 3 laps necessary to start from the back of the grid. So the championship battle continues to get quite exciting in the STXR Challenge. At the moment, it's Chris Jones who leads the way, with Lee Barron and Michael Blackburn getting stuck in throughout this year. And in terms of victories, they've almost mostly gone to Chris Jones this season. I think if I'm correct, all 4 of them so far, all 4 races that we've had so far have been wins for Chris Jones. I will bring up the points table on my laptop here to be able to show you, or at least run through who is where. So let's just run through them. I've got on my screen here if I can quickly zoom in on those. And I have it, yes. So Chris Jones has, okay, right, he's won all but one race because the Mike Blackburn actually won the first race at Knock Hill. They've been to Croft and Knock Hill so far this season. And it's been 4 wins for Chris Jones. He leads overall with 87 points. Lee Barron is next with 66 points. Mike Blackburn in 64. And then next in the order comes first of our XR contenders, which is Jason Hennifer in the Class B Escort XR3i. He's 4th overall and top Class B driver with 59 points. Paul Green then comes next as top Class A driver, who sadly is not here this weekend, so he might well drop down the order from the likes of Simon Robinson and Alex Causa, who are 2nd and 3rd respectively in the order, overall order in Class A, so they're 2nd and 3rd in the A class. Lewis Barron comes next overall in 6th from Sam Beckett and Chris Grimes. As we say, Simon Robinson and Alex Causa round out the top 10 there as well. We also did have one Class C car, which was for the Fiesta SI 1800s, which was also competing at the opening round at Croft. And that was John Spencer, who is the father of Matthew Spencer, who'd been a former class champion in the STs previously. But I think he's now moved on to instead into an ST if he's back in the championship. So watch out for him if he makes another appearance. As we say, the cars are on display. We've got the Fiesta STs, which are the dominant class now in Class D. They started quite tentatively with a couple that came on board, but then over the last couple of seasons, the growth has been exponential. It's been fantastic to see more and more drivers, not just new drivers coming in, but lots of drivers coming across from the Fiesta XR2s and in Class A and even Class E, the ones that don't run without that don't run with a limited slip differential, and also as well the ones that run in Class B with the Escort XR3Is. They've all been switching across to the STs. And it's good to see, but also happy to see there are still some drivers that are keeping these older cars in competition and extending their competition life. And it's nice to see some of the XRs, and we should have a couple more in attendance for the next rounds coming up, which take place at Cadwell Park. And that should be at the end of August when they move on. And then they'll be heading to their one and only visit to one of their regular venues, which is Alton Park. And that'll be in October. And there's a bit of a gap between the end of August and the sort of middle of October, then about a month and a half or so. Then they'll finish off the season with another sort of more southern Midlands-based round. That'll be towards the beginning of November, scheduled at Donington Park. So this championship usually has been competed at more northwestern-based venues, such as Alton Park and more Anglesey in Wales. But this year they've decided to take them a bit more further afield, so rather than just stick to those venues, they've taken them to Croft, which is a more northern venue as well. They've been to Capel Park previously, they'll go there again. Took them to Knock Hill for the first time as well, and that was a thoroughly enjoyable meeting by everyone. Everyone that attended there couldn't stop raving about it, and hoping that they can go back again, which was a brilliant weekend for all involved there. Snetterton, this is the first time they've been here since 2018, so it's 3 years since they've been back here. And usually in the past it was predominantly northwestern venues with an away round, something like Silverstone or Donington or Snetterton, but they've gone with multiple non-northwestern venues, and it seems to be really helping the growth of the championship, because we've got 24 cars here this weekend, compared to some, I think 12 or 13 we had last time they were here 3 years ago. So lots more new drivers coming in, lots of drivers coming across into the STs and keeping and breathing new life into the championship as it goes. It's been brilliant work by Chris and Dave Fairclough to get these grids up. I'm about to see the fruits of their labour once again in action for race number 1 of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge, with his Blackburn and Barron on the front row of the grid. So cracking start from Barron from the front row of the grid, from second on the outside of the front row. He's going to go wheel to wheel with Michael Blackburn as they run down towards Ritchie's. They are almost rubbing door mirrors down towards Ritchie's. Down the outside with a great start from the second row comes Chris Jones. He's going to go round the outside of Sam Beckett, or try to turn into the apex, and found Beckett was there. Then the 57 car, which is of Barron, is another one of the Barons in there. That is, it's either Ryan or Lewis, as the XRs in the background and behind my commentary box position get underway. And it's Ryan Barron that's in there as they all turn their way through. The ST's making a wonderful sight. There's some really beautifully turned out cars, some wonderful liveries, and lots of great work to ensure that the presentation of these cars is absolutely second to none. So great job by everyone involved to make them looking as splendid as they are. Now they come down out of Wilson. Wide there, I think, for another one of the Barons. That would have been Lewis Barron in the 44 car just in the background there, the black and white machine. Under brakes, that is 81. That is that's Chris Grimes, who's had a little bit of up and down luck so far this season, but he did take a win last year when the XRs were competing on the same grid as the Fiesta Championship, and he took an XR win at Silverstone. So, and he's also been a front runner in the Fun Cup Championship before. So certainly someone who gets around quite a bit, does Chris, and of course he is one of the main men behind the 10 Sport Performance team, and they've got didn't just have 2 cars like they did this year, like we did last year. They've had a whole fleet of about 6 or 7 they've put together this year with some brilliant drivers, and they've all turned out really nice, very splendidly as well. So great job by them to help grow the grids a bit more. There's 5. I think that's Gareth Pilling, if I'm correct. Gareth Pilling, who making his debut this year. It's I'll check the number in a second, because I don't want to be staring at the timing screen and not watching the action, which sees still Michael Blackburn leading the way. In fact, actually, no, it's Sam Beckett up to second place. So Lee Barron's dropped to third. Then Chris Jones fourth. Ryan Barron's now fifth. As the STs make their way through. There's Gareth Pilling. I've got the wrong car. It was 85 that's further back, who is having a battle with the 77 of Chris Rowlands. 85 is, or maybe it's 82. 85 is Ross Craig, so he's one to keep out. Oh, now there's Ryan Barron looking down the outside, possibly for a switchback on Chris Jones. I love the old school wheels on the on Chris Jones's car. They're proper old school, like 90s 5-spoke, chunky 5-spoke wheels on that car. There are a couple that also have the Ford, the proper old school Ford kind of Sapphire Cosworth wheels on the side. The proper like multi-spoke ones, which look absolutely brilliant. I think Michael Heath has them. I think also so does Lee Barron, I think, on the front of his car too. So some great wheel rim choices by some of these cars. There's Ryan Barron are coming under threat from Chris Grimes as they come on to the start of the second lap this weekend. So across the line they came. It was Blackburn who led the way, Beckett in second place. It's Lee Barron in third. Chris Jones, championship leader, in fourth, followed by Ryan Barron fifth, and it's Grimes in sixth. Mark Robinson is seventh. Looking back to our XRs here, this is a great scrap that's going on between Simon Robinson and Alec Causer. This is for the lead of the Class A and the overall XR portion of the race. And they were going toe-to-toe down towards the Wilson hairpin, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race progresses. Should mention this race is also the longest of the 3 this weekend. We've got a 20-minute race for this first race, and then 2 15-minute races for tomorrow. So 3 races in all for a triple header. Nice weekend in the sunshine in Norfolk for these drivers. Nice to see them going a bit further reaching and certainly helping to keep the championship running as superbly as it has been so far this year. So at some of the big movers. A couple of spots made up by Luke Woodward. He started 12th, is up to 9th now. Tony Mumford's up a spot from 12th to 30th to 12th. A good start also for Adam Bissell, who started in 16th place. He's now to 30th. But the biggest loser from that first start was Alec Townley, who started 11th and dropped 5 spots to 16th. So he's got some ground to make up in the early stages. There's Michael Heath, former multiple-time XR Challenge champion. Back when it was just XRs, but he's, of course, like many, have jumped into these STs to be in the fastest cars in the field. And he too has also got a proper old-school sapphire Cosworth style wheel, which is, I have to admit, I can't help but smile at that. They're fantastic looking old-school wheels in a more contemporary car. It's wonderful to see. There's the XR battle. Still Simon Robinson under threat from Alex Causa. And they're having their own scrap, and of course as well that they'll be looking to try and get as many points as they can within their own category to stay as high as they can in the overall points. So that'll be quite a battle between them, of course, not just in their own class, but also to try and gather as many points as possible to keep their place in the overall standings as high as it can be to take the fight to these guys in the D class for the STs. Mark Robinson just barreling over the curbs. There's also Mark Blunt. He's having a scrap there with Luke Woodward and his striking-looking artistic livery on the side. There's some fantastic graphic work there on that car. End of the second lap. It is still going to be Michael Blackburn who leads the way. And Mark Blunt, either his transponder's not working, or I was looking at the wrong car, because Mark Blunt is showing us drop down quite a few spots, but if he is still going, I would suspect it's because, in fact, yes, he is still going, so it is a transponder issue. So there he is, car number 3. I saw him go tumbling down the timing stream, but I think it's simply because his transponder just isn't operating properly. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm sure he'll have to be manually timed as a result of that. So down the back straight, Chris Jones under threat from Ryan Bowen again. So it looks like he might lose a position after gaining it recently. Mark Robinson, Mark Blunt, Luke Woodward under threat for Michael Heath, and there's Lewis Bowen in there as well, number 44, trying to close in. This scrap going on is currently at the moment for 9th, 10th and 11th between these three. Mark Blunt with the novice cross on the back. That's the yellow square with the black cross, denotes that he's done less than 6 races, but certainly doing well to be ahead of some former champions. It's quite a feat. Now then, this XR battle's not closing down either. This is still Simon Robinson in the red machine number 68 against Alex Causa in the orange and white car, and they're still going at it for the lead. Jason Hennifer's not too far away in the Escort XR3i in 3rd place overall. There he is in the bottom of the shot there. And Jason, of course, will be comfortably leading the Class B battle between himself and Danny Lee. But there's Danny just in the background there, the yellow XR3i with the whiter shot. As we continue to focus on our Class D runners. Here goes Mark Robinson, here goes Blunt, Woodward, Heath, and then we've got Lewis Bowen as they continue on. It's great to see the STXR Challenge just further branching out and just spanning new circuits and going to a more national-based sort of championship rather than staying around one area. It really has helped broaden the horizons and bring in new drivers and new faces and new attention to the championship, and stuff which really helped it grow even more. Ryan Bowen taking a lot of curve on the inside. That would have killed his momentum and also killed his chance of holding on to his position. He really was trying to stay on the inside of Chris Jones with that move. But all it's done is caused him to lose out to Chris Grimes. So he's lost a position. That's him now down to 6th as Grimes moves up into the top 5 with that move. He wants to try and close down on Chris Jones now. And the pace it's showing at the moment, I don't think Chris Jones has enough right now to add another race victory to his tally. He has 4 for the season. Only one victory he hasn't got was the first race at Knockhill that was taken by Michael Blackburn. And at the moment, he hasn't got the pace to keep up with Blackburn and co right at the front of the field. It's still less than a second between Blackburn and Beckett at the front as we continue to look at our XRs. There goes Robinson and Causa. And there at the top of the shot coming through was Jason Hennifer, still in Class B. So good to see that battle's still going on. And as I mentioned, I hope we do get some more of the older XR2s. We really should do, because they really do help populate the field and also add an extra proper element of racing to these two. And I'm sure that both Simon and Alex would welcome some extra competition in the XR2s. And you can find quite a few of them out there still racing. So I'm sure someone can pick one up that's lying around in the garage somewhere that's race ready to go. And be able to add to the field. We should have a couple more, I've been told by the championship coordinator, Dave Fairclough. We should have a couple more coming for Cadwell Park, which is excellent. So we should have 8 XRs in total. And again, I hope that's the start of more coming through to make the grid even bigger than it is already. We had some 40-plus registered drivers this year, which is phenomenal for the XR channel. It really is stupendous growth. And a real credit to the work that they've done in the background on this championship to get more people in, to get more cars on the track, to get more teams involved, to get more new names in the paddock, and just creating this fantastic atmosphere that's helping people stay and develop and spread the word about it. It's brilliant to see. This battle of the third looks pretty interesting. This is, of course, Lee Barron, 62, with his main championship rival, Chris Jones. And still Chris Grimes, he's got some work to do to get a little bit further up the points table, but he has got another Barron he's kind of bookending this 4-car scrap for third. So as I say, this is for the overall third place they're battling for here. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth, as well as third to sixth in Class D. Ryan Barron quite wide, takes the slightly wider approach through Coram to try and set himself up for a nice run on the exit through the left-hander at Murray's. And I did spot there was a car that pulled up there, unfortunately, and that, I'm afraid, is Daniel Cooper from the XR, so that's a shame. So Daniel Cooper out of the race, I'm afraid. He's another one of our rookies competing in this series. So there go the leaders. There goes Blackburn and Beckett, and then there goes our battle for third to sixth. The rest of the ST contenders are also sweeping past my commentary box position, which is pretty much overlooking the start and finish straight. There's, oops, off the road goes Chris Jones. Because Chris Jones, off the road he goes, and he managed to rebound on, but he's lost a couple more spots, and that will mean that he's lost more valuable points. He's lost out to Chris Grimes and now also Ryan Barron too, so that's one thing to watch out for. As for reasons I'm not sure, Michael Blackburn is flashing the headlights. So, and also what's happened is Sam Beckett's also fallen backwards. So, that's right. That's the reason why I could see there. They flashed the headlights because I could see there was a slippery surface flag out on the left-hand side. The yellow and red stripe flag that was out there, if anyone's not sure, that means there was a slippery surface flag, and that possibly means that, and I think maybe by the kind of the faint line that I saw in the middle of the circuit, I think that someone's dropped some fluid or some oil down there, which means it could be quite tricky for some of the drivers to try and negotiate the circuit, because if you hit that at high speed without knowing it, you can really send your car off into quite the unfortunate situation. So Beckett now, I think, has seen the fact there's the flags and possibly backed off quite a bit, and that's stacked him right into the scrap now between this what battle's become now for second place. Because I've also noticed that Lee Barron's now also lost his what was third place, and he's now dropping back down the order. Now either he's missed a gear or just lost momentum, or dare I say it, is that the beginnings of a problem? Oh, and that was close for Chris Jones. He was trying to shoot the gap between Ryan Barron and Ryan and Lee Barron, and almost swiped right into the side of Ryan as he was trying to pass Lee. So he had to be very careful not to make contact. And Ryan had very quick reflexes to move out of the way to avoid any touch from Chris, who was trying to make it through. So Chris has managed to get back past Ryan. His next target now is Lee Barron, and that'll be a scrap that's going on over roughly 6th and 7th positions. Back with our XRs, still a stalemate between Simon Robinson and Alex Causa. This is the battle between them. Mr. Ford is either a little bit further back, or in the case of Daniel Cooper, sadly parked up at off the road. This battle continues to really rage on between the scrap now of what is now currently 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Now I'm wondering why, but Michael Blackburn continues to flash the headlights. Now whether that's something that's either stuck on his something to do with his electrics, or he simply flashed the headlights for one particular reason or another, I don't know why. He's trying to catch the attention of the marshals or the stewards, whatever it is. I'm not quite sure, but he's flashing their headlights for some reason constantly. I don't know if that's a signal if there's slippery surface flags around to possibly throw the safety car out. If it does, it means it'll stack everyone up, and the 1.8 second lead that he's built up will have completely disappeared. But I wonder if he's thinking in terms of safety for other drivers if there is some fluid down there. There's a yellow flag heading into Wilson. There's a Fiesta stopped on the outside line. I can tell who that is from who's gone down the timing screen. Oops, there's a marshal with a new souvenir to take home tonight, I think. And the car that stopped looks to be Chris Rowlands, I think, because that car's coming up as with an exclamation mark next to it, which suggests that it stopped out on circuit. So that is unfortunate for Chris. I think he's the car that stopped out on that's caused the yellow flag down at Wilson. battle on between the two 10 Sport teammates. This is over second and third now, and Lee Barron's found his pace again. He's now back involved here, trying to get into the fight. Chris Jones is there in 5th position. 6th place still for Ryan Barron. And Adam Bissell that's also stopped as well. That's a shame. So Adam Bissell has also had problems, so he's out of the race. And I think he will also have to try and regroup for the 2 races tomorrow if they can get that car fixed. But the battle's really on here because it's all starting to stack up again, because Lee Barron has had a really poor exit from, looks like, from the right-hander at Williams. He's now under threat from his son Ryan and also Chris Jones. They are side by side for 4th and 5th as Beckett and Grimes go into combat, and they're side by side again on the exit through Nelson. But Barron's managed to hold on, but Jones is really giving him the hurry up, looking left, looking right, trying to get through. But there's no room to get past here as Lee Barron tries to put the defences on. So Jones looks for the undercut on the exit of the bomb hole. He'll squeeze up alongside to try and make his way in through Coram. There goes Blackburn, there goes Beckett and Grimes. What for 4th and 5th? There it is, and there goes Chris Jones. Now he's in front for the moment as Lee Barron's a little bit out of shape, but he just about gets it anchored up. And he might now come under threat from his son Ryan, so it could be father versus son here down the pit straight. Lee's pace and momentum seems to have dropped off a tiny bit, and now Chris Jones has managed to get in there and pounce. There's a driving standards flag, either that's for track limits or for contact. It's for car 44, and that's for Lewis Barron. He's back down in 10th position. See, that's a warning for him for track limits. So if he keeps on transgressing, he will get himself a time penalty for that if he carries on. And he'll have to go and visit the clerk of the course as a result of that. And that penalty will also be, if he gets a time penalty, it'll be added on to his race time at the end of the race. So that is a crucial thing for him, to be careful where he treads on circuit. So we've still got just under 5 minutes to go, 4 3/4 minutes left in this first SDXR Challenge race, sponsored by ETSL. Just coming up to put a lap on one of the XRs. That is going to be Ben Thomas, making his first appearance of the season, so good to have him on the grid. Just finding his feet. Meanwhile, 2nd and 3rd closing quickly, and Chris Jones is also starting to arrive on the tail of them pretty fast as well, as he's also Lee Barron. He hasn't dropped away too much, and he is going with Chris Jones at this point. Now up towards the left-hander Hamilton's, and they're trying to go either side of that car, either side of Ben Thomas, who must have had the fright of his life heading into Oggies after that move. Chris Grimes tries to get past his teammate Sam Beckett. It's a shame he couldn't pull the move off. It was quite a tricky corner to do that at Oggies with that very early apex. But credit to Chris Grimes for trying a move there. Well, it could have got work. I applaud his creativity for that. That was great stuff from Chris Grimes. It's fantastic entertainment from these guys. I think that's these guys. Again, this is a circuit they don't normally visit, but it really is producing some brilliant stuff here. Chris Rowlands has stopped flashing his headlights for a second to continue leading the race, which is always a bonus. So 2nd and 3rd, Beckett versus Grimes, but they are being closed down by both Jones and also by Barron. These are arguably, of course, I think in terms of pace, Blackman's driven off at the moment, but these 4 certainly are 4 of the fastest drivers in the championship at the moment, and they're all starting to just come together. Just put this fantastic display of driving on for the Norfolk spectators here, and of course for all of you watching at home as well. So thank you for watching on YouTube and Facebook around the world, wherever you are. And they make their way down into the complex at Murray's, onto the pit straight again to finish another lap. There's just less than 3 minutes to go. They're on to lap 8 here now, as lap 7 is in the books for Michael Blackburn. 2nd and 3rd go across the line with Beckett ahead of Grimes. Jones and Barron stay in 4th and 5th. Ryan Barron's dropped back, but still in 6th position. And the rest of the top 10 is Ryan Barron, it's Michael Heath in 8th, there's Barron 9th, and then it's Mark Blunt in 10th position. I think Ryan Barron's got a bit of a transponder issue as well, because he's dropping down, but he's definitely where he is on track. Sam Beckett, who has actually recovered quite nicely and back on form again after he had a rather bizarre incident at Croft where he went into the turn and clipped a tyre stack, and then it came into the middle of the road. Then it came to the same corner a lap later, hit the same tyre stack again, and then it sadly put him out of the race, and he's had to recover since then. But there was a monumental effort from the XR paddock to get his car ready between then and Alton Park, and he managed to come through and score some good Knock Hill managed to score some good results in that particular race. There go the 2 XR leaders, still Simon Robertson defending from Alex Causa, who is taking a look to the outside line, but still can't find a way past Simon. And out they go through Ritchie's, still with a brilliant battle between them. Meanwhile, the the scrap for second continues to absolutely just rage between these two teammates. Of course, they might be teammates, but they probably won't be so welcoming to letting one pass the other. So, out of Williams, understeery there for Chris Grimes. He's all over the grass on the exit, but keeps his foot in. So, it's a true racing driver, that, keeping your foot in even whilst you're on the grass. But what it has done is really killed his momentum and the speed, because look at the way Chris Jones has sailed onto his rear bumper on the run towards Brundle Nelson. Under the bridge goes leader Blackburn. When he looks to the outside for third, he is going round the outside for third. Chris Jones is going for a podium place here at Snetterton on Chris Grimes, but he couldn't quite make that one stick as Lee Barron behind was a little wide on the exit in his efforts to try and catch up. He's looking pretty strong at the moment. So, less than a minute to go, so next time they go past the flag in a few seconds' time, or past the line in a few seconds' time, it will be the last lap of this first race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. It's a 20-minute race. The two races tomorrow are to be 15-minute races. So it's slightly shorter. So there'll be slightly bit more jeopardy and urgency for these drivers to try and take care of. Across the line goes Michael Blackburn. One more time to go. Gets the signal of one from the marshal on the pit wall. He doesn't need a last lap board. Just seems to stick up his index finger and tell them they've got one lap to go. Love it. So Blackburn then out of Ritchie's for the final time, and he pretty much, since he took pole position this morning, has been the man in command all the way through.
Chris Grimes over the course of the last 10 or 15 minutes or so. And now enjoys
down towards left-hander at Wilson. Still the slippery surface flag out at Wilson and Agostini, so obviously whatever oil or fluid that's down there hasn't dissipated itself. Now here's the XR battle that is so far ahead of its competitors that they're already coming up to lap Ben Thomas in other XR, so it's quite extraordinary that they're that quick out there. And it has been said, if you look at some of the past few seasons, one of these Class A XR2s can be as quick to drive and can be as fast to drive and can beat one of the STs quite substantially if it's in the right hands. We had the likes of William Heslop and Greg Spate battling over the overall title just a couple of years ago, and they were beating some of the STs out there, which were towards the front of the field, but are certainly in the right hands. The XR2s can keep up with and beat, in many cases, some of these newer cars, and also including the XR3Is as well. We had Chris Jones, when he was racing his XR3i last year, was up there in 4th or 5th places at times in that car. And so you wouldn't think one of the older cars would be that competitive, but you'd be surprised what they can do with being so light and how agile they can be in the corners. Michael Blackburn then turning into Brundle Nelson for last time. Nice and tidy, nice and clean. It's been pretty much a trouble-free race for him so far from the front of the field. He has a little bit of pressure in the early stages from Sam Beckett, but then for whatever reason Beckett dropped off the back of him and has now been firmly placed into the battle for second place. He turns his way into Coram for the final time, and he will be looking on course for his second win of the season, moving around as he takes the final couple of corners and makes the sprint up the pit straight for the final time. And he will certainly push himself straight into championship contention with this victory. Up to the checkered flag, it is a second win of the year in the ETL STXR Challenge for Michael Blackburn, who wins overall and in the ST category. Then close to the second, third, fourth and fifth is Beckett, Grimes, Jones and Lee Barron all together. And they all come across the line in almost pretty much in tandem. Here comes 6th and 7th, and it's Mark Robertson who beats, why is it Michael Heath beaten at the end? Yes, it is. So Lewis Barron dropped to 8th in the end. So he was as high as 6th at one point, but dropped back. Didn't quite get the same sort of results. Ryan Barron will pick up 9th ahead of Luke Woodward in 10th. And as for our XRs that will make their way up through the bomb hole and through Coram for the final time, this has been a race-long scrap between Simon Robinson and Alex Causa. But it's wonderful to see the XRs out so that they're still in competition and they still are cared about very much in this championship. And there are drivers out there who are willing to jump into them, have a really good scrap and come home with a pretty decent result in the end. It will be Simon Robinson who will come to the checkered flag. He will finish 16th overall. But the one thing he'll care about is a victory in Class A and the overall XR category. It is a victory in the XRs for Simon Robinson. It's second for Alex Causa. And then we wait, because Jason Hennifer is quite a way back in 3rd place, but still a very worthy 3rd place in the XR category and 3rd place and winner of essentially Class B for the Escort XR3i. So well done to Jason and co for that. Across the line goes Ben Thomas, who finishes a lap down, but he still managed to get to the end of his first STXR Challenge race of the season. Just at the top of the shot they're going through, towards the line, was Jason Hennifer. So congratulations to everyone that made the flag in the STXR Challenge race. First of the weekend for them. So Michael Blackburn's recap takes the victory. It's Sam Beckett who takes second from Chris Grimes in third. Chris Jones is fourth from Lee Barron rounding out the top 5. Then it's Mark Robinson sixth, Michael Heath seventh. Then it's Lewis and Ryan Barron in eighth and ninth, and Luke Winwood rounding out the top 10. And then for the XRs, it's going to be Simon Robertson who finishes 16th overall, but also wins the XR contingent and also Class A, of course, for those XR2s. It's then Alex Causer in second place, and it's Jason Hennifer and Ben Thomas. The only car we also didn't have, the 2 XRs we didn't have finish were sadly Daniel Cooper after he pulled up at Ritchie's, and also Danny Lee's car, who sadly also pitted later on in the race with what we presume is ongoing issues from the problems he had in qualifying earlier on. So as we say, 2 more races for them tomorrow. That's the end of their running for today in the ETSL STXR Challenge. Next up is going to be the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup for their second race of the day. And of course, plenty more tin top racing coming on. We've still got 2 more Fiesta races, one for the juniors, one for the seniors, another CityCar Cup race after this one, and the first of 3 for the weekend for the BMW Compact Cup as well. So if you're a tin top fan, do not go anywhere, because there's lots of action still to come in that one as well. And of course, be sure to join us tomorrow when we have action in addition from the Track Attack Race Club. So plenty of French, German and Japanese cars in the field there to keep you entertained, along with the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race at the end of tomorrow. Their first visit to Snetterton with a 40-plus car grid, booming for the fantastic machines. And also a race from the brilliant Aston Martin Owners Club. They have a combined grid for their GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge and Intermark series. And there's cars such as Ferraris, Porsches, a couple of Lotuses are in there as well, lots of BMWs, and of course some Aston Martins in there as well. Brilliant machinery, as are of course the STXR Challenge machine. Just jumping out of the car there is Sam Beckett having a look at a bit of a handshake there with Michael Blackburn. Bit of a quick conversation between drivers. I'm sure we're going to have a conversation as well with our man on the ground, Josh Barry. He's going to be in the Parc Ferme and have a chat with our top 3 in STXR Challenge, including of course Michael Blackburn, our race winner.
So we're down here in the STXR Challenge Parc Ferme after their first race here at Snetterton, and Michael Blackburn was in a well done, Michael. Looked like conditions were pretty difficult out on the circuit.
Yeah, oil on 3/4 of the circuit, all on the racing line, and you had to cross it.
Yeah.
You could brake off it, but you had to cross it through the corners, so find a way of straddling it or hook the inside curb a bit more, which unbalanced the car. So yeah, it was Snetterton 300 changed when the oil came out, yeah.
Obviously you dealt with it okay, you managed to hang on to the lead.
I didn't think I dealt with it okay. I clearly dealt with it better than some of the others. But no, you could see me on my lap time of 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap down. And you think somebody's going to come past me in a bit, but clearly they were struggling and trying to find the grip the same as me. So yeah, I was pleased to have a little bit of room.
Sure.
Not watching me mirrors so much.
So first win of the day, you've got 2 more races over the course of the weekend. Conditions might be quite different tomorrow, but I guess you found out what it's like when it's slippery, but maybe in a different way.
Rain forecast tomorrow, we did expect rain today. So no, I was pleased to get a dry race. It's always nice to have a run in the dry. But yeah, different conditions for everyone, different setup on the car, and let's see who finds the best one.
You done much racing here?
First time racing here on the Snetterton 300, yeah.
Thoughts?
Beautiful, beautiful.
Glad you like it, well done on the win.
Thank you.
In second place was Sam Beckett. Second place for you there, and like Michael said, conditions very difficult.
Yeah, well, at first they were alright, you know, it was going really well, I was catching Mike, and then all of a sudden, coming into turn 2, just an oil slick across the road, and then, yeah, just fully locked up, went really deep, and then that's when I got attacked by everyone then, I think, they were all after me, so, but yeah, a great race with Chris Grimes, you know, I had to keep him behind, and I did everything I could, and then coming into at the end of the back straight, he went round the outside, and then I did the cut back, and then just managed to bring it home in second. So yeah, but congratulations to Mike, he's absolutely rapid round here this weekend.
Is it the same for you, first time here?
No, I came here 2 years ago with a Porsche, but it's completely different compared to this. Big power, like rear wheel drive, and this is small power front wheel drive, so but this is much better to drive around here, you know, you've got so much more confidence in the car and you can just stamp on the throttle whenever, so, but yeah, really good race.
And the circuit's very different because there's some really quick corners and then some tight ones. So I guess set up, that's quite difficult to know what's best to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got a couple of really fast corners, and then like you got your hairpins, and then a couple of there's a right-hander out the back or in the complex. But setup, you just got to try and minimise understeer, because otherwise you're down the back straight. If you're understeering, you're losing time, losing speed. So yeah, it's a little one, but yeah, we're all right. We'll get there in the end.
Well done on second place. In third place here was Chris Grimes, and Chris. Is this Chris here? You make your way over here. Third place for you, and was that an enjoyable experience out there?
Yeah, from 10, I think I started 10 for 9th on the grid. Yeah, mega race. Didn't think I'd enjoy that, but it was dead good.
So was it perhaps the conditions that helped you get through, or were there some other things going on out there?
There was oil around half the circuit, and a few drivers unfortunately got off in it, and I gained, but I'm alright with that. So what can you do?
Is it your first time here?
Yeah, never driven here before since this morning.
So lots of learning, do a really long circuit to learn.
Yeah, luckily I picked most of it up this morning, and then I just thought I'd tag on the back of the fast lads if I can in the race, and yeah, it was all good.
And like you said, 10th in qualifying, 3rd now, so looking forward to the final 2 races of the weekend.
Yeah, elbows out in next race, I think. Hopefully the car's all right. We'll check it over, but it should be fine.
No issues during the course of the race?
It went warm once, but I was behind Sam, so I just pulled out and it was fine. So it cooled down again. It's just cooled down again now, so I'm all right with that.
Is that something you generally have to manage in these races?
No, not usually. I think because of the fast, long straights, if you're behind someone, you're not getting hurt or rad. Just simple case of that, really.
I guess because you obviously at Knock Hill last time, that's a much tighter circuit than here.
Yeah, well, I thought we'd have problems there as well, because you're not getting any air to it at all, because you're not going fast. But it didn't have a problem, but we'll sort something out for the next race.
But well done on the podium.
Thanks very much.
So there's our top 3 from the STN XR Challenge. 3rd was Chris Grimes, 2nd was Sam Beckett, and Michael Blackburn, the winner. As you heard from the guys there, quite a bit of fluid out on the circuit, so that'll be dressed now. So it might be a little bit of a pause, but we're here from Scott Woodward now. What to expect for the rest of the day?
Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, good to hear from our top 3 in the ETSL STXR Challenge. More action for them tomorrow, as we said, with 2 15-minute races. I think there's a little bit of clear-up for some of the cars which had unfortunately stopped out on circuit during that race. There's also been a clear-up, of course, from what appears to be quite a lot of fluid or oil that was dropped down from some of them. I suspect one of the cars that pulled up and stopped. And so the marshals, ever hard-working marshals, who credit to them in these full orange overalls in this heat this weekend, for actually being out there and working as hard as they are. British Marshals, quite simply, are the best in the world, and the fantastic Orange Army do such an amazing job, and without them we simply just couldn't go motor racing. So they really are so well trained, they're so well collaborated and put together. The British Motorsport Marshals Club does some fantastic training. It's a brilliant entity to be part of. It's also a great way to get into motorsport, because you start as a volunteer, and yes, it is all voluntary being a marshal, but they all do it because they love being involved in the sport, being part of the sport, and because they simply just enjoy motor racing and being being a big part of it. So whether it's the British Grand Prix or club meetings like this one here at Snetterton, all marshals and volunteers are incredibly valued. So a massive thank you to all of them for giving up their time this weekend to allow us to go motor racing here in the sunshine at Snetterton. Beautiful weather conditions. I say this almost quietly, we were expecting some rain today. I can't see it at the moment just yet. It's supposed to be later on this afternoon, but at the moment it's currently about 20 degrees, a few light clouds in the air, bit of breeze in the mix. I'd say it's pretty much perfect conditions for motorsport this afternoon. And of course we're going to be getting set for our second race of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Of course, the ongoing saga of whether anyone can stop Nick Grindrod or not continues, but of course they came close in that first race. There was a safety car, I think maybe the first safety car we've had in CityCar Cup, I think. Forgive me if I get that wrong. I was at Alton Park for the second meeting, but wasn't at Donington Park for the third one. I don't remember a safety car in that second one. If there was at Donington Park, then silly me. But even so, the cars are making their way down out of assembly and heading up towards the grid, and it's the familiar sight of Nick Grindrod leading them onto the grid. Of course, the order is set by the finishing results of race number 1, which means that this man right here, once again, will start in what appears to be his almost reserved pole position spot, because he's always permanently there. Teammate Duncan Stone ensured it was a Viking Van Breakers 1-2 for the team. And then, of course, we've got the Auto Bliss pair lining up behind in 3rd and 4th. Also, of course, watch out for Liam Browning and Steve Laidlaw. Of course, Steve's car is a Peugeot, but it has a Citroen front end, so it's almost like a Citroën C107. I'll get the code. So anyway, but this should be quite a superb spectacle. I'm intrigued also to watch for both Tim Evans and Ross McCarr from the fourth row of the grid, because Ross McCarr had to come from outside the top 10 to get himself into 8th position in that first race. And Tim Evans also made up quite a few spots from where he originally started in that first race. So I think he could be certainly one to watch for to get further up the order if possible. So just a few more cars being brought into position. And in terms of the results, I might even be able to quickly input some of the results from that first race in order to help give us an idea of who's got what in points now. So let's have a quick look if I can do that. So Nick Grindrod has another 51 points from that first race. So that will now put him on the grand total of, drum roll, 357. Now Liam Browning finished in 5th position. That will give him 43 points, because it's 50 points for a win, 47 for second, 45 for third, and it goes down by 1 point throughout the rest of the field. So it should be 43 for 5th position. Andrew Dyer didn't finish, which means that he gets 1 point for being a non-finisher. Duncan Stone would have got himself 47 for being second. Tim Evans finished in 7th place, which means that he would have got 41 points. Of course, Trott and Burgess don't get anything because they didn't score. They didn't attend this weekend. So that means that in terms of that battle at the top of the field, since the championship lead for Nick Grindrod has extended further by the looks of it. I'd have him on 357 points compared to 301 for Liam Browning. And then it's now Duncan Stone in 3rd place with 297. And a few more drivers would have moved up with more results as they go up the order. But we'll find out how that plays out as we get to the grid now for our second race. So, it's as a result of the reflection of the results of race 1. So Nick Grindrod once again on pole position with Duncan Stone alongside him, his teammate on the front row of the grid. Then it's Richard Bliss and Stuart Bliss and the Auto Bliss Toyota pair on row 2. Liam Browning and Steve Laidlaw come next on the 3rd row of the grid. And then watch out for both Tim Evans and Ross McCarr from the 4th row of the grid. They can be dark horses for a good result for them from each. 5th row of the grid comes next to round out the top 10. And on the top 10, we have Elliot Lettis and Sam Laidlaw. Then following them, we then have Christopher McKenzie and Daniel Selleck on the 6th row of the grid. John Booth and Adam Reeves come next on row 7. It's followed by Craig Flynn and John Nicholson on row 8 in 15th and 16th positions. It should be Ben Norfolk instead of William Burgess. William Burgess was the entry originally, but Ben Norfolk has taken over the number 69 car. And so he now starts alongside Alex Carter in row 9. Row 10 to round out the top 20 is Brandon Savage and Adam Reynolds. Next it's Joe Graham and David Christie. And it's Craig Carter and Paul Vickers on the 12th row of the grid. And then the last 3 cars, I expect there might only be 2 of them, because we should have Paul Savage and Chris Hetherington. Big question mark is, though, is Andrew Dyer's car there? And if it is, or if the car's okay, is he fit enough to race after the incident in the first race when he went off into the barriers at Brundle and Nelson? So just holding on that shot. Right, the last car that's come through is Chris Hetherington. I don't see, sadly, Andrew Dyer's car coming through. So I'm afraid Andrew Dyer, unfortunately, although forgive me for saying so, rather unsurprisingly, given the damage on the front end, he's not on the grid for this second race. So that's really unfortunate. He was really in the battle for the novice racer category. So this kind of really gives, in some cases, a little bit of a free pass for Liam Browning. I'm sure it's not the way Liam would want it, of course, seeing his rival off in the barriers and with a damaged car. But at the same time, I'm sure he will take every single point he can get over Andrew Dyer and co. He's got to be careful that the Blisses, Richard Bliss, of course, is up there now in 3rd place. Doesn't start catching up too much ground too quickly. Of course, it was Richard who picked up in that race. He came in 3rd place, and that will then give him 45 points. So Richard Bliss will get 45 points. So from he now puts him on to 221 points. He should move up into the top 10 now with that strong result. If he carries on throughout this weekend, he might well get even more. The one driver that's sure to drop down even lower, I'm afraid, is going to be Andrew Dyer, because if he's not out for the next 2 races, he will unfortunately start tumbling down the top 10 and outside of it. So for those who didn't join us in our first race and wonder what is a CityCar Cup, well, it's quite simply what you're seeing on screen. It is Citroen C1s, Toyota Aigos and Peugeot 107s, all underneath. They're all the same mechanicals and underpinnings. It's just different bodywork and badges to differentiate the three brands. All of them run a championship spec parts kit, which you can buy for about £503, and it means you get the roll cage, you get the wheels and tyres, suspension and bushes, you get all the race seat, all the different parts that you need to put one of these cars together. And so you can get a donor car as well for as little as £500 or so, or you can buy a race-ready turnkey car for about just a £5 under £7,000. So you can pretty much, it's one of the most cost-effective ways to go racing. It was a new championship that was launched as a series initially last year in June, ran for its first two ever races as a class in the Clubsport Trophy, both first at Capel Park and then at Silverstone. Then they had their first ever standalone races as a series at Croft towards the end of the year in October. They had a few more cars on the grid. Then over the winter, the popularity exploded to the point where it stunned even the BRSCC themselves. They knew they had a popular new championship on their hands, but to just how popular it was even caught them off guard. And so they started the first race of the season with a whopping 38 cars on the grid. They then moved across since Donington Park on the national circuit in May to Alton Park in June. Of course, since last time out, they've also been recently back to Donington Park, but as a support on the Grand Prix circuit for the British GT Championship. 2 races there, which I know was thrilling for all the drivers that took part in that race. But now they're back to a brand new circuit. Of course, it's the first time they've ever been to Snetterton, and so they're making history here once again wherever they go, and certainly putting a lot of smiles on a lot of racing fans' faces as they go. They're making lots of fans. I'm sure they've made lots from the British GT visit, when of course they had a few spectators in person watching them compete on the Grand Prix loop. And I'm sure, hopefully, that plenty of the spectators here in Norfolk and some of you who might watch them for the first time on the live stream will certainly enjoy them and follow them after this race meeting is done. So cars nice and promptly forming up on the grid pretty quickly. It's nice to see everyone in order as the last few cars get into position, including Chris Hetherington's silver and green Toyota Aygo. Here's the last car to get into position. He forms up, and then once the start at the back is ready, he'll wave the green flag. The 5-second ball will go up. We're all ready for our second dose of CityCar Cup action. We've had one race that was a pretty spectacular one from start to finish. Let's see if race 2 will match that spectacle. But the red lights go up, and the second CityCar Cup race at Snetterton here in 2021 is underway. It's a pretty even start for the two teammates on row 1 and row 2. They're 4 abreast in the mid-pack again. They're at it again like they were in race 1, but now down towards Ritchie's for the first time, and it's Grindrod and Stone who are side by side running down towards, in tandem towards Ritchie's. The 2 Autobliss cars are likewise in 3rd and 4th. And looks like, I think it was that Stewart going around the outside of Richard? I think it was. So he might be up to 3rd place, but those two, will probably know from the outset they possibly have to go start attacking already to try and get the lead away from the front runners. Stewart's going for it, so Richard's a little bit sideways there. He's under threat from a rapid starting Ross McCann. Now, I said to watch out for Ross. He's a former front runner in the MGs over the last few years, and he's in the 4G team who run those cars, along with also John Booth, because Patrick Booth drove that car that his father John's racing. Drove it at Donington Park and had 1 or 2 decent results, although he did unfortunately have an off in the second race to put him out on the first lap. Now, looking back at the leaders here, looks like Stuart Bliss is not hanging around here, as that's not dust or smoke. That's just the cement, or it's the powder that they've used to soak up the oil from that went down from the previous race in the STXR Challenge contest. They head out of the Agostini hairpin for the first time. Nice and clean for everyone so far. Good stuff, particularly for my rookies in the novice racer category. Some nice clean racecraft so far for these guys. And now we turn back in through Orgies. I'm just watching here to see that Stuart Bliss is really giving the hurry up to Duncan Stone here. He knows he has to get past Duncan, because even though he's not purposely doing so, Duncan being in the way between himself and Nick Grindrod is allowing Nick to get away in these early doors, as he has done all the way through the first 7 races of the season, including the first one earlier on this morning. So he knows he has to get on with it, but in order to do so, he has to get past Duncan Stone. Otherwise, the longer he spends behind him, the more chance that Nick will have to sail away at the front once more and continue his 100% winning streak. They pile in through Brundle and Nelson as a line. So it's Grindrod who leads then, Stone in 2nd place, Stuart Bliss in 3rd, Ross McCar's into 4th position already from the 8th on the grid. As they turn their way through, there's Adam Reynolds in the 31 car with another of the Autobliss machines. David Christie's in there as well. And also there is the 46 car of Craig Flynn in the Brake and Ash Garage Limited sponsored car. Here's the Viking Van Breakers duo, and the Auto Bliss duo in 3rd and 5th are separated by that 4G racing car, the Citroen of Ross McCarr. And then the Laidlaw machine is up there in 6th position. Tim Evans is 7th. Liam Browning's down to 8th, so he hasn't really held on to his 5th position from the grid. He's lost 3 spots down to 8th. There goes Ben Norfolk in the Mission Motorsport car. Joe Graham with a little wayward on the exit over the curbs in the Nankang sponsored Toyota Aygo. Across the line they go for the end of the first lap, and it's still as you were before in race 1. Nick Grindrod leading the way. The championship leader heads them into Ritchie's for the second time under racing speeds. It's then Duncan Stone 2nd, Stuart Bliss in 3rd. Ross McCarr's up 4 spots from where he started up to 8th to 4th. Adam Reynolds is getting his elbows out, passing the 8th of Adam Reeves, and also following through there was Ben Norfolk. So Ben's managed to squeeze through. Adam's lost 2 spots, maybe 3, because he's got one of his teammates also trying to get past him as well. As now we look a little bit further, a little bit behind that top 5 group. Tim Evans now, who is up to 7th place. He's got the Batman logos on the side there, so he's certainly trying to sprint away like Batman. Liam Browning there in 8th position. Elliot Letters is 9th, and then Christopher McKenzie, who, if it's the same one I think it is a former Fiesta Junior racer. But if it is him, he's up to 10th position and doing quite well in the sort of almost Marlborough type liveried car number 777. There he is on screen, just having a scrap with John Booth. Behind him there is the other Laidlaw in the field. That's Samuel Laidlaw, who's part of a novice racer group. It's the son of Steve, who is currently at the moment up there in 6th position. Car 100 that says Laidlaw Senior on the back window. So out through Hamilton's, up towards Oggy's now for the second time. And at the moment, it's a little bit of a stalemate. The lead gap was only 0.6 seconds between Grindrod and Stone. So we're at that stage now where Nick's not being allowed to pull away too much unless the cars behind him start fighting, because they are starting to try and match him a bit in terms of pace, and that's really giving them hope to try and close that points gap down as much as possible and not allowing him to run away too much. There is just about a couple of car lengths now between the two Viking Van Breakers cars, and those two Auto Bliss Toyotas still separated by Ross McCarr's 4G Racing Citroen, excuse me. They're still side by side for 4th and 5th. Steve Laidlaw wants to get himself involved in 6th position. Still Evans, Browning, Elliot Lettis in 9th position in his Peugeot. And then still in 10th position is now, I think, is it now John Booth? It is John Booth. So John Booth has got past the 777 and Mackenzie, so one Citroen passes another. But there is the man who, quite simply, is just the class of the field, Nick Grindrod. He's incredibly experienced. As we mentioned, he's raced all sorts of different championships. He might be well known in more recent times for racing in pickup truck racing. So it's rather different to pickups, of course. First of all, they're front-wheel drive, they have a bit less horsepower. They're obviously not as big, and they're a bit taller as well. So all those factors combined means it's quite a different machine. But the fact these cars also have the dedicated, specific, bespoke Gaz shock kit on them, Powerflex bushes, the Nankang tyres on top of that, those 3 elements do make a big difference to cars like these. Because rather than riding really high in their suspension, it makes them feel, every single driver that's been in these cars has said the added changes to the tyres and the suspension makes them feel like proper little race cars. And that's exactly what was the idea of them. It's not be kind of road cars, road cars on road suspension, road suspension, but to be feel like race cars on proper uprated suspension and tyres to make it a proper little sprint racing championship, and not to make it really cost effective, but it's big fun as well. I've not seen very many races at all in CityCar Cup already where all the drivers haven't got out with massive smiles on their faces because they love these cars and they love the championship and the racing it provides. And the long straights here at Snetterton are certainly playing up to the fact that we could get lots of slipstreaming as well. The cars might not be the quickest, but they're quite boxy, and so therefore they're not all the most aerodynamic. Although I think there are some drivers who would probably argue that one body shape in the CityCar Cup would have been more aerodynamic than the other. But then, if someone claim that the Toyota or the Peugeot are a bit more aerodynamic, then those who are non-believers of the Citroens are certainly being proved wrong by the fact that Grindrod and Stone and everyone else behind in those Citroens are making quite good progress up the order.
Just over 3/4 of a second advantage between Nick Grindrod and the best of the rest.
The battle here between Tim Evans and Liam Browning. Liam, of course, one of the top runners now in the novice race category. In fact, after this result, if he finishes, he will extend his advantage over Andrew Dyer now, because Andrew, of course, unable to take the start in the second race after an accident in the first one up at Brundle Nelson, just the complex they're coming up to here. And that way it's going to look a little bit different for the complexity of the novice racer category, and it might allow some other drivers, including Richard Bliss, of course, to get in and score some more points after he's been absent for the last couple of rounds and had some results kind of go against him a little bit. But Richard's got some ground to make up after he missed Donington Park a couple of weeks ago on the British GT support package. So leaders then come back up through Cora, and again, Nick Grindraw's not being allowed to get away. This is not a typical Nick Grindraw performance here this weekend so far. It's not him really pulling away and making it difficult for everyone else. Well, that's Lettis almost making it difficult for himself as he went diving up the inside into Murray's of Tim Evans. And despite the fact he was a bit leery on the exit, it seems to have worked. So that's quite extraordinary. Now, what is extraordinary is not only is Ross McCarr taking the fastest lap of the race with a 2 minutes 38.309, but look at the way in which Duncan Stone has closed up on Nick Grindraw. He was half a second quicker on that last lap, and so was also Stuart Bliss and Ross McCarr. But actually, out of that top 6 group, Nick Grindraw was the slowest out of the 6. I wonder, is the dominance of Nick Grindraw starting to come apart a little bit here? Well, there's the Blisses getting quite familiar with Ross McCarr. Now, I have to be careful because, if I'm right, I think it was Stuart Bliss and Ross McCarr. They didn't quite like each other at Donington Park at the opening round. They actually went side by side and ended up sort of, let's say, trading door handles, shall we say, for quite points. And unfortunately, that kind of got them in trouble at Donington Park. So I think they've been probably told, don't do it again. Or if you do find yourself side by side, just behave a bit more. And so they are, for the moment, they come down towards the hairpin. Agostini, a wider approach taken there from on the turn-in by Richard Bliss. And Steve Laidlaw's doing well to keep up with him, and this is also starting to bring into play here Liam Browning and Elliot Lettis, and not too far away from them, truthfully, are both Tim Evans and John Booth, with Christopher McKenzie also in the mix as well. So the top 10 or 11 cars are still in fairly close proximity to each other. So this is looking like this is one of the closest races we've had, if not arguably the closest race we've had so far in the CityCar Cup ever since we started the full season back in Donington Park. So in through Williams, there's Liam Browning in the 91 car. Maybe gets a lot of support online, so hello to all of the supporters of Liam Browning on the live stream. I'm sure there's plenty as they come up towards the complex in front of Nelson. I think that's Richard Bliss, who was right on the tail of Ross McCarr, who was going right to the inside of the circuit to defend. So I'm not quite sure he's quite ready to let Richard have a taste of his position just yet. 4th place they're scrapping over here now. 4th and 5th between them. Steve Laidlaw currently holding on to 6th as they turn in through the bomb hole for the... what lap are we on at the moment? 4th time of asking. Being a 20-minute race means you do get quite a few laps under this one. Now, the pressure that Nick Grindraw was under initially, it seems to have dissipated a bit, because Duncan Stone does appear to have dropped back into the clutches of Stuart Bliss, whilst Richard is busy occupied with trying to pass and get around Ross McCarr. So there's plenty going on in that top 5. Let's look at the gap now as they come across the line. It definitely looks more than 0.3 of a second. Yeah, it is. In fact, actually, Nick Grindraw thinks, you think you can tell that faster lap from me? Try this on for size. 2 minutes 38.246. But Liam Browning in response puts in a 2:38.1. So he, in fact, steals the fastest lap of the race back from Nick Grindraw. So at the moment, Nick Grindraw is not being allowed to get away with the comfortable leads that he had at the start of the season. This is pretty much these guys learning these cars and getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on, and keeping Nick Grindraw honest. I'm sure, actually, in deep down, Nick Grindraw must be thinking, brilliant, great, I've got cars to battle with now, and cars to keep me honest. He must actually be loving it. Compared to some other drivers who might look at it and think he's being chased down and being kept honest, I'm pretty sure there are some racing drivers who relish the chance of other drivers coming out to challenge them if they've been dominating for a while. So it's a bit of a refreshing change for Nick to have to be looking in his rearview mirror a bit more and seeing Duncan Stone, Stuart Bliss, Ross McCarr, Richard Bliss, Steve Laidlaw and Liam Browning and co. all trying to close him down. Sam Laidlaw getting a bit wide there in the background as we watch the scrap continue to go on between Tim Evans in the 23, the Toyota Aygo, and the Citroen number 777 of Christopher McKenzie. McKenzie holds... he's repassed him, in fact, actually, for P10. So that was another pass back for position between those two. So a change on between them. Turns in through the left-hander. At Hamilton's and back into Oggy's once again. So lap time-wise, if we look at the front runners, the top 3 were all in the 2:38s. It was McCarr and Bliss who were so busy battling amongst each other, they lost a few tenths and have dropped into the 2:39s. and then Laidlaw and Browning and Lettuce behind them for 6th, 7th and 8th were all on 2:38. So 6th, 7th and 8th are just as quick as 1st, 2nd and 3rd, which means it's all very evenly matched. And that actually has to be, I'm sure, quite pleasing for, I'm sure, Greg Graham and Lindsay Close and everyone else in the championship, because effectively it means that rather than one driver dominating the championship, we have drivers that can take the fight to Nick and actually try and close him down, which is brilliant to see. So we've got a bit of a proper race on our hands now as we see Ian Browning trying to line up Steve Laidlaw for a pass into the bomb hole, but there's no room to get through as they come through the right-hander. 6th and 7th, this is a scrap 4 between those two. The white and black car with Citroen. I believe it's to the Citroen. I think it was. I'm sure it's a Peugeot he's driving, but it's Peugeot with a Citroen front end. And then it's the older non-facelifted Peugeot Citroen 10 C1. I'll get the name of the car out eventually. In 7th place, trying to chase him down. So Nick Grindrod then, cross the line he goes, still with Duncan Stone and Co in close attention. Cross the line he goes, and the lap time he puts in is not the fastest lap of the race, and in fact he's getting closer now. They're dipped into the 2:37s. Stuart Bliss took the fastest lap of the race, 2:37.923, and it then went 2:37.811 for the other Bliss. The two, Richard and Stuart Bliss, are currently setting the pace at the moment in those two Auto Bliss Toyotas. And now, as we head down into the Wilson hairpin with 6 minutes to go, everyone is now stacking up behind Nick Grindrod. This is interesting. Nick Grindrod is not on the pace he was in the first few rounds. Or at least, if not that, maybe he is. But everyone else now starting to catch him up again. So it's top 2 for the Viking Van Breakers teammates. Then the 2 Auto Bliss Toyotas are sandwiching the 4G Racing Citroen of Ross McCarr. But we have a top 5 now, and they're even a top 7 for the lead now as they come down towards Agostini's. And I wonder, surely Duncan Stone and Co have to be sensing an opportunity to take their first race win of the season. There could well be an opportunity here with 5.5 minutes to go that someone other than Nick Grindrod is now finally has the chance, or this is the best chance they've had all season so far, to steal away a victory from Nick Grindrod and take their first win in the championship. But literally anyone else in the field, everyone else in the field aside from Nick, has that opportunity now because they haven't won a race yet. So Nick is holding on, doing everything he needs to do to hold the position. Looking back now, this is Daniel Selick who's fallen a bit further back. He came into the weekend top 10 in points, and he's battling away with the 31 of Adam Reynolds. There's There's David Christie, meanwhile. He's having a nice little scrap going on with Joe Graham and the 46 of Craig Flynn. And also up there is the 24 car, Paul Savage, who's also in the novice racer class as well. So nice little battle for them as they go through. Someone's kicked up some dust in the background, but it's all part of the fun in CityCar Cup racing. Leaders then back into the complex, and it's changed round. So Nick Grindrod still leads, but look at this. Duncan Stone's been shuffled down to 4th. So that is now 16. So that's car 18 ahead. That's Stuart Bliss who now into 2nd place. Ross McCarr's now up to 3rd. 4th now for Duncan Stone. 5th now for, gotta get this right now, so, Richard Bliss. 6th for Steve Laidlaw and 7th for Liam Browning. But the trouble is, it's all well and good swapping positions, but whilst that's happening, this man's getting away again. So Nick Grindrod then continues to get away. There's only 4.25 minutes left in this race, but at the same time, the Blisses at the moment are the fastest cars on the track at this point. So I wonder now that he's out of traffic, is Richard Bliss, is Stuart Bliss, going to be able to start closing down Nick Grindrod with the time that we have left? I think that's a time penalty for Ross McCarr. A time penalty for Ross McCarr, 5-second time penalty for track limits for Ross McCarr. So all that progress up into 3rd place, he's almost kind of coming for nothing. He's all over the back of Stuart Bliss at the moment, trying to get through. So you might not be too focused on the penalty board, but unfortunately, wherever he finishes right now might well not mean very much because, or not as much as it could do, because even if he finishes 2nd, he's going to be down to about roughly, 7th or 8th or 9th place as a result of that. It's a real shame, but unfortunately, the rules are the rules, and he has got himself a penalty there, which means he'll have to drop down the order come the end of the race, which is quite disappointing for Ross, but I'm sure he'll race as hard as he can before this race is done. There's a familiar sight. Nick Grindrod with a chasing pack behind him, all trying to close him down, but it's given him a bit of respite now. I'm sure he was quite cautious at the fact that he was going to be challenged quite soon, but thankfully everyone else has started scrapping amongst each other and are so focused on trying to get ahead of one another that he's now decided to drive up the road in the last few stages of the race. It was Duncan Stone trying to get back around Ross McCarr, but even so, it doesn't really, I think, unless he spotted the board, it doesn't really matter. It won't really matter in many cases because Duncan Stone will still finish ahead of Ross McCarr in any case if it stays as it is. There's Richard Bliss trying to look down the outside of Stone as they come into Oggies. And still chasing them down is Steve Laidlaw as they come out of Oggies, up now through the right hand of Williams, onto that Bentley straight where they can use the slipstream as much as possible. And you can see here that both Stuart Bliss and Ross McCall have broken away from both Stone, Richard Bliss and Steve Laidlaw. But again, look at the cost of all that battling has now put them, well, they were 1.6 seconds behind at the conclusion of the last lap. It's going to be a bit more than that when they come across to start the last lap of the race. As Grindrod turns his way in. And still second place, they're scrapping over it. Ross McCall will certainly be enjoying the on-track battle. He won't enjoy learning about the penalty afterwards, but he's still going at it after Bliss. He certainly has got a bit of a score to settle, I think, possibly from Donington Park, but I'm sure he'll do it safely and sanely as they come up towards the long right-hander at Coram for the penultimate time. He's having a peek round the outside. Nick Grindrod enjoys a casual Saturday afternoon drive in Norfolk. This lot aren't. They're certainly having a bit more of a frantic drive in Norfolk at the moment between the five of them for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth all together. There's enough time and enough track left for this on this final lap to potentially see the order switch around once again. There's 1 minute and about 20 seconds left on the clock. So one more time past. I'll get my last lap board this time. Grindrod's lead was 1.6. It's now 2.7. So all that battling has lost in 1.1 seconds out of all of that. So that's certainly something they've got to be careful of as the last lap board goes out. And they turn in through Richie's corner, and Ross McCall looking to the outside line now as he goes side by side with Stuart Bliss down towards the Wilson hairpin. Grindrod has got a care in the world, but he looks back in his mirrors. What's happening? That's what's happening. Ross McCall's in the mix, but they're all trying to get to the apex on the exit of the Wilson hairpin. There's four of them all together. Duncan Stone's back in there. Richard Bliss thinks, I'll have a piece of this too, if you don't mind. And they're almost four abreast down towards the left-hander at Wilson, at Palmer's, heading up towards Agostini. I can't even speak. This is fantastic racing towards the back. It's all benefiting Nick Grindrod as they continue battling. Richard Bliss a little wide on the exit as they come back onto the back straight towards Agostini. So Grindrod is on course now, once again, for his 8th win of the season. But who's going to be second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, even seventh? Because look, Elliot Letters is in there now. And Liam Browning's also dropped back a little bit too. So he was up in that sort of league group, but he really has faded in pace. So whether that's his tyres or simply just a mistake, either way, it's not really benefited him. Look at the way that, again, this is the advantage that you have when everyone else behind you is just battling amongst each other and is so bothered in getting ahead in one driver, getting ahead of the other. All the battling just loses you time and the ability to put in a clean lap because you're so busy having to defend and look up the inside and come off the racing line that Nick Grindrod is using all the clean air in front of him and the clean track around him to just use any line he wants and to drive as fast as possible. So now down the Bentley straight for the final time, and look at that's the gap that Nick Grindrod has. You can see it visibly just how big it is. It has to be over 3 seconds now as they come down towards Brandon and Nelson. But this will be intriguing now. Stone, Bliss and McCarr are going to be all together. Are they going to all find themselves at the same point of the circuit at the same time, or are they going to be able to sort themselves out? Grindrod turns in, second, third or fourth. What's happening? Let's take a look. It's still Bliss from McCarr from Stone. There's no change through there. So then, Stuart Bliss heads up the battle of a second as they turn into the right-hander at the bomb hole. Now, of course, remember, Ross McCall has that 5-second penalty, so it will be Duncan Stone third on the road. He'll be third on the road with Ross McCall, but he'll drop down the order in the result once the 5-second penalty gets applied. But no penalties, no dramas and no worries, although it was a worry initially for Nick Grindrod, but even so, he always finds a way to get away, and still, the answer to the question is, can anyone beat Nick Grindrod? The answer appears to still be a resounding, no, they can't. It is incredibly, once again, another perfect record. 8 from 8 so far, still for Nick Grindrod. Win number 2 of the day at Snetterton, the CityCar Cup. It's second Stuart Bliss, third on the road for Ross McCall. He'll drop down the orders, it should be then third instead for Duncan Stone. That'll be Richard Bliss, Steve Laidlaw, Elliot Letters, the top. Well, the second to 7th came across the line second by 2.3 seconds, which was brilliant battle in its own. 8th goes to John Booth, 9th goes to Christopher McKenzie. He only drops to 10th in the closing stages, so he really dropped off in place, as did also Tim Evans. Sam Laidlaw is back in 12th place. It's then Ben Norfolk in 13th place, followed by John Nicholson in 14th, Reeves in 15th place, and it's Carter, should be then Adam Reynolds from Dan Selleck. Yes, Daniel Selleck. And then it should be Paul Savage, Craig Flynn and Joe Graham across the line. David Christie also comes across through in, I think he has. David Christie come through? Here he comes. He's dropped a couple of spots in those last couple of laps. So he needs to come in behind. I think that's the 2383 of Carter. Yeah, so he called him Douglas Christie. David Christie. Apologies, David. David Christie comes to in 24th place. You should change your name to Douglas, David. That would be much simpler on commentary. And then it's 25th for Paul Vickers in his first weekend. Also, Chris Hetherington, who should come across in 26th position. Well, that was all right, wasn't it? That was a good race for the second time today for the CityCar Cup, and a really nice close race where, again, that competition's getting close to Nick Grindrod. They're on his tail, and they can lap faster than him. That's the key thing. We should also mention, let's just check, did Nick Grindrod get the fastest lap of the race? No, he didn't. So the first race of the season where Nick Grindrod does not have the fastest lap of the race, it actually goes now to the 17 of Richard Bliss. So he picks up the first non-Nick Grindrod fastest lap of the season. So congratulations to Richard for getting that extra point. And so his completely perfect score is kind of gone now. It's the points he gets now for 50. That will put him on. That's be 407, I think it will be now, won't it? So yes, it will. Then it will be Stuart Bliss, who is way down the order, so he'll get 47 points. Duncan Stone will get 45. And Nick Grindrod gets 50. I amend that. And then it was, I think Richard Bliss was on that one, so I'm double checking. But in terms of points, what it's helped is Nick Grindrod now has 407 points. Duncan Stone's result puts him on to 342. And I guess we'll work out the points as we go along before the next rounds that come up, which will be in a few weeks' time. So, great stuff in the CityCar Cup, and hopefully for these watching at home and watching around the circuit, if you happen to be watching the stream as well, it's making some fans of you, because you've certainly been seeing some brilliant stuff, and they've still got one more race to go. That's what you want, isn't it? Nick Grindrod, I think he's smiling by the fact that he now has some great people to challenge him and to race him. So I think he's certainly looking forward to the third race, and I certainly am as well, because I'm sure they're going to put on quite a spectacle for that final race, because they know that they can go quicker, and they know that he's almost just about beatable. Anyway, let's head down to the Park Fermé to have a chat with Josh Barrett and see what those guys thought of that fantastic second race for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup.
Do you want to make your way over here?
Josh?
So we've got our race winner from the CityCar Cup. Once again, it's Nick Grindrod, but you may have won by quite a lot in the end, but most of that race you had all your mirrors full of other cars.
Yeah, that was a lot closer than the first race. I think halfway through the race, I think they just decided to have a little battle amongst themselves. That gave me a bit of a space, but yeah, it was definitely interesting. That was definitely a lot more work than the first race. So yeah, good fun.
Do you think that's the slipstream, or do you think the other guys, perhaps now they're getting more experience, they're getting closer to you?
I think everybody's just track knowledge, and the more and more we drive around today, obviously the quicker we're going to get. So yeah, well, they're all getting quicker. I just need to go a bit quicker to stay that much in front. But yeah, no, it's good. Looking forward to the third race. That'll be interesting.
You're coming from, I think, the back end of the top 10, so you're going to be the one that has to do the overtaking.
That's it, yeah. So I'm going to be track limits, contact, anything else they can throw at me. So yeah, no, looking forward to it though. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Well done, look forward to that. In second place was Stuart Bliss. Stuart, second place for you. You had to do the overtaking. You made your way up through the field.
It was hard work. That's a hard race in this heat. Yeah, it was great race. The car lacked a little bit, went off a little bit towards the end, but like I said, I just want to catch Nick. It was a great race and keep these guys behind.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it.
What are these cars like in the slipstream as you've been right in there today?
Really need the slipstream.
Yeah.
Like, it makes a massive difference. So, and especially down the back straight, it's great fun. So.
And now you're going to have to do a similar thing again because of the reverse grid. You'll be dropping back on the grid.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It should be good fun. So as I say, when we were at Alton, we started last. So after an off in the first race, so I'm hoping it's good. It's good fun. Yeah, I enjoy it. So yeah.
And new championship this year. It sounds like it's great fun. Everyone's really enjoying themselves.
I really enjoy it, and they're great little cars. I mean, they are really fun, and the racing's so close. So it's door handle to door handle. It's brilliant. So really enjoy it. Looking forward to the next one.
Well done. So in second place there was Stuart Bliss. We know Ross McCarr got a penalty, so he didn't finish third on the results. That would be Duncan Stone. Well done. Third place for you, and you again right in that battle. About 7 of you in the lead group.
Yeah, it was good fun. These Bliss cars are quick, and Ross and Mr. Bliss there got past us down the back straight there. I don't know what happened. My car sort of lacked power a bit, and I don't know what happened. It didn't do it for the rest of the race, so I was thinking I put it in the wrong gear for a minute, but still good fun. We got a result out of it, so that's the main thing.
I guess lacking any bit of power in these is a very bad thing.
Exactly, yeah. You know, they haven't got the most power in the world. I think they're about 68 horsepower standard. So, you know, every little bit you can have is an advantage.
Well, it looks like you enjoyed yourself, nevertheless.
Certainly have enjoyed it. You know, yeah, good fun.
Well done.
Thank you.
So well done to Duncan Stone, Stuart Bliss and Nick Grindrod from the CityCar Cup. Already behind me, you can hear the cars from the next race going out. So we're here all about the Fiesta Juniors with Scott Woodward.
Yes, thanks, Josh. Good to hear the drivers so enthusiastic after that second CityCar Cup race. Of course, one more to come to close out today's action. But next up, it's our second of 4 races this weekend, second of the day at least, to close out their Saturday for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. And of course, the cars heading out now to see if they can live up to that brilliant first race. It was nice and clean, competitive, and all around good fun to watch. So the grid here is set by the second fastest times in qualifying, so it's not by the results of race number 1, which means then that for the grid at least, it shows Deegan Fairclough once again on pole position, and Jensen Brickley back alongside him on the second row of the grid. It's then Sid Smith and James Wallace on the second row, ahead of Alex Lee and Jake Maynard. Then it's Albert Webster and Harry Garman, who round off row number 4. Then move into the bottom end of the top 10, where we see George Davis in 9th and Daniel Lewis in 10th from Jake Triggs and Alex Sprange. Then Joseph Knight and James Pope, and Archie Handy, who will start at the back of the grid as well once more, I think, as a virtue of that 10-second delay due to, I think, a possible technical infringement from qualifying. So that's the grid. All 15 cars still ready and raring to go. Let's look back quickly input whilst we on the formation lap to go through the classification of that for the championships. We'll give you some possible live scores here. So Deegan Fairclough pretty much took the grand slam there. So he took 53 points in that first race, which means that he continues to lead the championship. So James Wallace picked up 46 points from that from that first race. Jensen Brickley will have picked up 42 from that third one. Sid Smith would have done 38 because he has finished 4th. And then it was 38 and 36 for Jake Maynard, who came into the weekend 30 points. Alex Lee then would have picked up 34. And looking at some other drivers down here that I can put in points for. Joseph Knight sadly DNF'd, but I think it looks like he's on the grid, so that's good to see that he is he's there racing this week, racing that one. So looking at the top sort of 5-6 drivers adding up their points at the moment from that one, it then shows me out of all that result that we've still got Deegan Fairclough leading the way in the championship with 244 points. Jensen Brickley's now moved up to 207, so he's a little bit roughly still same gap. Now he's dropped a few in that first round. It's then Jake Maynard who is remaining in 3rd. Alex Lee's currently Sid Smith is now 4th, 2 points ahead of Alex Lee. Sid Smith, with their virtue of that result, it's put him now into 4th with 166 points compared to Alex Lee on 164. So a few more drivers down there will have moved up as well. But also in there too will have moved up is James Wallace, because he's now got on 150 points after that second place from that first race earlier on. So up they come to start this second race of the weekend. And the hope is for these guys that they will be looking to, again, use this as a stepping stone into touring cars or GTs, or in the case of drivers like Joseph Loken, and also Nat Hodgkiss in recent times, even single-seaters as well, which is always quite a dream for them to move up. And of course, it's great to see, we spoke about at the beginning of the first race, Joseph Loke moving up to British F4. We've of course had touring car graduates such as Aidan Moffat and Bobby Thompson, and now of course as of this week we talked about earlier on Jack, I've forgotten his surname for some reason, but I'm sure it will come to me. Jack Mitchell, that's it, Jack Mitchell, who was, of course, former British GT4 champion and now, of course, getting his first shot in British touring cars. And, of course, other drivers that have gone through to TCR and to Britcar and to all sorts of top championships and driven in Europe and other championships in touring cars and GTs across the continent. So it really has been a fantastic breeding ground for brilliant young talent in motorsport from the UK. I'm sure we get more of the same here this afternoon and this year and the years to come. So all the cars are lined up and ready to go. We're all set for the second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship here at Snetterton. Fairclough and Brickley on the front row of the grid again. Who's going to win the sprint down towards Richie's corner? But it might not be Brickley because he had got a pretty poor start from the front row of the grid. Fairclough got a great start from the pole positions. They head down towards the first corner. And again from the second row, it's going to be James Wallace will go side by side with his teammate, and he possibly take the lead. He has. Round the outside into the lead goes James Wallace on Deacon Fairclough. Jensen Brickley also gets through. A bit of a tap in the side there. I think possibly that was Jake Maynard getting a tap from Albert Webster there, I think, but he managed to survive. But James Wallace with a mega move at the start for the second row of the grid to again get a fantastic launch and take the lead from Deacon Fairclough around the outside of Ripley's corner. Brilliant stuff from James Wallace. He's now firmly locked in possibly for a lead battle here with Deacon Fairclough if he can stay there for the next 15 minutes. So they all seem to have got through just about safely through the Wilson hairpin and through Palmer's for the first time. Now they come down towards the hairpin at Agostini. Battle on for third now between Sid Smith on the inside in the 99 car, number 246 Jensen Brickley. Back up the inside for Malik goes Deegan Fairclough. So the pole sitter is back in front of the man he battled with for the lead. But not quite, because James Wallace holds on around the outside. A little bit of fisticuffs, but there's to sort it out pretty quickly. And Wallace is back in front now. We've got a race in our hands here, ladies and gentlemen, between these two at the front. Deegan Fairclough going for it. Big dive up the inside into Oggies. That's a TIMETABLE move, isn't it? Brilliant pass from Deegan Fairclough. If he can stay there on the exit, which he does, so he covers off the line. He's now going to force James Wallace to come back at him through Williams and all, even in the slipstream, down towards the complex of Nelson. So down the back straight they go then. Wallace will start to take the slipstream, behind the Deegan Fairclough and possibly try and make a move. If he tries to go inside or outside, it might not work. Fairclough moved once, but he can't move again now as Wallace dummies to the inside line. If you can sweep across before the braking zone is done for Brundle Nelson, you might well take the lead exit in the complex. Into Nelson, Fairclough holds on, bumps the curb and goes round the outside over the curb on the exit. Wallace squeezes his way up the inside line there, side by side into the bomb hole. Wallace has trap position, Fairclough lets him have it, or just about he does. And so looks round the outside. He's stuck round the outside of the bomb hole. That should be impossible. Into Coram, side by side into Coram on the first lap. Brilliant stuff from the Fiesta Juniors on the opening lap here. Jensen Brickley up to third. It's now Swift Sam Smith. A little bit of contact, but they're going to hold on just about under brakes. Somehow getting it stopped, and Deegan Fairclough's back in front again. What a brilliant league battle this is. Having completed the first lap yet, and they're going as late as the last lap. Brilliant stuff. So side by side between Wallace and Fairclough as they charge down the pit straight. Wallace gets back into the lead and leads the first lap across the line. So Wallace leads, and it's Fairclough in second place, Brickley third, Smith fourth, Alex Leeds in fifth position, Jake Triggs in sixth, Webster, Garman, Davis and Pope round out the top 10. This is going to set the tone for the rest of the race. Strap in. This could be a belter, possibly the best race of the season so far. Into the Wilson hairpin. Wallace leads, but he's gone too deep on the apex. He's lost his line. He's lost first and also second. Jensen Brickley's gone past both of them. They went effectively three abreast, quite a wide three abreast into Wilson hairpin because there's lots of road on the exit, all the way through. And Jensen Brickley saw them both running wide, snuck up the inside and says, "Thank you very much. I'll take the pair of you," and send straight into the lead. I think this could be going on for quite a while, ladies and gents. They come down towards the hairpin at Agostini's for the second time. Brickley just taking a slightly more defensive line down towards the hairpin because he knows that Fairclough will try and attack, and Fairclough is quite a fighting young driver. Any chance he spots, obviously, I'm sure he obviously calculates it in his head first, but any chance he spots that's realistic enough to pass, he does go for it and try and make a move. And James Wallace has gone through. Honestly, they're at it again, these two. James Wallace sticks his nose up the inside and says, "Surprise, Deegan, I'm going back up the inside for second." Here comes Sid Smith to try and get his nose involved. He does. Almost touches the side of Wallace's car, but he has to back out and possibly try and get through on the run out of Oggies towards Williams. We'll be out of breath at this rate. There's so much great racing going on with these guys. There is in the trade price cars booking machine, number 76. Championships. All the battle between these cars for second downwards is just letting the leader, who's currently Jensen Brickley, pull away in front now. So they have to realise they've got to work together and try to pull him back towards them. Otherwise, they're only going to be fighting for second best, and no one wants that in that group towards the back end. So out of the complex at Brundle and Nelson, top 5 all together on the line. I think now that Deegan Fairclough and James Wallace have realised we need to stop fighting, otherwise none of us are going to have a chance of winning this race. So now I think that Wallace has backed off a little bit. He's saying, right, you go and chase him, Deegan, and we'll come with you. So, and they are starting to close in now, so Deegan's now starting to reel him back in pretty quickly now. So out through Murray's, still Brickley who will lead the second lap. So 2 different leaders in the space of 2 laps. So they come down the pit straight towards the end of completion of lap number 2. Top 5 altogether as they go across. Brickley, Fairclough, Wallace, Smith, Lee. Jake Triggs is up to P6. Good start from him so far. 7th for Webster, 8th for Garwan under pressure from George Davis. 10th for Jake Maynard. Then it's Pope, Lewis, Strange, Then I think that's the back, it's possibly Daniel Lewis, I think. So he's got some ground to make up from rear of the field. As has also, sorry, it's Archie Handy, I think he's in 14th place. And who's back, who hasn't made it out? Joseph Knight didn't make it out, sadly. So it looks like he's sat out this second race to try and fix the car for tomorrow, which is a shame, but of course it gives him more time rather than being so compressed to try and get it out for the second race and looking for something more than just a quick fix. So here's Harry Garman then, under threat from George Davis as they turn into the left-hander at Palmer's. It's slightly off camber through Palmer's, so you have to be very careful on the exit. Not to move through. Oh, it's a problem for Deegan Fairclough. Deegan Fairclough on the left-hand side of car 87's got a problem. Oh, that's a shame for Deegan. He was looking so strong in that first race and challenging for the lead in the second, and looks like something mechanically has gone wrong with the 87 car. Everyone starts streaming past him. Hasn't come into shot just yet. There goes Archie Handy. Oh, poor Deegan. That's the championship leader in trouble. So that will have to be a drop round for him, I'm afraid. But Deegan Fairclough's car almost crawling to a halt. He'll have to pull the car to the right-hand side off the grass. That's such a shame. He was looking for his 4th win of the season, but I'm afraid it's not going to happen on this occasion unless there's a safety car to bunch the field back up again. Jenson Brickley to carry on with his lead, and James Wallace now assumes the role of leading the group for second place. It's now Wallace for second now, Smith for third. Lee will be up to 4th place and Triggs into 5th position. So everyone else, of course, moves up a spot now that Deegan Fairclough's out. Oh dear. Well, he's got the car going again, but it's not enough to get it back going racing because his race of phrase over. This isn't over though, because Alan Webster's bounding over the grass on the exit of the corner, tries to find his way back onto the circuit, finds George Davis to his inside, who also slips through. Now, we saw the aftermath of that. I don't know if there was any contact. It might look so that Jake Maynard just showed his nose to Albert Webster, and Albert Webster might have jumped out of the way and found himself on the grass. Not voluntarily, of course, but found himself just running wide as a result of trying to make room for a hard-charging Maynard. So they're all trying to chase Harry Garman now as they come across the line. So Brickley then, he's been chased down by James Wallace, who, again, hasn't won a race so far yet, but he came close in race number 1. And on the last lap, took the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 23.154, and he's exactly 4/10 quicker than Jenson Brickley. So this could be another great lead scrap here in the Fiesta Junior Championship between Jenson Brickley and James Wallace. There goes James Pope in the purple True sponsored car. A couple of cars running wide, very wide. In fact, lots of dust being kicked up there from the cars in front of them. Might have been Jake Maynard, possibly even Harry Garman, but if it was Garman, he's getting back to his roots in junior rallycross as George Davis slides horrendously wide at the hairpin, but he'll get back on track once again quickly. In fact, he's lost out to Albert Webster again, so looking down the outside, having a look into Palmer's and the left-hander. Webster holds firm, but Davis, if he's strong enough, he might go around the outside. I don't think he has gone around the outside. He's done it. Fantastic stuff. George Davis had enough grip on the outside line to just sail around the outside and goes, thank you very much, Albert. Back into position he goes. So that's now 8th position for Davis, back ahead of Webster. There's Archie Handy back in 13th place on the grid. Fantastic battling all through the pack in the juniors. This is just how competitive it is as a junior championship. Lots of battling at the front, in the mid-pack and towards the rear. Everyone's got someone to race with, and everyone's thoroughly enjoying themselves out on track here. It's wonderful, clean but intense and fantastic fun racing. Just exactly the kind of things the Fiesta Junior Championship stands for, and is certainly aiming to achieve in this championship. That's a problem, or just running wide with Albert Webster, so keep an eye on that if he continues on, because Albert Webster's car, the A&D machine, was certainly running wide and was putting too long into the grass on the entrance towards Williams. That leads to Jet, he's simply just run wide, and that's a problem. He's kept going, he just came through in the into the shot just as we switched cameras. So he carries on, albeit with a bit of possibly wavered there, maybe he ran wide on the exit, or he's just got himself back onto the road. George Davis then continues to pursue, his next pursuit is now of Jake Maynard, as the leaders come through into the left-hander at Murray's. Now, lap time-wise, I'm going to watch this carefully, because last time by, the fastest out of the top 3 was James Wallace. Now, whether or not that's the case again, we'll have to wait and see. Here come the top 3 across the line then. So, Brickley, Wallace, and then Smith. Lap times are... So it's a personal best for Jenson Brickley, but he was still slower by about half a tenth than James Wallace. So the gap is now half a second between the blue and yellow machine of Jenson and he ran wide on the exit of Richie's corner, feeling the pressure. I was about to say half a second between Jensen Brickley and James Wallace. It's a bit closer to that now, but you can tell that Jensen Brickley's trying to push here because he's using all the track and a little bit more to try and stay in front. Now they make their way out of the Wilson hairpin, named after, of course, the late Justin Wilson, who sadly lost his life in an IndyCar incident at Pocono. And a fitting tribute for that hairpin that used to be called Montreal after the hairpin on the Montreal Grand Prix circuit. And now out of Palmer's, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer himself. And into Agostini's, which is named after motorcycle legend Jacopo Agostini. So out of the hairpin they go, and Wallace now is as close as he's ever been now. Brickley's now to start looking in his mirrors here because he might well have to think about getting his elbows out for the first time this weekend. Finds himself in the lead, but Wallace, who, don't forget, was on the tail of Deegan Fairclough for the majority of race number 1, and showed that he had a bit more pace than Jensen in that one. I wonder if it's more the same this time, but now it's Wallace doing the pursuing of Brickley, who finds himself in the lead. If he did, he'd love to take his third win of the season. He can, though. He's not going to help. It's going to kill his momentum onto the back straight. He's kept his foot in, though, so if he's not steady, he's minimum. So head down towards the complex of Brundle Nelson. Wallace looks to the outside, but he might try and save the dummy. Towards Brundle Nelson, looking one way then the other, but Brickley shuts the door every time he looks. Down towards the complex, through the sweeping left-hander of Brundle, the sharp right-hander of Nelson. Little sort of wave as the car moves around behind him. Sid Smith was pushing too. He thumped the curb on the inside of Nelson, taking all of it a bit more in proper true two-wheel touring car style. Brilliant stuff at the front. And there's only, you almost forget the time's going by. It's only a 15-minute race. There's 3.25 minutes still to go. So we're going to get this, and I think one more lap to go because the laps are about 2 minutes 23. So we've got 2 more laps of this then. And Brickley starting to feel a little bit more pressure corner by corner from James Wallace, who, if he can manage this, could be on course if he can get around Jensen Brickley for his first Fiesta Junior win. Down the pit straight. There's a 5-second penalty going out. Oh, it's for James Wallace. A 5-second penalty for track limits for James Wallace. So the chance of his victory now, I'm afraid, unless he gets in front and pulls away by at least 5 seconds, I'm afraid, has been snatched away from him due to track limits. Oh dear, well that's another driver that was due a podium that's possibly going to be unfortunately robbed of it by a time penalty, because we had that with Ross McCarr earlier on in the previous race in the CityCar Cup, and it's happened here again, this time in the Fiesta Junior Championship. So what it now means is Jensen Brickley, whatever happens, looks as though he's on course to take his third win of the season. And while James Wallace will finish second on the road if he stays where he is, I'm afraid he's going to drop behind Sid Smith. So it means that I think at the moment it looks as though, what's the gap between Smith and Lee? Right, it's 5.6 seconds. So if it stays as it is, Wallace will still finish third. It'll be his second podium of the week, of the day, and of the weekend. Because of course, remember, they've got 2 more races tomorrow and another qualifying session. So they'll have 2 more races to add another 2 more sets of points onto the tally. But that's a real shame for James Wallace. I'm pretty sure he'll look back at the data and see where he was using track limits a little too much and decide to readjust his strategy for tomorrow. But this man, Jensen Brickley, certainly looks as though he's going to try and take the fight here and gain some valuable points over Deegan Fairclough if he holds on. James Wallace will still take the extra bonus points for the fastest laps. That'll be a comfort. I think he will give him just as many points that he would have scored for second place without a fastest lap, because you get 2 points for a fastest lap, and he would get 2 points shy of that. I'm trying to work it out in my head. So it's 50 points for a win, 46 for second, and 42 for third. So if James Wallace does end up third with that penalty, then he will, in fact, get 44 points, because there'll be 42 for the third place after the time penalty is applied, and then 2 points for the fastest lap. So he only loses really 2 from what he would be scoring in this position. So up through the right-hander of Coram. I'll come on to the last lap shortly with about roughly, I'd say, 25 seconds or so left on the clock. And the top 3 looking pretty much static as they were at the moment. Still Brickley, Wallace, who will of course drop down the order, in Sid Smith will gain the points for second place. Behind them, we should mention Alex Lee is currently holding on to 4th position. 5th for Jake Trigg, 6th for Jake Maynard, 7th for George Davis, 8th for Harry Garman, 9th for James Pope. Good effort from James Pope, actually. One of his best races so far in 9th place. Daniel Lewis also impressing too, in possibly looking at his first top 10 if he can bring it to the finish. It's Alex Spranger up in 11th place. Good progress from him so far. Webster's in 12th. Archie Handy's 13th. Of course, the one car we don't have, I'm afraid, is the champ leader, Deegan Fairclough, who retired early on with the mechanical issue that he suffered. But I'm sure he'll bounce back and be fighting fit to rebound tomorrow in the 2 races that we have on the timetable. So last lap through Palmer's for the final time. And I think Wallace might well see that he's got 2nd place, got the time penalty. So if he has seen it, he'll know that trying to attack Jensen's not going to make too much of a difference, because even if he passes him, he'd have to pull away in 1 lap, or hope for some kind of a mistake that sees the likes of Brickley and Smith drop back by at least 5 seconds in order for him to hold on to the victory if he was able to inherit it. But it's highly unlikely that's going to happen. And again, this is motorsport, and anything can happen, and it usually does. So, Oggies for the final time. Jensen Brickley in that striking blue and fluorescent yellow livery. He starts champion. Translated that forward to the circuit. Debuted last year. Took him a little bit to get up to speed, but once he did, he certainly was able to prove his pace. Got his first podium towards the end of last season. And of course, this year, he started well. Had a bit of an up and down start. He had a hairy moment at Croft in the wet when he had pulled off a full, complete 360-degree spin on the approach to the sunny corners. It was one of the best pieces of junior car control I've ever seen. And so, certainly, he is a potential tin top star in the making. But of course, he makes his own destiny, as does everyone else in this championship. And he certainly took the right way about, putting himself in contention to move up the higher ranks and put himself as an aim for the future. He heads in through Coram for the final time. Will get it braked and stopped and turned in for Murray for the final time. He'll nail the throttle to the floor and head towards the checkered flag. So out of the championship contenders, it's going to be 1 apiece between them, because it's going to be a victory for Deegan Fairclough in race 1. And despite closing in at the end of race number 2, it's going to be a victory for Jensen Brickley, his 3rd of the season, as he wins race 2 at Snetterton, the Fiesta Junior Championship. A 2nd on the road for James Wallace, but he will drop to 3rd in the end, because it was Sid Smith who will get up there as a result of the 5-second penalty. So it's Wallace who will drop to 2nd. It's Smith who will drop to 3rd. Smith will get 2nd. Lee gets 4th. Jake Triggs gets a top 5 finish with Jake Maynard. 7th place for George Davis. 8th for Harry Garman. 9th for James Pope, one of his best results of the season. And 10th for Daniel Lewis, followed by Alex Sprague, 11th place. So I think he will just hold on ahead of Albert Webster for 11th and 12th place. Here comes Alex. It's a nice haul of points for him today so far, after his misfortunes at Alton Park when he debuted for the season. And Archie Handy also makes it home as well. Of course, we didn't get Deegan Fairclough in the end after his retirement. And Joseph Knight also we lost from the start of the 2nd race because of the mechanical problem that took him out of race number 1, unfortunately. So, let's clarify the result then. So it should be, as a virtue of the time penalty, it should be Jensen Brickley who wins, and it should be then Sid Smith in 2nd place and James Wallace in 3rd, because the gap between 3rd and 4th was Wallace and Smith, Wallace and Alex Lee, was 8.1 seconds. So he won't have dropped off the podium. He'll have just swapped places with Smith for 2nd and 3rd. So it should be Brickley your winner, Smith in 2nd place, Wallace in 3rd. Then it's Lee, Triggs, Maynard, Davis, Smith, Davis, Garman, Pope, and Lewis in the top 10. And yes, now that penalty has been applied, and it is correct. So Sid Smith does get 2nd place. James Wallace is demoted to 3rd, but he does keep his place on the podium because that 5-second penalty only loses him 5 of the 8-second advantage he had over Alex Lee at the end, which means that he stays on that 3rd place and gets another trophy. So great stuff from the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They'll be back tomorrow for their qualifying session, and then 2 more races to round out their busiest weekend ever in championship history. Of course, they usually have 2 races a weekend. This weekend they've got 4 here at Snetterton, the equivalent of essentially 2 one-day meetings with qualifying sessions on each day to set both. But all in the pit lane and ready to go, and I'm sure that Jensen Brickley will be delighted with that victory. And he's had a quick chat there with Ian Waterhouse and My Supercar, of course, who are also here doing some coverage for the Fiesta Junior Championship as well. And there is Jensen Brickley, being quite content with that victory. And he's down there with Josh Barrett, who'll be able to have a chat with our top 3 down in the Park family with our winners from the 2nd Fiesta Junior Championship race.
So our second Fiesta Junior race of the day. It was quite lively at the start, and Jensen came out on top. Well done, Jensen. You were third. You make a good start again. Actually, it worked out this time.
Yeah, I know. It was an all right start, but it wasn't as good as a few of the others.
Yeah.
I caught them back up this time. I was within reaching range this time instead of them just getting away. And then they made a few mistakes, which I was able to capitalise on and caught them back up. Went past them, and then I think Deegan had an issue, and he dropped off, which gave me a bit of a gap.
That's all good for the championship as well. Your main rival not finishing, I guess.
Did he not finish? Yeah.
No,
Oh, right. That's good.
And a good way to end the day, because early on you were a little bit disappointed with third, but a win is a perfect way to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
And you were saying about it being hot out there. Does that affect you over this 15-minute race?
Well, I feel really hot, but you don't feel it when you're out there. It's only when you stop.
And now tomorrow might be a completely different day.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well done on your win. So our race winner there, Jensen Brickley. Second place was Sid Smith after the penalty for James Wallace. So we'll grab a word with Sid Smith, who was in this green recycling.co.uk car. In just a moment. So we're having now heard with Sid Smith. Sid, you end up finishing second because of James's penalty, and you're right in that lead battle.
I got off to an alright start, not the best, but got back in the mix, and then once Deegan unluckily had an issue, I was up there with the podium fight, and luckily ended out in second after the track limit penalty.
Quite a lot happened in that race. There was lots of battling up front, so I guess you had a good view of all that.
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was going to take each other out at any point, but I'm really pleased with play 2. Really helps in the championship, a lot of points, and I'm really happy with that. Yeah.
The Fiesta Junior Championship's really grown this year, really competitive as well. So it's really enjoyable to be a part of it, I should think.
Yeah, definitely. A couple of years ago, it was like 4 cars, and it was just not as public as it is now. Now it's like a really good grid, good drivers, and it's really, really good racing. So I'm really happy I'm still here.
And now we've got to look forward to 2 more races tomorrow, a really busy weekend.
Yes, we are Tyre in a hot weekend, but there's some rain on the way for tomorrow, hopefully, so some more results, yeah.
Obviously, Fiesta Juniors had that really wet race at Croft. It might be a similar case tomorrow. How do you enjoy them conditions?
Oh, I love the rain. In that wet race, I got from P10 to P3, so I love the wet. Yeah, I don't mind any conditions.
Well, good luck with that. So that was second place, Sid Smith. In third place, I don't think James Wallace in here. I think we might have lost James, so we're over my top 2 though, Jensen Brickley and Sid Smith. Already the cars are out for the next race, so we'll move on to the Compact Cup.
Thank you very much, Josh. Always a pleasure to hear our junior drivers out there for Fiesta Juniors. And again, they'll be back tomorrow with 2 more races to run off their weekend. Right, this could be one of the races of the day so far and one of the races of the weekend, because it's the first of 3 for the absolutely sensational Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. These guys are always an absolute riot wherever they go. And they've got 3 races here this weekend, including their first ever 30-minute race that's taking place tomorrow on Sunday. So that'll be double the race that they normally run, which is 15 minutes. So they'll be hoping to last this distance and hopefully make sure that the tyres and fuel can last it as well. So as they make their way around, you'll notice that actually for the first time in a while, it's not Stephen Daly on pole position. So we'll have a look at the grid and show you where they start. So it's Ben Huntley on pole position after that excellent performance in qualifying. Stephen Daly, the points leader, starts alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then it's Guy Davis with an excellent 3rd place, followed by Mikey Doble in 4th. Then followed by Ian Howes and Rhys Claydon, with Matt Flowers and Ian Jones rounding out the top 8. The top 10 is then completed by, on row 5, Paul Maguire and Lee Denny Sadler, then followed by Mike Doble, or Doble Senior as he's known, then ahead of Jim Barrett. Then it's Simon Welton and Ray McDowell back in 14th with some work to do. He's already qualifies higher, but got some work to do from the 7th row. Thomas Langford, his first appearance of the year, so he's welcomed back in 15th place, followed by Russell Cager in 16th place on the 8th row of the grid in car 68. Then it's Ross Stoner and Richard Sutherland from Gareth Claydon and Martin Gadsby, Matthew Adcock and Cliff Harper from Thomas Middleton and Ian Shepherd on the 12th row of the grid. As we continue to scroll down onto row 13, we have Chris McGinley and Pete Smith from Stephen Somerville and Henry Cook, and then Tom Evans, Gregor Pryor and Peter Parsons to round out this mega 31 car grid, as it's always ever packed for the BMW Compact Cup, and always a pleasure to watch them race. So what's happening in the championship? Well, we've already had 2 meetings. The first of all at Croft, and then we had an epic 2-day meeting at Knock Hill, which was another triple header as it is here this weekend. It was one of the absolute classic in Knock Hill, one of the best things they've had for in the Championship's history. Some brilliant racing back and forth from that fantastic circuit in Scotland. But what it has done is, after 2 race wins at home and also then a 3rd place after charging from deeper in the field on the reverse grid, it puts Stephen Daly in the lead of the Championship with 246 points, on course at the moment so far for a potential 5th Compact Cup title in a row. Yes, I did say 5th because he has been that dominant. 2nd place currently for Ben Huntley, who starts on pole position. He's 20 points back with 226 and only 3 ahead of Ian Jones, but Ian is starting further back in the top 10, so he might have some work to climb up from row 4 on the grid. Paul Maguire, who is 4th overall, also leads the Masters contest for drivers 45 and over. He's battling away as the defending champion in that category from Ray McDowell. There's a 12-point gap between them, but Ray, of course, further back in on the 8th row of the grid, so he's got quite a bit of work to do from, again, deep in the field for him. Mikey Doble is 6th, who is tied on points to Ray McDowell. Mikey's having a busy year this year, not just racing in Compact Cup once again, but also dovetailing it with a season in the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, which is very similar to these cars. Got a small, short, rear-wheel drive, quite potent little engine, so quite similar cars, and so one car tends to complement the other, which is quite nice to see. Then we have Rhys Claydon, who's currently sat in 7th place. Guy Davis is 8th, Matt Flowers is 9th, and Richard Sutherland rounds up the top 10 in the points so far. So up onto the grid they come then. Again, the long straight should certainly help with these guys, but the brilliant little rear-wheel drive nature of these little E36 1.8 litre BMW Compact Cups cars should be quite fun to watch as Ben Huntley parks his car, gives a little wave to the camera as well, even time to do that as he looks across at his rival. There's a bit of a staring match going on there between those two. They're out to look at each other and signal that he's ready to go. Up goes the wind. Up, if you know he's focused when up goes the electric window. And they're lined up side by side on the grid. The top 2 in the Championship, top 2 on the grid. Watch out, of course, for Guy Davis and for Mikey Doble from the 2nd row of the grid. Ian Howes is in there too as well, but also the likes of Ray McDowell and Paul Maguire and Ian Jones have got some work to do from deeper outside the top 8 positions. And as we mentioned, this could be the first of 3 at least, one of the 3 best races of the weekend, because they've got 2 more tomorrow. And is it going to be quite a way to add to what's been a mega day of racing so far with the Fiestas, the STXRs and the CityCar Cup cars that have been out racing today? Been quite a day, isn't it? But there's more still to come. We've got this and 2 more races, the 2nd Fiesta Championship race and the 3rd CityCar Cup race coming up after this one. So we're not done just yet. So hold on to your seats. This could be a blinder. Last few cars are getting into position. This mammoth 31-car grid, this colourful and vibrant BMW Compact Cup grid full of all the colours of all spectrum of the rainbow with all these fantastic-looking liveries. And they're all set to get underway here for 15 minutes of action here in Norfolk. Revs are up, the red lights are up, and the 5-second board is ready. They're creeping away. They go. It's a good start from the front row of the grid on the outside line from Stephen Daly. They make the charge down towards Richards for the first time. Yet again, they're 4 abreast in the mid-pack. Don't do that down towards Richie's corner. It might not end well. But Stephen Daly, despite starting it on the outside of the front row, leads into Richie's corner from 2nd place on the grid. There's a bit of a lock-up in the midfield as they turn in through the right-hander for the first time. 3 abreast of the mid-pack again. They're still trying to sort themselves out and towards the rear as well. But I think, fingers crossed, they've all got through safely. So Daly leads in. Oh, big slide from Ben Huntley on the apex of the hairpin at Wilson. Almost comes unstuck with Mikey Doble right behind him. Guy Davis now under threat from Rhys Claydon as they turn up towards Palmer's for the first time, and Claydon looks to the outside line, then goes to the outside line, and Davis tries to hold him back as much as he can. Might just show him the grass, which he doesn't. Oh, and 1 car off the road in the background, 2 cars off in the background. Well, I think he's possibly Gordon McMillan, if not, if it was someone else, in fact. The other one was Lee Eddie Sadler, who went off first, and the car that went off behind him was car number 6. And that, if I look at my entry list, if I find it again, was, in fact, car 6 was Simon Welton. So Simon Welton came a bit grass tracking. They're exploring the Norfolk countryside. But both of them find the circuit once again, and they're back on the road to continue back up the order. There's Ian Jones in the all-black car with the pink trim on the bottom of it. Tries to squeeze up the inside of Ian Howes, who had a bit of a wild ride at Knock Hill when he found himself off the road and rocking over the curbs. Which damaged the car something on the other side. He managed to get it repaired up and carried in that race. Snetterton, slightly shaky start in the next couple of places. Williams onto the back straight towards Brundle Nelson for the first time. And Stephen Daly, well, Stephen Daly is as Stephen Daly does, which is just get into the lead of the race and absolutely dominate. And he's trying to do that now already by putting a small gap away. Huntley looks to be in second place, but under threat from Mikey Doble. There was some dust kicked up in the foreground, so that looks good. That looks interesting. Coming towards... Oh, there's a battle going on there with the 46. That was, I think it was Doble Senior as they're turning through the right-hander. But there is Doble Jr. attacking Ben Huntley. There's Reese Clay having one of his best races start so far in 4th. 5th position is, that's Guy Davis who's right on his tail. 6th is now Ian Jones after a strong start. I have to check exactly where he started. We'll look at the timing screen. But Stephen Daly just up back in front again and dominating. His gap was already 1.7 seconds, did he? 1.8 at the end of lap number 1. So even starting off pole position, but still on the front row, he's still able to get into the lead and pretty much sail away initially. So Daly leads then, Huntley in second place. It's then Doble in third, Mikey Doble in fact, 4th for Guy Davis. Well, will be 4th for Guy Davis in a minute if he's allowed through by Reese Claydon, which he is. Slots up the inside at Wilson, and he might leave the door open for Ian Jones, and also maybe even Ian Howes might get involved as well. So the order's changed around again. More cars are running wide on the exit of Ritchie's and making their way through. Onto the back straight they go. A little wide there from Guy Davis in 4th position. There's now the battle for seconds on. There goes Mikey Doble looking this way and that, but I think that Ben Huntley has it covered. Here comes Ian Jones with a big light dive up the inside into Agostini, and thankfully Reese Claydon saw him coming as he goes up the inside and into what is now 5th position. So Ian Jones is on the move then. You can tell he's a championship contender. Something he has been over the last few years because he does not hang around at all when he's deeper in the pack. He certainly gets a quick start and tries to make his way through as quick as he can. There's Paul Maguire in the black and green machine, the leader in the Masters contest. And as they come out of the right-hander Oggies. Apex 16 here. Someone's kicked up dust. Well, it might have been Guy Davis again, which might be Ian Jones. License to go for another position, which I think it is. I think it was Guy Davis. As there goes Ian Jones. Ian Howes is tucked into the slipstream. As there goes Stephen Daly. There goes second and third. It's now Mikey Doble in front of Ben Huntley. And for 4th, it has changed again because there goes Ian Jones up the inside, past on the back straight of Guy Davis. Then Ian Howes is right with him. He thumps the curve as he's just ahead of Reese Claydon. He just changes all over the place as they turn in through the right-hander at the bomb hole. Claydon tries to come back at him into the right-hander, but at the compression he has to back out. And Ian Howes remains in position after taking it after Guy Davis's mistake. There goes Daly. Mikey Doble, who keeps getting quicker and quicker each season. I'm pretty sure that the season running in Genesis is teaching him a lot about other cars and rear-wheel drive. Oh, someone's ringer has gone flying there. Can't quite tell who it was, but someone now can't look either left or right in the mirror. There goes Ian Jones in 4th position. Guy Davis in 5th now, and that puts Ian Howes into 6th. Let's get lap times. So fastest lap of the race actually has now gone to Mikey Doble. He's a 10th quicker than Stephen Daly in front. 2 minutes 24.190 for Daly, and it was a 24.099 for Doble. So first proper flying lap off the grid. And it's Doble who sets the pace at the moment. He's got to pull in 1.8 seconds to get back up to the tail of Daly if he can. He's got time to do it. It's already a third of the race has gone, so still 9 3/4 minutes to go. As for this lot, they're still busy scrapping over 4th position because Ben Huntley looks pretty secure in 3rd, even though he's only half a second away from challenging Doble to repass him again. But 4th, 5th and 6th turn their way out of Wilson now through Palmer's. Ian Jones being chased down by Guy Davis. Trying to repass him. Here goes Ian Howes going right to the inside line to defend from a resurgent Reese Claydon, who simply just outbrakes him into the hairpin. But even though Howes tries to come back at him, it's not going to work. No, it's not. So Reese Claydon with a daring move down the outside line, got it stopped and managed to get park the car right on the corner exit, stop Ian Howes from getting through. So impressive stuff from Reese Claydon there. You can tell that's a KC Motorsport prepared car. He's been learning from the master himself, Stephen Daly. This is one of his better results, better starts to a race so far. I remember in his first season when he was competing, he was sort of mid-pack most of the year and then popped up at Silverstone and picked up a very strong 3rd place. And he's keeping it dramatic since then, but getting quicker as the years gone on, as the seasons have gone on, and he's in a position here at Snetterton where he's a regular top 5 or top 10 runner. So great stuff so far from Reese up in P6 now. There's his teammate Stephen Daly. There goes Doble and Huntley in 2nd and 3rd, chasing him down. There's 4th and 5th. Jones and Davis just try and close together. And I wonder if they started to work together now. They've realised if we keep fighting, we're just going to keep losing time to the cars in front and to the cars behind. So let's see if we can run in tandem. Let's see if we can punch a bigger hole in the air together. Let's see if we can catch up to the cars in front. You have to remember, there's not that much time to do it because it's only a 15-minute race. And they will do what they can to close back in. If Ian Jones is leading them a line, you can be certain that the group is going to be pretty quick. There goes Flowers ahead of Jim Barrett. Simon Welton now still ahead of the battle going on with Mike Doble, and I think Ray McDowell was behind Mike Doble Senior, but now he's dropped behind lead Andy Sadler and a couple more, so been a bit of a change of position there. Across the line go the leaders. Stephen Daly takes the fast lap of the race back again. 2 minutes 23.549. He's a tenth quicker at least than Mikey Doble and the rest of the pack. So Daly leads, Doble second place, Huntley third, Jones fourth, Guy Davis fifth. Oh, there's a tap in the rear there from Guy Davis under braking on Ian Jones, but Ian will certainly get it. He's not afraid to get his elbows out when he's challenged, so he's not afraid to go for it when he's challenging. So Ian Jones is one of the most exciting drivers in the championship. He certainly knows how to put on a show wherever he's racing. They head out to the left-hander at Palmer's, now down towards Agostini again. And here comes Rhys Clayton. He wants to try what he did to Ian Howes on Guy Davis, but I think Guy's more focused on trying to repass Ian Jones. So these two aren't really working together. They're still locked in combat and realising that the top three are starting to escape up the road and get ever smaller in their windscreens. Rhys Clayton, meanwhile, is up the inside and he wants to get himself into the mix too. The Master Mix concrete car gets into the mix. He's into P5 now, and here comes Ian Howes up the inside to take another place with Guy Davis and steal 6th away if he can. Up at the right-hander at Oggies. On the exit into Williams, they can get that a little bit further up the inside into Williams. He can try and hold into the position. Guy's got great momentum on the exit of the corner to try and get past both of them. He goes alongside Davis, using a tow from Ian Howes in front of him. Gets past one. Can he get past the other as they come down towards the complex of ground now? So he's going to go for it. Unless David goes a little deeper onto the brakes and holds on. There goes second and third. There goes Jones. Clayton. Then Howes. And now side by side is round the outside goes Paul Maguire. Into the apex of Nelson. Little sideways on the exit. Guy Davis is over the curb. Somehow keeps his nose in front. They go back towards the bomb hole almost side by side. Oh, and that was close as well. Paul Maguire really had to back out of that one. I thought there was going to be contact, but Paul Maguire realised that going to that right-hander, he didn't really go side by side through there, particularly with the compression right at the apex of the corner. That was never really going to work. So Paul Maguire sits back and we'll try and assess an option here with about 5.5 minutes to go. Try and get back past him again. So down the pit straight they come once more. Daly continues to lead. There is a black and white flag going out, and it's for car 6, which is Simon Welton. That's a warning for track limits. So if he carries on transgressing, he will get a time penalty, as we've seen a couple of drivers do so throughout this weekend already. So he has been warned, so they've got to be careful not to stray too far across the white line anymore. And so was Guy Davis, because he was going quite wide there. He missed the apex completely of Ritchie's. As Ian Jones now comes under a big pressure from Rhys Clayton, who really is on a charge in this first race of the weekend. Seems to have the pace. His last lap was a 2:23.891. He's on the same pace as roughly the couple of cars in front of him. The last lap for Ian Jones was a 2:24.665, and Clayton was about 8 tenths quicker. So he's now putting himself alongside, and I think there's going to be a change for 4th as Doble and Huntley carry on for 4th place. How's it looking? He is in front, so Rhys Clayton's managed to get through. So another place gain for Rhys Clayton. He's on the charge. Now, it's a big ask, but with 4 minutes to go, can he catch the top 2? I think the answer might be almost certainly no, because unless something happens between them, lap time pace between Clayton and the second and third is fairly same. It was 2:23.8. Doble and Huntley on the similar sort of pace, 2:23.8 to 2:23.7. So I don't think he's going to make it through on this occasion, as Ian Jones gets a big slide on through the apex of Williams' corner. And this now gives them a real chance for Ian Howes to try and squeeze past. I'm not sure if that's just how it's set or just if it's come down a little bit, but Ian Jones' exhaust looks awfully low at the back of the car, so I think that's just how they've set it, or if it really has dropped down a little bit. There goes Ian Jones, who's trying to defend on the outside line from Ian Howes, but he's going to have track position, I think. A big lock up from Howes. They all both slide wide. Ian Jones is off onto the grass. He almost hits Guy Davis, who goes slots past and gets one. Might get a second. Here comes Paul Maguire up the inside as well. Ian Jones loses 3 spots. Davis goes up the inside of Howes. Maguire gets sideways on the exit of the bomb hole. Now all through Corm they go 2 by 2 into the long right-hander. There goes Claydon, in blissful ignorance as he pulls away. Here comes the quartet into the complex at Murray's. Was that Ian Jones going off the road for some reason? The mechanical problem was just off the road on the grass. Yeah, he's dropped another spot now too. That'll be Matt Flowers. So I think possibly, is that Ian Jones in trouble? Second and third have gone through. There goes Reece Claydon. There goes Howes, Davis and Maguire. Now there's Ian Jones. He's got back up to speed again. I reckon he just lost his momentum. Possibly he was in missed a gear as well. And that's cost him a few car lengths and a few seconds. So he's got some work to do to try and get back up to these guys if he can. Guy Davis isn't finished. He's getting stuck in once again with Ian Howes. Up the inside into the Wilson hairpin he goes. Gives him the space. Hits the apex. Thank you very much. Through he goes. And Paul Maguire says, can I come too? Can I try and squeeze through? He's going to try, but Ian Howes gets a nice drive off the exit of the corner and goes through. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Stephen Daly, without a care in the world, is 4 seconds to the good in the lead here. So it looks as though it's going to be another win for him this afternoon. First of potentially as many as 3 this weekend if he plays his cars right. There's of course the third race is a partially reverse grid, so I think it's a random draw top 10. So the top 10 are basically the numbers 1 to 10 are placed into a bag, and then simply they're pulled out at random. And so whichever order they're pulled out in, that's the order of the top 10 for the third race, based on where they finished in race 2. So that's what created such a fantastic race at Knock Hill, which saw Stephen Daly climb his way through from that. He was 9th or 10th on the grid, and by the time he got to the back of the lead between Ian Jones and Ben Huntley, the race was over. So he will be playing saloon for Stephen, but he will be charging on to try and grab as many points as he can before he might possibly get pushed down to the back of the top 10 for that third race if the clock doesn't go in his favour. 15 on the clock still to go in this race, so next time they go past the start and finish line, it will be the last lap of the race. Ben Huntley's closed back in on Mikey Doble. There goes Reece Claydon in one of his best results for a while, in 4th so far. And Davis and Howes continue to scrap over 5th and 6th. Little lock up from Howes and to Nelson. Both are using the curb on the exit to get a bit of run into the bomb hole for the right-hander. Through into Murray's they come for the penultimate time, and Mikey Doble Jr. is looking to try and hold off Ben Huntley here. Of course, he came into the weekend in points. He came in 6th in points and 204, but he's outscoring Ian Jones and Paul Maguire and Ray McDowell. So last lap board goes out. Another warning for track limits, and that's cars. This is interesting. Car 68's been given a warning, which is Russell Cage, but also so has Stephen Daly. Car number 1's been given a warning for track limits, so that's interesting. 4.6 seconds is the gap. But if he keeps on running wide too much, you might well get a time penalty. Now, the first time penalty that you get is 5 seconds. So if Stephen Daly does get a penalty, he goes, whoops, off the road has gone 311. 311 is Henry Cook, in one of the more recently built KC Motorsport cars. He is, if he is able to get a lead up to more than 5 seconds, if he does get a penalty for track limits, it actually might not affect him too much. He'll still keep the victory, but the timing screen will say that it's the prediction gap would have been less than a second or 1 point something seconds. So it might not tell the full story, but you see here, Stephen Daly has got quite the advantage. He really pretty much is the class of the field in the entire Compact Cup at the moment. And while the likes of Ben Huntley and Ian Jones can take the fight to him, just weekends when Stephen Daly is just that little bit better than everyone else. And even though he missed out on pole, he's right for it in the race here. He turns his way through the right-hander at Williams and into the back straight. And as I said before, he's had ambitions of racing Martinez's and moving up the motorsport ladder. He's one of those drivers where, and I mean this in the most polite sense, he kind of his talent has kind of outgrown the championship, and where he's a fantastic driver and he's brilliant to have in the championship, but there's many that feel that he's talented enough to be in some of the higher echelons of British motorsport going forward, and I think certainly has to be one of them, even though he's a fantastic asset to the championship. And brilliant to have him in it. And of course he's on course at least to try and go for an unprecedented 5th Compact Cup title in a row. And certainly performances like this are what he needs to carry on racking up the points to make it happen come season's end. He heads into Murray's for the final time. You almost run out of superlatives for this man, don't you? Because he keeps on getting at the front of the field, he keeps on dominating, keeps on winning races. He's going to do it once again for this year. It'll be his 4th win of the season, and another big score to get back towards a 5th consecutive title. Stephen Daly once again punches the air with delight and wins the first Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. It's a sprint to the line for second between Doble and Huntley. Oh, that was a dead hit towards the line. Who got it? Doble got it on the line by 0.020 seconds. 0.02 of a second between Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley. Brilliant. That was unexpected. I know they were close, but Huntley got such a great drive off the final corner and just missed out on the second place for Mikey Doble. Brilliant stuff at the end of that. I thought it was going to be a thriller. Rhys Claydon with a brilliant drive to 4th. That's one of his best drives in recent times. Ian Howes picks up the final top 5 spot ahead of Guy Davis, so he did repass him in the latter stages. Paul Maguire 7th. It's then Ian Jones 8th, Matt Flowers 9th, and Simon Welton rounds out the top 10. Jim Barrett then comes 11th. It's 12th for Mike Doble Senior. Lee Denny Sadler is in 13th. Ray McDowell 14th. Richard Sutherland 15th. Russell Cage is 16th. Then Thomas Langford, Ross Stoner, Martin Gadsby, and the P20 is car 164 Thomas Middleton. And the rest of the order as they came across the line. From 21st downwards, we had Chris McGinley, Cliff Harper, the 17 of Pete Smith, followed then by Gregor Pryor, Stuart Somerville, Gareth Claydon, Matthew Adcock in 27th place, and Henry Cook, the 104, of Tom Evans, Peter Parsons, and the one car we lost that didn't make the flag, sadly, was the 33 of Ian Shepherd. So unfortunate stuff from him, not make it to the flag, but the other 32 certainly did. And of course, as we said, it's another victory for Stephen Daly in the BMW Compact Cup. So, as we say, he will be pushing forwards to try and pick up more wins. Of course, they'll be back with 2 more races tomorrow for the BMW Compact Cup. Of course, that second one, the third one being, of course, the double distance 30-minute race, the first ever 30-minute race in BMW Compact Cup history. So a lot of firsts this weekend. Of course, it's the first weekend with 4 Fiesta Junior races, the first ever weekend for the CityCar Cup. It's the first weekend at Snetterton for the Clubsport Trophy, first ever 30-minute BMW Compact Cup race. And even though there's a thick bit of conversation going on between Ben Huntley and Mikey Doble Jr. on that one after a brilliant race between the two of them. And of course, all smiles for Stephen Daly as well, who of course takes another victory too. So thumbs up for everyone involved. I'm sure they all enjoyed that one. They certainly looked like they enjoyed it. And Mikey Doble holding on by just 0.02 of a second in the end.
Oh,
good. Well, there's Josh Barrett. He's going to have a chat to our top 3. Let's hand down to him in Parc Ferme to have a chat with winner Stephen Daly, second place Mikey Doble, and third place Ben Huntley, the race one of the weekend for the BMW Compact Cup.
So we're down here in Parc Ferme for the Compact Cup. Stephen Daly just rushed off. We're getting back in a minute. Let's go in reverse order then. In third place, Ben Huntley. Ben, do you want to make your way over here? So Ben Huntley took 3rd position, but it was a very, very close battle all the way through. You were so close to getting it on the line.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as close as you get in compact racing, to be honest with you. Yeah, I tried every single trick in the book to try and get Mikey, cut backs onto the back straight. I actually got in front of him coming onto the last lap, down onto the Bentley, and he just got the draft on me, same as I did onto the start-finish straight. Race 2 and race 3 tomorrow, different races, but again, nice to be on the podium, good hauler championship points. Unfortunately for me, Steve, again, takes more points out of me in the championship, but anything can happen in an instant in this series, so get our head down, see what went wrong on the start. I bogged down a little bit, and whether that was my reaction time or whether I didn't warm my tyres up, so we'll look back at the data and find out what happened. But other than that, happy,
As you said, tomorrow's going to be a very different day, maybe in many ways. The weather forecast looks interesting, to say the least. How do you like the wet conditions?
I must confess, I absolutely love the wet. I did my rain dance this morning, but unfortunately no rain, so I'll be doing it again tonight and tomorrow morning. Alton Park 2020 was, I think, probably the highlight for me of my wet weather driving, So this is a different circuit, of course, so we'll see. I know Ian Jones is mighty fast in the wet, Steve himself is mighty fast, so I think if it's wet tomorrow, depending on how wet and what the conditions are, I think it'll be a cracking fight between the 3 of us for the win.
Well done on 3rd position. Looks like 2nd place, Mikey Doble with the circuit comms. So we get Steve. See if we get Steve Daly over here, who's returned to Parc Fermé. Well done, Steve, and another win for you there, and the start was really important.
Yeah, the start was very important. Like I says, I think we had the pace for pole this morning, but I didn't execute the lap personally. The car was there, but I wasn't this morning. So, I mean, starting P2, that was great. It was all just getting off the line. I've done a lot of practice since my last round in Knockhill, where starts weren't very good. So I've been coaching myself on the starts, and just look at what happened. We got the lead before the first corner, so I'm happy with that. From then, it was just Mikey Doble and Ben Huntley just having a little battle behind us, and that just allowed me to stretch out the lead and take the win. So,
you've obviously been around the compact cup paddock for a while now. What makes you keep coming back year on year?
Fantastic little championship. I mean, they're cheap cars. They're probably the cheapest form of motorsport you can kind of enter into. Obviously, the ambition for most of these drivers is to get to touring cars and things like that. But I mean, what a spectacle these cars are to get your foot in the door for that.
And obviously, I think you raced against James Gornall, who did this and went on, and he did very well in BTCC. Yeah. So it just shows you the quality of drivers at the front of this field.
Well, that's it. I mean, it just shows that this championship can produce the BTCC level driver. And you know, me and James had a lot of good battles, and you know, there's Jordan Stilp had good battles with him, and there's a lot of good drivers, a lot of good names that have done well up the top, and we can hang with them. So, I mean, that's kind of speaks for itself, if you like.
Well done, and we get Mikey. You're going to grab Mikey for me. So Mikey Doble, who took second position in that race, and as I was saying to Ben, your battle was pretty close.
Yeah, it was intense the whole way through. We battled like that in the previous round at Knockhill, so we've got a lot of experience racing with each other. Yeah, I managed to get by him early doors, and then the race kind of settled down a little bit, but he always stayed within my slipstream. He was never more than half a second apart, and I started to make a few mistakes second half of the race, and he got right back on my bumper. And then the last lap was just brilliant. We swapped places a couple of times, side by side across the line. Yeah, very exciting race.
This circuit does seem to bode its well to pretty good racing when you're really close. You've got the toe, and you've got lots of different types of corner.
Yeah, well, there's almost as many left-handers as there are right-handers. So, you know, the moves never really finish, you know, because you can be side by side round one, and then they've got the inside for the next. Lots of long straights, good towing, keeps the pack close together. So expect more of the same tomorrow.
Well done on your second place finish. So that was our second place man, which was Mikey Doble. We spoke to Ben Huntley originally, he was third, and the winner once again, Stephen Daly.
Thank you very much, Josh. Good to hear from our top three from that first Nankang Type BMW Compact Cup race. And again, they'll be back tomorrow for 2 more races. Right, 2 more races to go in today's timetable. The first of which is this, the second race of the day and the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. And so as the cars make their way around on the formation lap to get some heat into the tyres and brakes, whilst it's still quite warm here at Snetterton, let's quickly run you through the grid for race number 2. Of course, it's set by the results of race number 1 from earlier on this morning. So it is race 1 winner David Nye, who starts on pole position alongside fellow podium mate Rob Smith. Then it's Zachary Lucas and JP Going on the second row of the grid, followed by Alistair Kellett and Dominic Bush. Then Spencer Stevenson, and watch out for Simon Horrobin. He started on pole position on the first race, dropped back as far as about 7th or 8th, had made a couple of mistakes and possible missed gear changes, and because of that he starts 8th. Has work to do, but I can guarantee for the pace he had this morning, he won't stay there. So keep an eye on the car from 8th on the grid on row 4. On the 5th row of the grid, it is going to be Stuart Robbins and Gary Miller to round out the top 10, followed by Marco Ricci and William Kellett, who is the first of our ST150 class cars, ahead of Nick Moore and Bridie Davis, and Ethan Rogers and Marlo Cordell, who's making his debut this weekend, starting at 16th on the grid. And then towards the back, we have Matt Chambers. And I need to look at the result of race number 1, because Luke Pinder is also starting at the back of the grid. So I need to look at the results and see if he actually got himself a penalty at all, or he DNF'd. So sadly, Luke Pinder did not finish the first race, and because of that, he will start towards the back. But again, like Simon Horrobin and co, who might be out of position, I guarantee they won't stay there. So he will start to carve his way through the order as quickly as possible. So cars make their way around onto the grid. You see these brilliant looking new Ford Fiesta ST180 turbos, which of course form the new ST240 class. The reason why they're called ST240 class is because that's how much power they make with the uprated ECU provided by Puma Speed. So from the base horsepower of an ST180 about 180 brake horsepower, they now move up to, you guessed it, 240. So that makes them extra powerful and extra fast on the straights. They are quite literally rocket ships in a straight line. And I know that all the drivers that have been competing in them have been raving about how good these cars are, how good they are to drive, how fast they are, how they stop with the EBC brakes on board with them, how they turn, everything about these cars. And many people are saying that it's good that there's been a bit of a revitalisation of the championship with this new car, because it certainly has brought some older drivers back out of the woodwork and back onto the grid, and some new faces in these cars as well. And of course, don't forget the ST150s. Of course, they are still evergreen in this championship. They've been around for almost more than a decade, of course, and at one point were up to including last year in terms of point scoring, they were the fastest point scoring cars on the grid. They were always towards the front, and at one point we even had grids where there was a dedicated grid full of Class C cars, because there were so many, and the other classes, A, B and D, would have a separate grid to run by themselves for the, at the time, newer Mark 7 ZTEC S and the older spec ZTEC and SI models for the Fiesta as well. There's David Knight in, don't really see too many open-faced helmets in motorsport these days, but he's running that, of course, in his car. Of course, former BTCC runner, and of course, been former class champion in the Fiesta Championship in the past. He'll be looking to try and get a second win out of 2 so far this weekend. Luke Pinder slots in towards the back. He is in there. John Cooper also starting from the pit lane as well, so there's some work to do from the back of the grid. So it looks like he's going to be out for the second race after he missed race 1. And here we go then. The 5-second ball will go up, and the second race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship is all set to get underway. 9 Smith on the front row of the grid. Can either of them win the sprint down towards turn 1, or what about row 2 backwards from either Jamie Going or Zach Lucas? Away they go. Pretty even start from the front row in the first phase of the start, but in the second phase, looks like I think Nye got a slightly better jump towards the first corner at Ritchie's. They're going to be side by side on the sprint towards the right hand. Look at Zach Lucas peeking out, trying to get second from Rob Smith into Ritchie's for the first time. Will turn their way through. There's Gary Miller ahead of Stuart Robbins as they come through. And out of the ST150s, I think William Kellett has held on ahead of Nick Moore, with Brian Davis up there in third. It's 2 by 2 for second and fourth, behind David Nyes. They head in through Wilson for the first time. It's down to Zach Lucas to second place, and with Alistair Kellett to his inside, Rob Smith bounds over the grass and loses 1 spot, loses 2, loses 3, and look who's at it again, both Jamie Going and Simon Horrobin. I told you earlier on, whenever these two are on track near each other, there is never not fireworks. So these two will be at it again, I'm sure. Simon Horrobin, I said, also to watch from him from the 4th row of the grid. He's absolutely rocket propelled up to 4th place, it looks like, down the outside of Robert Smith. He's got to be careful not to turn in across him, which he doesn't. And Gary Miller now makes it a trio of red ST180s now in the order, because he's got past Stuart Robbins. He's now behind Dominic Bush, who is now behind Spencer Stevenson. As for Simon Horrobin, he's never not exciting when he's on the track battling with somebody. He's trying to go up the inside of Rob Smith. He finds his door closed, then finds his old mate Jamie Going up the inside. These two will not give each other room at all when they're on track together, although I think they just about did that time. And they get back on down the back straight and up towards Brandon Nelson for the first time. These 240 brake horsepower patches, they're sprinting down the long straight towards this curving left-hander in the tight right of Brandon Nelson. And the Fiesta ST150 still led by William Kellett, with Nick Moore in the mix as well. David Knight continues to lead. Zach Lucas now in second place, but under pressure from former Fiesta champion Alistair Kellett. Like we said, good to see him back. Of course, he's made the trip from Ireland across, and when he came back in October, came back in last month at Alton Park. It was the first time in 18 months that he'd been racing in the Fiesta Championship. He'd been observing his son William's sort of racing career and helping him out a little bit in Irish Fiestas over across the Irish Sea in they regularly race at places like Mordello Park. Both he and William, of course, are back in the championship. Well, it's William's first proper year in the championship, whereas it's Alistair Kellett, of course, he's back once again and straight into this brand new ST240 class. And of course, he's converted what was his outstanding ZTEC S into an ST180. He's put the power upgrades in there, and he's certainly proving that why he's been a champion before, at least in Class D and overall. Looking for second place at the inside of Zach Lucas, who both of them are now being caught by Rob Smith again. Down the inside into the Wilson hairpin. Lucas sees him coming, gives him room, and allows him to slip past into second place. So Kellett's through then. Let's see if he can bring the cars behind him and start to close up on it on David Nye, because if he can, that would actually be our 4th different win of the season. So Nye leads then. Now Alistair Kellett into second place, 3rd place for Zach Lucas, 4th for Rob Smith, 5th for Jamie Going, ahead of Simon Horrobin in 6th. 7th place. Oh, and there goes Simon Horrobin again, diving up the inside into the Heaven Agostini. He was braking so hard, in fact, he's got through, but they brake so hard sometimes that actually they activate the warning lights that come on. So usually you put them on to kind of warn somebody to say thank you on the road, or to warn there's an accident ahead, but it's also done if you brake very hard, because you have to brake for an accident on the road. But that's the thing with the system on these, it's still engaged. That if you brake hard enough and hit the middle pedal hard enough, it still engages the hazard lights, which is quite funny. It just shows just how hard some of these guys are braking to get these cars anchored up. And Spencer Stevenson with quite Dominic Butch quite literally his rear bumper as they come down towards the back straight. That's what we call bump drafting. And it won't be doing Dominic Bush's engine temperatures any favours, being that close, but it will certainly be helping him get a little bit faster on the straights. Down to the right-hander through Nelson. It's still the top, well, it was the top 4 as it was. Now it's Simon Horriban into 5th. Jamie Goings down to 6th, and now he's being under threat from both Spencer Stevenson and Dominic Bush in 7th and 8th. It's now Luke Pinder. It looks like he's up into 9th, so he's got past Stuart Robbins. He started the second lap in 10th. He's got past Stuart Robbins, who's into 9th place, and his first lap across the line, well, it was a 2:25.425, but that was from the grid. So his first proper flying lap, we'll get an idea of his pace already at this early stage in a moment when he crosses the line. Nice. So now he goes across and does a 2 minutes 12.607. Only fractionally faster than Kellett. So Nye and Kellett are very evenly matched in terms of lap time, and they're at least a second a lap quicker than everyone else. Simon Horrobin's at a 2:12.8. He's the second fastest man out there. As for Pinder, 2:13.5. So he's got some work to do, but he's pulling away from Robbins pretty quickly, and his next targets are going to be the three-car scrap that's going on now between these three, Going, Stevenson and Bush. So Dominic Bush in car number 9, Stevenson in car number 12, and then Jamie Going in his customary number 46. So turn in through left-hander. There's your timing tower on the left-hand side. Confirmation also of the ST150s. It is still William Kellett who leads the way now. Nick Moore is still in second, and it's now It's Ethan Rogers up to 3rd place ahead of Bryony Davis, Marlo Cordell, and then Matt Chambers to round out the 6 ST150s that are in the field. And I thought that we were going to get also John Cooper in the field, but looks like he either went to go and take the start, or from the pit lane, or went to go and leave to get to the grid originally, and finally had to come to the pit lane because of an issue with the car. So sadly, no John Cooper for this second race. Hopefully he can get out for race 2 tomorrow and fix the issue. But that's a shame for the cross race winner. Took the double and since. So hopefully he can get over it and get over his the hump of his bad luck and be able to get back on form pretty quickly. So David Nye then. 1.4 seconds was the gap. I wonder if it's looking a bit closer this time between the two of them. It is, and you can see Aston Kellett really pushing hard, as is Zachary Lucas. He goes a bit of a rallycross route, exiting the right-hander at Nelson. That's put him under pressure from both Rob Smith and also the charging Simon Horrobin. I think Simon could be on for a podium here if he plays his cards right. I think he's a bit too far away to catch these two in first and second place, although you never know, anything can happen really. But there is Horrobin in 5th place in the Matt Gray number 14 machine. Usually, he's raced before in the Fiesta Championship. His car has been quite a bright shade of orange, so you can still see some hints of orange on the number plate for the branding. Now, as a warning's gone out to car 12, Spencer Stevenson, for track limits, so that's what the black and white flag is for. Now, across the line, Kellett was 0.8 of a second quicker than David Nye, but the fastest man on track was that man right there, Simon Horrobin. He did a 2 minutes 12.123 to steal away the fastest lap of the race. So, and actually it was fractions faster than Aston Kellett. So Kellett and Horrobin are the 2 fastest men on the circuit right now, and Horrobin has got to try and get past both Smith and Lucas, and then get onto the back of Kellett and Nye, provided that Kellett can't get past Nye and get held up. So let's see if there's any chance he can try and close in here. Down towards Agostini. Here comes Horrobin. There's a little peak on the outside line, but you can see that Ross Smith, he's going to try and dummy him down towards the Agostini hairpin. He tried it. It's great how these cars just squirm and move around under braking. It's a brilliant sight to watch. You almost think they're not going to make the corner, but they're just they're that good in these cars, and they have that much grip on these Goodyear slicks that they do offer some fantastic cornering speeds and braking ability as well, because of course the grip of the tyres are on top of the quality of the brakes, the later you can tend to brake. So into Williams now for the 4th time, 6 minutes 55 on the clock to go in this second BRSCC Fiesta Championship race of the season. It's nice to see the buzz around this championship again, of course, with these brand new cars, the ST150 still staying around for the drivers that want to jump into the championship and give it a try for the first time. It's actually a really nice stepping stone for these drivers to get in, and of course when they feel they're comfortable enough they can bump into one of the ST240s. Aston Kellett getting up on 2 wheels, that's a sign of commitment, isn't it? And And again, also for Dominic Bush, that's not going to help him in his efforts to try and defend from Luke Pinder, who is right on his bumper to come into the bomb hole. That was close. Luke Pinder tried to squeeze up the inside, but Dominic Bush just about closed the door, and they almost made contact. So that was very, very lucky between the three of them. Speaking of a trio, here is Lucas, Smith and Horobin, third, fourth and fifth, and it's going. Stevenson, Dominic Bush has gone wide. What's happened to Luke Pinder? Where is Luke Pinder? Oh, there's Luke Pinder. So I wonder where he went for a second. He must have skipped across the grass, but he came in through. There must have been side by side on the exit. There must have been a point where Pinder tried to turn in, found that Stevenson was starting to understeer a bit wide. I thought, well, rather than make contact, I'll have to skip across the grass. And then when the camera came back into shot, Luke Pinder just appeared on the exit of Murray's as he tried to go through. So that was possibly quite a puzzling moment there for a rather bemused Spencer Stevenson after that happened. Sorry, Dominic Bush, not Spencer Stevenson. With the leaders, I think Kellett was a bit wide on the apex of what looked to be the Wilson hairpin, and so he's still in second place but lost a little bit more time. Last time by, Kellett was fractionally quicker, but the lap times were virtually identical because it was a personal best for Nye, but it was still a fraction slower than Kellett's best time as Horobin now tries to peek up the inside of Rob Smith, gets a better drive off the corner if he can. They're both going to sprint down towards Hamilton's side by side, but Horobin knows he won't give it up that easy. Smith goes round the outside and holds on, but he runs wide in the exit, drops a wheel onto the grass, and now Horobin will try and get him back up the inside into Oggies. He always does that, doesn't he? He always tries to just squeeze up the inside and surprise the car in front and just arrive on the apex as they try and turn in. You can't fault Horobin's commitment. He really does go for it when there's an option to go through. He's one of the most spectacular drivers in the championship, one reason or another. And back straight he goes, and that slipstream of Rob Smith using that turbo power to try and close in. And both of them, from their squabbles, have managed to drop away a bit from the 111 car of Zach Lucas, so they managed to get himself into a more comfortable third place. The gap was 0.6 of a second. It looks a bit more than that now between the top two as we continue to watch Rob Smith versus Simon Horobin. But I suspect that there's probably going to be a chance for Kellett to close back in again, because again, he last up, even though it was a fraction faster, he was still quicker as see nice car moving around a bit there on the apex through Coram. There goes fourth and fifth. Here goes Smith and Horobin, who again is just creeping onto the rear of that car and trying to get close to the slipstream. He's right in the toe now, so he'll try and put himself in, try and get through. Now Nye's not comfortable in the lead here. He would normally stick to the inside line, get the shortest run down the pit straight, but he had to go straight to the outside line because he tried to break the toe that Kellett had. Meanwhile for fourth, here comes Horobin down the inside into Ritchie's corner. Smith lets him have it. And a nice clean pass. Simon Horobin is up to fourth now. Now he's got 3.5 minutes to try and catch and pass Zach Lucas. It's not impossible, but he'd have to push very hard, and he won't do it like that, running very wide into the Wilson hairpin. It's a bit of a strange line, but it still gets him ahead of Rob Smith. I was calling him Rob Green, but he's not a goalkeeper, he's a racing driver. As he comes into the left-hander at Palmer's. Now again, looking at lap times, new fastest lap of the race again for Alastair Kellett, and he was a 10th quicker, so the fastest lap now goes to Kellett on a 2 minutes 12.048, so it means he's compared to a 2 minutes 12.174. Again, look at that again, just to showcase how hard Simon Horobin stands on that middle pedal to get that car anchored up for the corner. So let's look at his pace now. The last lap time for Horobin was a 2 minutes 13.433. Lucas's last lap was a 2:12.389, but bear in mind, Smith and Horobin had spent a lap and a half battling, so that would have been to a detriment of his pace. Now that he's got clean air to try and chase after him, which they'll probably be about roughly one more lap after the end of this one, because the lap times are about 2 minutes 12. So they're into Brundle and Nelson, the leaders, are heading up towards it with about 2:25 to go. So yeah, this will be the last lap next time. They'll start the last lap next time they come across the line. But David Nye, though, knows he's got a lap and a bit to try and hold off the Flying Irishman, because Aston Kellett is really pushing him hard. Of course, these two, they know what it takes to win races, they know what it takes to win their class, they know what it takes to win championships in the Fiesta series. So they're no strangers to it, and they're going into some direct combat here. They might not always gone into direct combat before, because David Nye's usually been a Class C driver in the ST150s, while the Z-Tech S's was usually the domain of Aston Kellett, but these two now going directly head-to-head now. And Kellett now closer than he's ever been. That's definitely not half a second, that's much closer. They hug the pit wall. Last lap board goes out. That's not a 5-second penalty because that's showing the other side of the board. So here comes Kellett then looking to the outside line. He's got one chance into Ritchie's. See if he can do the undercut and force David Nye wide, which I think he has just about on the exit. This is going to set him up for a possible look into the Wilson hairpin. He might break a little bit later, but Nye goes defensive, holds the inside line, forces Kellett to go a long way round. And now they nose to tail on the exit of the hairpin up towards the left-hander at Palmer's. And if Kellett can get a good drive through this left-hander, he might get one of his best chances down towards Agostini, but he needs to get a good run off the corner and stay close and get a slipstream. A little wide on the exit, but he's very, very close. And Nye has to go to the middle of the race, not comfortable. And again, goes to the middle of the track, hits the brakes, and when he outbrake himself, Kellett's sliding a little bit wide, but he catches it nicely. These two pretty much locked together in combat. They are that close. Now also we should watch out for cross line there. Look at the background. That's third and fourth battling. I looked at the gap and see what it was between Lucas and Horobin. It was 9/10 of a second. It ain't 9/10 of a second now. They're nose to tail for third. So Simon Horobin could charge onto the podium here if he pulls off a last gasp move on Zachary Lucas. And Lucas was third in the first race, so he'll be looking to get 2 podiums in a row. Where's third and fourth? Nor is it in. It's still Lucas ahead of Horobin, but Horobin gets a tighter run onto the Bentley straight, and he's right there in the slipstream. Here he comes with a much better run of momentum. Darts out to the outside line for Brundle, and look at the straight line speed he's got. Lucas' momentum has been hit, taking a bit of a blow with a bit of a wayward run out of Williams' corner. If you can go around the outside, as Kellett takes a wide approach into Brundle to get the run back on the exit. Can't quite do it. That might have been his last chance gone. As for third, no, it hasn't happened because Lucas breaks later and holds on ahead of third place with Simon Horobin. It might be a drag race to Malign if Horobin gets a better drive through the corner, but he's attacking him all the way through the bomb hole. And now up towards Coram for the final time, looking this way and that, but he can't find a way through. Leaders into Coram for the final time with them Murrays. Kellett is as close as he's ever going to be. He's right on the rear bumper. He's so close. If you can get a run down the pit straight, it might be a photo finish. The sprint to the checkered flag begins, but I think it might well just be enough for David Nye to hold on. Alistair Kellett will move out, but it's going to be too late. It is 2 for 2 for David Nye. Alistair Kellett is second, and Zach Lucas, after a late challenge with Simon Horobin, will just hold on to third. It's Lucas third, it's Horobin fourth, Rob Smith fifth, and Jamie Going in sixth position. And it's Spencer Stevenson in 7th place. Lucas from the back of the grid finishes 8th. So that was a damage limitation for him and his points charge. For Stuart Robbins. And Marco Ricci will fill out the top 10 ahead of Gary Miller and Dominic Bush. Dominic Bush dropped back for some reason in the latter stage. There might be a change on at the back of the field. So just at the top of the shot here. So Marco Ricci will come across in P10. For P11, it's side by side. It's Miller or Bush. Who's it going to be? Side by side. I think Miller got it just on the line. He did, and by the smallest of margins, 26 1,000ths of a second, which is close. Now then, for the ST150s, look at this. 3 of them together, and I think William Kellett is going to take it from Ethan Rogers here, down towards the checkered flag. Kellett wins 2 in a row. It's here in race number 2. It's then Ethan Rogers second, and Nick Moore with his second class podium of the weekend on his debut. Great stuff from Nick Moore. Of course, he's an experienced Hyundai Coupe Cup and Ginetta racer, so he's no stranger to small, powerful cars and front-wheel drive cars. So this is now a small, powerful front-wheel drive car, and putting it all together and certainly getting top results. So, great stuff from the Fiesta Championship. They'll have one more race tomorrow. But to confirm the result, it's David Nye who wins by 0.2 of a second from Alistair Kellett in 2nd place. It's then Zachary Lucas who only just holds on by less than 0.2 of a second from Simon Horobin to take 3rd and 4th respectively. It's then Rob Smith in 5th, Jamie Going 6th, Spencer Stevenson 7th, Luke Pinder gets 8th. It's then Stuart Robbins 9th and Marco Ricci rounding out the top 10. A photo finish between Gary Miller and Dominic Bush. Miller beat Bush by 26 thousandths of a second. And then there on screen are your ST150s. In fact, your top 3 almost in order. It's William Kellett who wins for the 2nd time in class from Ethan Rogers on his tail in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, it will be Nick Moore from Marlowe Cordell and Bryony Davis, with Matt Chambers also just crossing the line there to complete all the finishes. The only car which didn't take part was sadly John Cooper once again, thanks to his troubles after what appears to be after qualifying, it seems. So that's a shame. So there's both David Nye and Alistair Kellett. I'm sure conversing all smiles after that superb race-long battle between them. And Kellett came close in those opportunities, but couldn't quite manage it. There'll be a bit of a reverse grid, I think, for the 3rd race. So they'll try and work it through. There's Zach Lucas getting the handshakes as well. Congratulations from his top 2. But let's see what they thought of that. Let's head down to Josh Barrett and have a chat to our top 3 from our 2nd race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship from the top 3 ST240s and 150s.
So We're down here in the Fiesta Championship, Parc Fermé. It was a win again for David Nye. David, if I can interrupt your conversation, well done, David. Another win, but that time it was getting quite close towards the end.
It was. He he made an old man sweat. But yeah, extremely good fun. I'm glad it's only 15 minutes and not 20. It was some race. Bit agricultural, I think, but yeah, no, really good.
Obviously, in the middle you had a nice gap, but then Alison was working away at that.
Yeah, no, he picked it up. I've got an unfair advantage being in front. I'm pushing this wind, and you get a fair old slipstream off of it. So I'm trying to break it going. But yeah, it's one thing in the front. It's another thing getting past. But yeah, it's good.
Is it an easy track to defend on, or is it quite hard work?
Relatively easy if the straights. If you're going to get you on the straights, corners are pretty much anybody's. But the first corner, like, you're absolutely flat out round there. You think, is he going to go round there? Maybe. Yeah. Okay, we'll make it go round there, and you can just try to keep it on there. You have to believe in it, and it goes round. But yeah, there's a few corners like that. Brakes is one thing. Back ended is another. Keeps breaking away on some of the corners. Something they've got to dial out on the car. That's good.
Well done on 2 wins today and good luck tomorrow. In second place was Alistair Kellett. We get Alistair over now. A great race from you, fastest lap in there as well, chasing the leader.
Chasing. I got a great start in the first race, and Luke was in front of me and I just had nowhere to go, and then got blocked, and I made a mistake as well and everything else. So I got a great start, got into third, I think, behind Zach, and I cleared Zach. I had to clear Zach in the first lap, but the second lap cleared him, and David was gone. And I just caught, and then once I got on his toe, I was all over him, and we nearly went off. I'd say 3 times every lap we nearly went off, pushing so hard. Brilliant race, brilliant. It's great to race David anyway, so very good.
These cars obviously pretty new to the championship. Everyone seems to be enjoying them. Is that the same for you?
Yeah, the cars are brilliant, absolutely brilliant to drive. Loads of power. The tyres are fantastic, and the cars are fantastic, and they're really quick, like, you know. So, and the thing is, when you have a big slide, it's at a lot of speed as well, so it makes it exciting. So it's good.
Great to watch. Well done on second place. Then in third place was Zach Lucas, and we get Zach over. Third place for you. You had Simon catching towards the end there.
Yeah, I sure did. He was definitely catching up me, and I think another couple of laps he would have been probably past me. I reckon my tyres were gone off, and I didn't have much more in me, that's for sure.
Now looking to tomorrow, that might be a different day. Just the one race, I think, tomorrow, but the conditions are a big question mark over those.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It all depends on the weather, what we're going to do, and yeah, hopefully it stays dry and we're having a good race. But I'm not bothered if it gets wet as well, so it's good.
Is that something you enjoy driving in?
I do, yeah. I do like the wet. Makes a change now and again, and a bit more interesting. A few more people coming off and a bit more fun.
And obviously not been any testing or any practice in the wet, so does that make the setup for tomorrow possibly difficult?
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%, because like you say, we haven't tested on wet, so we haven't really set up the suspension properly for that, but I'm sure we'll be all right. We've got a good team behind us, so.
Well done on third place.
Thank you. Cheers.
So third place there is Zach Lucas, second Alistair Kellett, and double race winner this weekend, David Nye.
Thank you very much, Josh. Good to see that the top 3 enjoyed that. I think that Alistair Kellett was, I'd say, will probably been ruining the fact that he lost out on the victory just then, but showing that he and co are certainly quite pacey, and that it's not just one driver running away with the championship in the Fiestas. There are several drivers in there that can certainly get in the mix and be up there for victories, and that's what makes it a great championship now, of course, with the new cars, that there's several drivers in there where the result is kind of unpredictable. We had, back there we had John Cooper at the first round, we had then Luke Pinder dominating both races at Alton Park, and now we've had David Nye on form now. So we've got and of course you look at the drivers like Rob Smith, Alistair Kellett now, Jamie Going, Simon Horrobin, Zach Lucas. So many good drivers in there. They're all fairly evenly matched at the top of the field, including like Source. You throw in there Spencer Stevenson as well. Lots of good drivers in there that will certainly be looking to try to get themselves really interwoven into the championship. But I can really predict that going forwards in the next few rounds is going to be very, very tight. I'm intrigued to see what the points are going to be when I input them tonight after the first 2 races, to see where they stand in the championship and how it's really mixed things up, because those who were the top drivers in the championship in the first couple of rounds have had some rough weekends, rough times in those second and third rounds going forward. So it'll be interesting to see how that all works out afterwards as they go into the next few rounds of the championship. So they've got one more race tomorrow, and of course they head on to the rest of the season, where just before we get this last race underway, I can probably tell you quickly where they're going to go to, which is going to be their next outing, I think, is going to be at Cadwell Park, if I'm correct, although I could be wrong. Let's have a quick look here. So it's been to Croft, been to Alton Park. The next outing is then going to be, let me scroll across. Yes, Cadwell Park on August 23rd and 28th and 29th. Then they go to Donington Park on the 25th and 26th of September, and then Cadwell Park again on October 23rd and 24th to round out the season. So 2 visits to Cadwell and a trip to the brilliant circuit at Donington Park in September to round things off. So, all set now for our final race of the weekend, of the day, in fact, of Saturday, which is our third and final action from the excellent little Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup cars. They've been brilliant for the first 2 races. But what we have seen across the first 2 races is one clear thing, that Nick Grindrod is not unbeatable. In fact, not in the sense of the results, because he's been able to pick up the first 2 wins of the weekend, and that's what the results will show. But it doesn't tell the full story, because in both races, he has been pressed pretty hard, and there have been drivers now that can go quicker than him on track. So this is intriguing now. Now that drivers are starting to find their groove with these cars and get used to them, they've had about 2 or 3 meetings to get used to how they handle, how they drive, and now getting used to the circuits. It's interesting to see now how about Nick's advantage is just starting to be chipped away at bit by bit until now. We've got a group of 4 or 5 or 6 drivers in these first 2 races, which have been starting to close in and make it life a bit more difficult for him. Whereas before, he was winning by 6, 8, 10, 12 seconds plus. Now, he's winning by much less than that. Maybe like a second or 2 or less than a second. So he's being kept honest now, and that's what we like to see, particularly with the battle that's going on in the championship. And of course, if there's drivers that want to try and close in on him, the key thing is they want to try and keep him as close as possible going forwards. So I think we're just waiting. I'm not sure if we're waiting on a bit of clear up from somebody. I don't think we had a car. We didn't lose a car at the start of that one, so possibly it might just be we're just running to timetable. The race was due to start at 4:30, but we're just waiting for the city cars to get in position. The weather's stayed fairly warm all today. It's still about 21 degrees out there today, but it's been a bit more cloudy and overcast. The wind's picked up a little bit more, so because of that, it's meant that I guess track temperatures haven't been too bad. You can see a little bit of heat haze down the bottom of the screen, so track temperatures I'm sure will be still roughly around, I'd say, probably mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s in some cases, I'd imagine. So it's not too bad for tyres out there. And they'll certainly be pushing as hard as they dare. And of course, things like heat and also the rubber that gets laid down, it can really change the grip levels and the feel of the circuit underneath your car. It can have can make quite a difference, more than you think. That's great. That's a great sight to see. As always, of course, spectators on the banks as well. Of course, we welcome them back now that the majority, pretty much, of restrictions have been lifted. So circuits can now welcome essentially as many spectators within reason as they like at the moment. So good to see a few people out enjoying some club motorsport. And I'm just looking across from my commentary position. I can see the top 3 in the ST240s are getting their trophies from that second race in the Fiesta Championship. So hard-fought efforts from all of them involved. But of course, now we get set for this third CityCar Cup race of the day and of the weekend, because of course they're only here just for today, and then they move on to their next rounds, which will be back at Alton Park on August the 14th. That'll be in about roughly 3 weeks' time. So not a massive amount of time to turn around before they get back on the road for another race. So just a reminder, I'm going to in preparation for them, I'm going to bring up the grid for the third and final race, but we'll go through it once we get the cars on the grid. And nice little shot there from the paddock camera. There's our top 3 drivers from that STT40 race. Good to see them getting their trophies and standing on top of a podium all together, which is nice to see. So they're just heading off back to the paddock. And there's Laura Payne, by the way, you can see, just in the white BRSCC shirt. She tried her hand at racing herself just a couple of weeks ago. She was at Donington Park in the CityCar Cup of all championships. Had a bit of bad luck in the first race and had a DNF, and she had a piece of curb stuck on her car, I think, as a result of that. But she managed to get back out again and managed to finish the second race and get a signature on her license. So it's the experience that she says has meant that she can understand what it's like to be a racing driver a lot more, and it helps her to communicate with, the next set of junior drivers that are coming through, any new prospective Fiesta championship drivers that are coming in that might be rookies for the championship. She can now understand what it's like to drive a fast, small hatchback like a CityCar or a Fiesta, and so it's certainly a benefit to her to understand what it's like to be in a race environment, what it's like to be a racing driver, and how it feels to be one, the nerves that you go through beforehand, all the kind of process that you go through when you're getting your license, from applying for it, doing the ARS test and doing your testing, getting your race suit and your kit. It's all lots of things that happen when you're becoming a racing driver for the first time. And it's good to see that she's gone through it herself and been able to just experience it and get a feel for it, so that then when she's then communicating, when she and the rest of the championship team around her are communicating to prospective new drivers who are getting involved and might be getting into motorsport for the first time, she knows exactly the kind of emotions they're going through when they're starting their first race, or when they finish their first race or get their first good result. It's all crucial in order to help to sell the championship. A couple of mechanics there just chilling out in the sun, and still waiting for the CityCar Cup cars to make their way onto the grid. So I'm not 100% what the hold-up is for this one. We didn't have any cars to recover from the first race, but from that Fiesta Championship race. I don't think there's been anything like any extra fluid or any bodywork that's been left on the circuit that's been had to be collected up. So whatever it might be. I think it potentially just in ways it might be whatever issue could be with the grid. There could be a small delay to get things going. What we should mention is we can have a chat with what's coming up for this final race after this weekend for the season. So we can have a look at the schedule. Of course, we're here next weekend where we've got a day full of Mazda MX-5 racing. We've got the Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup, and the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, all racing on the same day. But alongside it, there's also a brand new addition to the BRSCC Formula roster for not just 2021, but prospectively as a full series in 2022. And that's the new BRSCC Super Sport Endurance Cup. So that is very much it's a bit of an evolution. In some cases, it's a slight, if you want to call it, a slight evolution of what's currently the Clubsport Trophy model, where there is now the 6 classes on track together with races that are ranging from 90 minutes to 3 hours is the plan. The first race that's taking place here next weekend is 100 minutes. You can have up to 3 drivers. You can also have refueling as well as driver changes, and it's a fairly cost-effective way to go endurance racing. £595 to enter. There are still places on the grid for those who might be watching and thinking, I've got a race car that might be eligible. So long as the power to weight ratio is no more than 350 brake horsepower per tonne, you're able to join to the grid. One of 6 classes, ranging from the top class being Super Pro, which can accommodate GT4s and even TCR cars, provided they fit underneath the limit, all the way down through cars that could, like Honda Civics and fast Ford Fiestas and BMW M3s and Toyota MR2s and CityCars and everything else that could fit in the mix, all through Renault Clios, and even down to cars like Mazda MX-5s and Ford and smaller Ford Fiestas and even BMW compact cup cars. All sorts of different cars can compete in it. And it just the bigger class spread means there's more chance for drivers to get involved and to possibly go home with a class-winning trophy, which will certainly be a benefit. Just being told me as well, we've got roughly about 10 minutes or so until this race is getting underway. So I think we can talk a little bit about, just briefly, I think I'd like to take a quick pause before we get this race underway, but we'll just quickly talk about some of the stuff that's coming up, not just the Supersport Endurance Cup, which if you want to find out more about that, you can head to the brscc.co.uk website and head to the Formula section. There's also a tab as well on the front page that talks about the entries are open for the Supersport Endurance Cup, and you can go through to the page and find out more, and hopefully even get involved for next year, because there's been a lot of genuine, strong interest from a lot of drivers that do run in existing club level endurance type series and championships are looking at it and thinking that it might be a nice option for us to have a look at for next year. So, and there's been lots of different feedback from all sorts of different cars, from teams that have GT4 cars and TCRs, all the way down to the smaller classes that are looking to get involved. So, exciting stuff for next year for the Supersport Endurance Cup, one of many things that are going to be going on next year, of course. And as we see here, let's just look at some of the cars which are going to be competing tomorrow. This is in the AMOC GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge, and Intermarks. This is one of the BMWs that's in the field. This is car number 186. That's Jeremy Cook's GT4 spec BMW M3. So that car is in the GT4 class, and he's running around in there for something in his bag to have a look there. But even so, I think that car has been previously. That looks like now that's a former, I think, Team Brazil BMW, I think, because I recognise the colours on that front end. It's got a Team Brazil sort of front bumper, so that's a car there. That's a beautiful old Shelby GT350 Mustang that's also parked in the garages. And the guys, of course, will be out tomorrow for that GT Challenge, GT4 Challenge and Intermark race. There's some very handy cars in that order. We talked about the GT class where there's two Ferraris. There's Nigel Jenkins in his Ferrari 458 Challenge car that won the race that we had on live stream at Donington Park back in May, our first live stream of the year. But there's also a Ferrari 488 Challenge car with two drivers in the mix, one of them being the brother of the sadly departed late Danish GT racing superstar Alan Simonsen, Benny Simonsen, who is jumping in. So good to have him on the grid, and privileged to have him on board with this rather fast Ferrari. I can anticipate that both of those cars will be on the front row of the grid, I imagine, because Nigel Jenkins was effectively the class of the field in that one. Here's another car that's going to be on the grid. That, I believe, is the Mark and Dale Albert number 38 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Beautiful car that is, one of interesting colour as well. In fact, yes, it is. So that car's safely been unloaded, and so that car, of course, will be out tomorrow. It's one of three Aston Martin Vantage GT4s on the grid. The other's being driven by Chris Griffin in car number 30 and Chris Murphy in car number 72. And those three, along with the BMW M3 GT4, Jeremy Cook, will make up the GT4 contingent. There's also the Porsche 997 Cup car, Peter Chalice, who has raced with the BRSCC before in the past, or in the days when we used to have the Arapac Euro Saloon sports cars, and he used to race with some Arapac liveried cars, and that should be, again, his Arapac liveried Porsche on the grid too, so we look forward to seeing that out. There's the BMW E46 M3 of David Fielder and Stephen Scott Dunwoody in the GT category, as is also David Fenn and Paul White in a Lotus Motorsport Elise. If it is the Motorsport Elise of the same one that was brought out in 1999, that's quite a rare but quite exciting small sports car, so that we want to watch out for. The Intermarks have quite a nice entry too. We've got quite a few BMWs in the mix. We've got Mike Watson's BMW M3 and another one been driven by Matthew Johnson. There's also the Simon Verschuren and Richard Cook Volkswagen Golf GTI. Now, I've seen a picture of this. It's a Mark II Golf GTI, so I'll be impressed with how quick it is if it's in the Intermark category, going up against BMWs, Lotuses, Porsches and Ferraris, and Aston Martin. So that'd be quite a sight to see on track if it's quite a rapid little Mark II Golf. If it is a Mark II Golf, that's the only one I could find. There's Lotus 6E. There's the Lotus Motorsport Elise. That's the 666. David Fenn, Paul White car. So that's the car I was talking about, which, if it is a true Motorsport Elise, that's quite a rare machine to find. So it's good if it is one on the grid. I think that was the days they used to have a Lotus Elise Cup with those cars before, if I'm correct. But at least they had a Lotus Elise Cup at some point. They still do, but for those cars specifically, I think there was a championship just with those spec 1999 cars in the field. And what to do on a Saturday afternoon when you're waiting to race tomorrow. So they're just having a bit of a conversation about probably plans for tomorrow, I'd imagine. Looking back at the rest of the Intermark entry, there's two Porsches. A Porsche 964 being driven by Robert Holliman, and a Porsche 928 GTS Cup being driven by Adrian Clark. So those two Porsches certainly fell out the grid nicely. There's also another Lotus, a Lotus 6E with Peter Jackson at the wheel in car 57. So a really nice variety for tomorrow's race for the AMOC GT Challenge, GT4s and Intermarks. Just while we're waiting for the last couple of minutes to tick down before the CityCars come on the grid, we've also got quite a full grid in the Track Attack Race Club as well. So there's a mixture of French, German and Japanese machines. And now we get our CityCar Cup cars heading onto the track. So a delay there just for sorting out the logistics of the grid, but thankfully everyone is now getting out there to get onto the circuit. Now, I think because it's a triple header, I think we have a partially reversed grid, I want to say, because that looks like Duncan Stone to me lining up on the front row of the grid. But I'll be able to look at that. Yeah, that's Duncan Stone that's on the grid, and then we have Elliot Lettuce alongside him in second place, and Ross McCarr in third. So I wonder if it's been drawn in the same way that they do with the BMW Compact Cup, because they have a random grid draw throughout the top 10. So this could potentially, if Nick Grindrod doesn't make his way through quickly enough, could give us our first race winner of the season other than Nick Grindrod, which could be quite something indeed. So up they come onto the grid for the third and final time today. And I have a grid in front of me here, so I'll be able to run you through it in a second. We'll run through the grid on screen in a moment. I just want to quickly double check the order of where we're going to start. So it does look to me as if it's a partially reversed grid, and the top 10 has been drawn randomly by the looks of things. So Duncan Stone has pulled pole position. Elliot Lettuce will start alongside him on the front row there. Now, second row, there's no Liam Browning, which is a shame, because there's the empty spot on the outside of row 2. So that's a shame. If Liam Browning's had a problem, sadly it's been enough to put him out of this third race, I'm afraid. So no Liam Brown, which means that on his own will be Ross McCarr. Now, he put a pretty quick start at the beginning of race 2 to push himself up from 8th to 4th in the first few corners. So if he can get a similar getaway, he certainly could be a contender for the lead by the end of lap number 1. Third row, I can see we've got John Booth, one of his high starting spots so far since he's joined the championship. And alongside him is the 100 Steve Laidlaw, who was up there in that leading group in the second race and will be hoping to get himself amongst a potential podium position by the time this first day is over, this third race is over. The Blisses, Stuart and Richard, are alongside each other again, this time on the fourth row of the grid rather than the second row. And then Nick Grindrod starts back in 9th alongside Christopher McKenzie. So from 9th on the grid, this is the first race that Nick Grindrod hasn't started on pole position. So let's see what he can manage to try and pick his way up through the order. He'll start alongside Christopher McKenzie. And I can see the rest of the field behind them all going through. So as they head off onto their formation lap then for this third and final race, let's take you through then, as a result of that partially reversed grid, as a random draw for the top 10, where everyone starts then for this third and final race of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. So on pole position, it will be number 63, Duncan Stone. On the front row alongside him will be number 3, Elliot Lettuce. And it's going to be Ross McCarr and Liam Browning, or would have been Liam Browning on the second row, but Liam sadly not able to take the start. So it will be Ross McCarr on his own on the second row of the grid. Then it's John Booth and Steve Laidlaw on row number 3. John Booth and Steve Laidlaw on that third row. From Stuart Bliss and Richard Bliss on the fourth row. The Bliss brothers again have started, I think, second on the second row of the grid. Alongside each other, at least on the first start. I think now they're doing it again on the third start, although 2 rows back from where they were. So 7th and 8th for Stuart and Richard Bliss. And it's Nick Grindrod, who, if he can't get from there, might be beaten for the first time this year. He has to do, if he wants to win this race, has to do it from 9th on the grid. And he'll start alongside Christopher McKenzie to round out the top 10. Then it's Tim Evans and Sam Laidlaw on the 6th row, ahead of Ben Norfolk and John Nicholson on the 7th row. Adam Reeves and Adam Reynolds on the 8th row of the grid from Daniel Selleck and Paul Savage, with the top 20 rounded out by Craig Flynn and Joe Graham. Then it's Craig Carter and David Christie, Paul Vickers and Chris Hetherington, then Alex Carter and Brandon Savage round out the 26 cars that will take the start, because of course we have no Andrew Dyer after he had that accident at the beginning of the day in race 1, which sadly has put him out for the rest of the event. So hopefully Andrew is okay, and hopefully his car is in not too bad a shape, but while it's prevented him from racing this afternoon, it hasn't prevented him from getting out for the next few rounds upcoming, starting with the return to Alton Park next month, in a few weeks' time, on August the 14th. There's Chris Hetherington. Good to have him as one of our newcomers on the grid. Certainly one of the brightest and most striking liveries on the grid, so to speak. With that fantastic paint scheme, he starts in 24th for his third race in the CityCar Cup. Just to make the way around on the formation lap as well. It's quite amusing that essentially a formation lap, these guys could essentially drive at what you almost call racing speeds on the formation lap, because these cars only have 68 brake horsepower. So you pretty much regardless if it's a slower or faster, you're pretty much going at maximum pace just about all the time. So that's the one quite fun thing about these cars, that to a certain extent, unless you really have to for a tight corner, you don't really have to touch the brakes too much or kind of brake too hard. It's the cars that had carrying, it's all about carrying momentum through the corners and being able to carry that speed through. And what little speed, it's not much speed, but what little speed you do have, you have to make the most of it when you have it available. So, making their way onto the last few corners of the grid, of the circuit, before they start to form up back again on the grid. I will say a big thank you for those who have been watching on the live stream. Thank you very much to everyone who has. And again, we apologise for some of the technical issues we had at the beginning of this stream with the sound issues. They've managed to fix them, so this should be all good, hopefully, for the rest of the stream going forwards today and also tomorrow. And of course, we've got more action tomorrow, as we said. We've got more action from the Fiestas and Fiesta Juniors. We've got the Track Attack and Amok, as we mentioned as well. We've got the ETSL STXR Challenger back, and of course the Clubsport Trophy that are also out here once more, and the BMW Compact Cup. So be sure to tune in tomorrow, because if you've enjoyed today, tomorrow should be just as good, if not even better, with some of the content that's lined up to head out on track. So, Duncan Stone and Elliot Lettis form upon the grid. It might be a Viking Van Breakers sponsored car, but it's not Nick Grindrod on pole position for the first time. So the reverse grid certainly has produced another first. We had our first race without Nick Grindrod taking the fastest lap. I know we talk about him a lot, but it's hard not to when he's been that dominant in the championship so far. So forgive me if I say the words Nick Grindrod a lot, because he has been the man to beat so far. So at the moment, he is the benchmark that everyone's got to try and beat. So at the moment, they seem to be managing quite well to keep up with him on this race. And this third race might well be, I've got a feeling it might be a bit of a cracker, this one, particularly with Nick Grindrod trying to pick his way through. If he does still win for ninth, I'll be seriously impressed. But even so, I'm sure he's going to have to work pretty hard to make it happen. So we're getting towards almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon here at Snetterton. And getting ready for our last race of the day. We still have one more session which won't be filmed, which is the Amok GT and BRSCC practice session. But all the cars are in place now. The red lights are up, and the final CityCar Cup race of the day here at Snetterton is all set to get underway. It's Lettis and Stone on the front row of the grid. It's a decent start, a very strong start from Stone from the pole position. And again, for the third time, 4 abreast off the line down the pit straight. But here they go then. Duncan Stone leads the way. Ross McCarr with a strong start from the second row of the grid. He's up the inside of Elliot Lettis. He's going for second place. He's got second place as they turn in towards Richie's for the first time. They all pile in 2 by 2. There's David Christie going side by side with the 83 of Alex Carter as they come up through Richie's for that first time. Everyone nice and clean, everyone nice and tidy. Now under brakes, Elliot Lettis looks to the outside of Ross McCarr, runs wide, and there goes John Booth up the inside. So the 2 4G racing cars making moves in the first couple of corners. Duncan Stone already under threat from Ross McCarr, who started back on that second row of the grid. He managed to shoot the gap through the 2 front row men. He's managed to put himself between them. As they come through Palmer, it is now still Duncan Stone that leads. But look at where Nick Grindrod is. Is he up to 6th or 7th place already? I think he is. He's got Christopher McKenzie alongside him. Makes 3 abreast down towards the hairpin. The rest of the field also starting to fan out and trying to find their little bit of real estate here as they come down towards Agostini. But one thing I will say, Nick Grindrod hasn't got himself out of the pack too much. He's still in about 8th or 9th place and hasn't made too many big moves yet. And I wonder, because he's stuck in the pack at the moment, he hasn't really made as many places he would want to. In fact, he's been passed by Christopher McKenzie. So this is a real fight on his hands here. It's 20 minutes once again in this race. And as they turn in through Oggies, if you look for car number 22, it's the Citroen C1, which I think they're going up the inside of Christopher McKenzie. There he is, with the yellow trim, number 22. He's got past Christopher McKenzie again. Both on the threat from Tim Evans as well, as they all turn out of Williams and onto the Bentley straight once again. Lots of chances for slipstreaming and drafting down the back straight here. A bit of bump drafting might not go amiss either. So down towards Brundle and Nelson for the first time. And these guys have been around here twice, but in 2 races already so far, so they know it pretty well. So Duncan Stone leads the way then. Ross McCarr in second place up through Nelson. It's then Lettis, Booth, first of the Blisses, in fact both Blisses nose to tail now, and then also chased by Nick Grindrod. So I think Grindrod's up to about 7th or 8th now at the start. So he has picked up a couple of places, but hasn't made as much progress as I think he or anyone else would have expected. There's the number 43 of Brandon Savage having a scrap with Joe Graham in the Nankang Tyre sponsored car. Here they come through Coram then. Duncan Stone holding on to the advantage. And now we see Nick Grindrod now up, rather than the Auto Bliss cars chasing him, he's now doing the chasing of the Auto Bliss cars. So I wonder if they're going to make it a bit more difficult for him. Whoops, off the road goes John Nicholson in the 310. Comes from a short oval racing background, so certainly making the most of all the road it's available to him and a bit more. So across the line to end lap number 1 of this final race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, and it's Stone who leads it. McCarr second, it's Letty's third, Booth fourth, the Bliss is fifth and sixth, it's Stewart ahead of Richard, Grindrod's up to seventh, it's Mackenzie up to eighth, Tim Evans is ninth, and the biggest loser out of that one in terms of positions was Steve Laidlaw. He dropped down from 5th to 10th, up the inside of John Booth, looks, over the curb. That was Richard, the Stuart Bliss up the inside of John Booth. And look at Nick Grindrod's gone round the outside of Stuart Bliss. Richard is in car 17, Stuart's in 18. Let's get that right for a second. So it's now Richard that's dropped back down behind Nick Grindrod, who's up to 6th. He might now take advantage of the scrap going on between John Booth and Stuart Bliss. Here he comes up the inside of, he's got past one Auto Bliss car, he's about to pass the other one, up the inside, slots in front before they get to the braking zone. There you go, up to P5. So maybe he will make some progress this time. Next one up is John Booth in 4th position, as Duncan Stone, he's up there in the lead. I think he wants to try and use the time he has to try and hold on to the lead here as best as he can before Nick Grindrod potentially arrives onto his rear bumper and puts in a battle between the two teammates. Christopher Mackenzie's having a good run on this third race so far, sticking in the top 10, holding a station in 8th position behind the Bliss pair. As you say, it is Richard ahead of Stewart at the moment, so they turn their way through. And look at the way Nick Grindrod was all over the rear bumper of John Booth as they came onto the Bentley straight for the second time. There's Steve Laidlaw, or Laidlaw Senior as he's known on the back window, chasing on to Tim Evans. Now, as for Nick Grindrod, there he goes, up the inside of John Booth. That will now be 4th position. So he's taken, what's that, 3 places in 1 lap? He was 7th across the line. He's now, as they turn into the complex, 4th. So he's up 1 more position. Now then, next target is to get in amongst the top 3, and I'm pretty certain that with Nick's experience, it won't take him that long with it. But the question is, will he be able to bring the train of cars with him to be able to get through? To the right-hander at the bomb hole for the last time. And now they come up towards the long right-hander at Coram. I think someone's trying to sneak up the inside to try and get through, but Duncan Stone feeling the pressure from Ross McCarr now as they come into the left-hander at Murray's. It's very tight, tricky left-hander. Look at the way Nick Grindrod just arrives on the tail of the 3 cars in front. There he is. The essential runaway championship leader, the one that they've all got to try and catch in the points. So far, he's the one having to do all the work now, trying to pick his way through the field. He's already on the tail of the top 3. I suspect it's not going to take him very long if it is as simple as getting past them, or getting from 4th to 1st. There's Ross McCarr looking up the inside, but the blocks thrown by Duncan Stone turning into Ritchie's. Duncan Stone tries to get through, and Nick Grindrod runs wide. I think you got a bit surprised by the fact that Elliot Lester was there on the apex. That's his slow off the corner. And actually, he has been caught off guard there, because look at that. Look at the Auto Bliss car of the Toyota Aygo. There's a bit of contact. Now, let's try and sort that one out. So I think what happened was that Letty's kind of surprised Nick Grindrod with how much he backed off into the corner. Grindrod ran wide, and as a result of that, Richard Bliss just arrived on the tail of everybody, shot past Nick Grindrod, then got past Elliot Lettis. And the result of that, Nick Grindrod was so bemused with everything that was happening, he just lightly tapped the back of Elliot Lettis' car. So I think really it's all shuffled around again, and what was 4th position has now gone back down to what is now, 5th or 6th, because as they come into the hairpin Agostini, Elliot Lettis is fighting back around the outside of Nick Grindrod. So it's not as simple as getting into the top 3. He's been shuffled into the pack, and now he's being sort of boxed in a little bit here, because Richard Bliss is holding on to 3rd place. He's kept on to 4th for the time being as Grindrod, but Lettis is putting him under immense pressure. And now around the outside of Hamilton's for the inside of Oggie's got Christopher Mackenzie. Where's he come from? One of his best races so far this season already. Around the outside goes Stuart Bliss to try and hold on to the position. Also in there too is John Booth, but he's now under threat from Steve Laidlaw. And they're both under threat from Tim Evans and also another Auto Bliss car. That's Adam Reeves in car number 8. So the Blisses, at the moment, they're going to get a bit of backup in a second here, because they've got 2 Aygos in the mix. Now a 3rd one's arriving on its tail. I thought this might be the best race of the weekend. It might the weekend for the CityCar Cup, but they really have saved the best till last. 3 abreast of the background, just casually for 10th position, as they come back into the complex at Brundle and Nelson. Turning into the left-hander. This long arcing left-hander, then stopping again for the right-hander, and Stuart Bliss holds on. Now that's Christopher Mackenzie who also gets past John Booth, and now up the inside looking to take another position from him is Steve Laidlaw. Takes the apex of the bomb hole and goes through, and I think John Booth might have lost his momentum a little bit, because he's not just lost one spot, he's lost 2 or 3 or 4, so he's got some work to get back through. Top 5 now breaking away. Then the sixth place pack headed up by Stuart Bliss. Then it's Christopher Mackenzie, Steve Laidlaw, John Booth, Adam Reeves, Tim Evans, and Ben Norfolk. Then it's Sam Laidlaw, and then Adam Reynolds in the mix there too. There he goes. Adam Reynolds in 14th place. So good stuff from Sir Adam to start improving. Ross McCarr made a small little dart out to the outside line of Duncanstone with the momentum he's got down towards it. And here comes Nick Grindrod, 3 abreast into Richie's corner. Catches both his teammate and Richard Bliss completely off guard. Up the inside of both of them. Is he through? Yes, he is. He's done it. Incredible stuff. Nick Grindrod through caution to the wind up the inside. Okay, I'll take that back slightly. He hasn't quite got past Duncanstone. Now he has up the inside. He leans on him a little bit through the apex of the corner. And Nick Grindrod's up to 2nd place. Incredible stuff, and he really did catch both Richard Bliss and his teammate off guard. Duncanstone fights back here, and Nick was thinking, no, you're my teammate, don't fight back, I'm trying to go for the victory. But Duncanstone wants his own piece of glory, and look, Ross McCarr's now been completely released, so it's now Ross McCarr into the lead. Nick Grindrod's on the grass on the background, that's how hard he's pushing. So now Duncanstone's been shuffled back down out of the lead into 2nd place ahead of his teammate Nick Grindrod, but now Ross McCarr leads the way with 10 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So if he can stay where he is for the next half of the race, which is much easier said than done given how quick some of the guys are behind him, he could be potentially the first man to win a race other than Nick Grindrod in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Some great battling all the way through these packs forming here behind for this leading positions, and the rest of the top 10 backwards from about 6th position. Great stuff from the CityCar Cup, and I really hope those watching on the live stream are enjoying these guys, because they are putting on quite a show. They did so at Donington Park, they also did so at Alton Park, and the British GT supports at Donington on the Grand Prix circuit, so wherever they go so far, they're winning new fans in abundance. So there goes the top 5 down the back straight, heading down towards Nelson. Nick just tucked underneath his teammate Duncanstone. Rather than just, because of the fact that Duncan is essentially still in the championship fight here in these early stages and scoring strong results, he's not necessarily going to just let Nick through, although bumping the curb through Nelson won't have helped him too much, but they now head down towards the bomb hole. It's looking pretty good now between these top 6. And Nick Grindrod, I think, just possibly sneaking at, just peeking his nose up the inside of Duncanstone into Cora. I think he sensed that Duncan was going to possibly go a little wide heading in through the long right-hander, but Stone's got track position and holds on. So this is interesting now. Duncanstone's come back at Ross McCarr after his after he was initially spooked by his teammate driving up the inside. So that looks like at the moment Ross McCarr might not be that safe, because I did say he has to hold on for another 10 minutes, but that was a big if. So the if comes from the fact that Duncanstone is right back on his rear bumper, and Nick Grindrod could also get himself back in the mix too. And remember what happened a lap ago when Grindrod tried to scare the pair of them down towards Richie's corner, and it did kind of work, but only temporarily. There's Paul Vickers back in the Ryton Tyre Centre car. Rest of the field goes pouring past the pits. And for the leaders, up the inside for 2nd does indeed goes Nick Grindrod. He's through. So now then, Ross McCarr is going to look in his mirrors and think one word: run. Because now he's got Nick Grindrod sailing up onto his rear bumper and potentially looking to try and steal the victory away. The turn in through a left-hander at Palmer's. Lettis is holding on to 4th position. The Bliss pair in 5th and 6th. 7th place then for Laidlaw, 8th for Mackenzie, 9th for John Booth. Now down towards Agostini. Nick Grindrod is now one more pass away for getting back into the lead to win another race. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, has gone to 2 minutes 37. It's gone to the number 18 of Stuart Bliss. He's done a 2:37.785. And that means that he will get at the moment will get the fastest lap point. So these guys will have to work a bit harder to try and get that. And I'm sure that if Grindrod does in fact get his way into the lead, if he does get some clear air, you can bet he's going to go after the fastest lap as well, because he's been stuck in traffic all this race. Although the way he's running now, it might be much longer, because there he goes. He darts to the outside line, gets the momentum off the corner, drag races Ross McCart down the straight, and even before they get to the braking zone, the momentum he carries has gone through and is into the lead. So, incredibly, from 9th to 1st in what's that? That's time-wise, that is about roughly 30.5 minutes or so. He is through into the lead of this third and final Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the day. Pretty phenomenal stuff. But now he has no advantage of a slipstream. Everyone else does. So this could be pretty intriguing. Game on for the race now, I'm sure. This could be pretty interesting. If Grindrod doesn't pull away because McCart and Co can get a tow from him, this race isn't over. This race is not over at all. So out through Coram. Just under 7 minutes to go now. Grindrod into the lead then. McCart in second place. Third for Duncan Stone. It's fourth for Elliot Lettuce. Fifth for and sixth for the Blisses. That will be Richard ahead of Stewart in fifth and sixth position. It's Laidlaw seventh. It's then Mackenzie eighth, Booth ninth, and Reeves rounds out the top 10. Leading group all together in the line. Down the pit straight as one. Elliot Lettuce just peeks out and has a look. He's just holding on to, trying to defend fourth position from Richard Bliss, but it's not going to work. It's just Richard just sweeps around the outside in the IGO and takes the C1 into Richard's corner to make the pass. Meanwhile, look at this. Here comes Duncan Stone arriving down the outside of his teammate and also Ross McCart. They get back on the power again. Duncan Stone will try and just latch off the rear bumper, but this is not going to help Ross McCart, because look at the momentum he gets from off the corner, pulls himself right into contention up the inside into Palmer's. Up the inside he goes, and even though Grindrod's got into the lead, it's now second place for his teammate. So both of the Viking Van Breakers cars are up into first and second position. But incredibly, even though Stone started on pole position, it is Nick Grindrod from 9th on the grid, thanks to the top 10 partially reverse, that's a random reverse grid draw, that puts himself into the lead once again. Now, what if Duncan Stone might go after him here? Because, again, yes, they're teammates, but they're still going to be trying to get points as much as possible for the championship. So these two might not just sit in position here. They might start to battle a bit more, unless Nick might be allowed to just sail off up the road, and Duncan might possibly hold on to second place while trying to make it difficult for everyone else. So top two, once again, teammates as they turn into Williams' corner for the 6th time. Last lap of the race has now gone to Steve Laidlaw now. Back there he is, car number 100, 2 minute 37.504. So the I think it is a Peugeot. No, it is a Citroen. So I thought it was a Peugeot 107, but it's not. He has been racing in a Peugeot 107, but it is a Citroen C1 for this weekend. So different car for him. Same mechanical, same underpinnings as all these cars have, but just a slightly different car than he had before. He's had a Peugeot for the first couple of meetings, but into a Citroen this time for Snetterton onwards. There he is, Steve Laidlaw. There's Christopher Mackenzie in 777, running well in 8th position. John Booth is 9th, and Adam Reeves is 10th, and the 4th of the also Bliss Toyota Igos. Sorry, third of those Toyota Igos, forgive me. There is a 4th one in there somewhere further back, which I think is Daniel Selleck, but he is back in 15th place at the moment. So they usually have a squad of 6. Oh, it's off the road. There's Duncan Stone. He lost the back end. The back end snapped under braking, and away he goes off onto the grass. To exit stage left goes Duncan Stone. Rejoins onto the circuit. I'm not sure that's the way he wants to leave the circuit at Snetterton, but not do that just yet. But he bounds back onto the circuit, but that's put him out of contention for a podium. So what it has done, I think it checked everyone else back up behind, and it's now kind of given him everyone else a chance to kind of breathe a bit. Now, here's an interesting development I've just spotted on the timing screen. There was a black and white flag out, and for all people, guess who it was for? Car 22, Nick Grindrod. So if he's caught with track limits again, whoops, then he won't be, he'll be getting a 5-second penalty, which means he'll have to pull away as fast as he can in order to hold on to the victory. Not sure where Steve Laidlaw was off to there, but he outbraked himself a bit into the Wilson hairpin and has managed to carry on, still in what was, at the moment, about 6th position. So, whoops, Ross McCart did the wide as well. Just a little bit of windscreen wiping there going on to hold on to the position. So the Auto Bliss pairing, Richard ahead of Stewart's, 3rd and 4th in the Igos. And the highest Peugeot there being Elliot Lettuce. I said that Elliot was quite impressive in the last couple of meetings, just taking that podium finish at Donington Park on the British GT support rounds. It's Steve Laidlaw in 6th position, Ross Mackenzie in 7th, And then Booth, Reeves and Igo rounded out the top 10.
One of the races earlier on today is going to be in practice. No, he didn't know he finished.
So out of the right-hander at Oggies. And there's still 2.5 minutes to go, so they'll get one more lap after this one as Grindrod again just continues to extend that advantage. In terms of a driver, all the cars are absolutely identical, all the same. He just is that good as a driver in terms of being that experienced. So head out off the back straight once again, and still the question remains: can anyone beat Nick Grindrod at the moment? Well, temporarily they could, but he's still going to pick his way through the grid. Even from ninth, oops, off the road. That is Chris Hetherington, I think. Oh dear, Chris Hetherington's off the road. So Chris Hetherington gets back onto the road. I think it even surprised the cameraman for a second there as he gets back onto the road. And Chris Hetherington rebounds. Well, that's a way to wake yourself up on your first race weekend as he gets back on there. Thankfully no damage by the looks of things, so he carries on towards the tail of the field behind Paul Vickers now, so he's got some work to do to get back in the mix. Now the leaders are back into Murray's now for the second to last time. They're going to come across the line and start the last racing lap of the day. They now make their way onto the pit straight for the second to last time. But as they come down towards Ritchie's for that final time, as they come down, there's a battle going on here. This is now Stuart Bliss defending from Elliot Lettuce here. He wants fourth position in the Peugeot. Last lap here, racing lap of the day here at Snetterton. We've got the practice session coming up, which won't be on stream, but that'll be for the GT drivers and the track attack drivers for tomorrow's races. Some extra track time for them ahead of their action on Sunday. Now, Richard Bliss might be in possible line here to get himself a podium if he can slot past Ross McCarr here. Now, remember, Ross got a 5-second time penalty before for track limits in the second race, so he finished it on the podium on the road. But he got the time penalty that pushed him down the order and therefore forced him to finish outside. I think it was even the top 5, I think it was. I'll have to check the results again. But Ross McCarr at the moment looks as though he's going to hold on to second place for the time being, unless Richard Bliss and co have anything to say about that. Stewart's in there as well, so is Elliot Lettuce, of course, with that novice cross on the back. So remember, in this novice race, of course, there's no Liam Browning in the third race. So it means now that essentially it's a battle between Richard Bliss and Elliot Lettuce for being the top novice racer in the field, and Richard might well get himself a podium here if he plays his cards right. Nick Grindrod, though, I think Ross McCarr's closed in a little bit on this lap. Looking at the last lap time by, it was a bit whirl. So Ross McCarr's lap was, he was 2/10 quicker on that last lap. The gap was 1.3 seconds, but I think this late charge has come a bit too late for Ross McCarr, I think, because the gap that Nick Grindrod pulled away after Duncan Stone exited stage left from the circuit meant it just broke the toe a bit too much. For the record, Duncan Stone is still going, but he's back down in 12th position, but trying to get past the Ben Norfolk number 69 car that's run by Mission Motorsport. Out through Brundle Nelson for the final time, then on to the short straight before the bomb hole, then Coram and then Murray's for the last time. It's been a magnificent day of racing here with Fiestas, both the juniors and the seniors, and the STXR Challenge. All three will be back tomorrow, as will the BMW Compact Cup. But even though these won't be back tomorrow, they've been thoroughly entertaining. As they come in tomorrow to the final time, well, you can push him down to 9th place, you can make him fight his way through the field, but ultimately you cannot keep a good driver down and can't keep away from the top step, because once again the question is asked, can anyone beat Nick Grindrod? He keeps his perfect win record. It is still 9 from 9, 100% for Nick Grindrod. He wins from Ross McCarr in second place, the Bliss is third and fourth, and across the line in fifth was Elliot Lettuce. It was Rich ahead of Stewart for third and fourth in the Auto Bliss cars. Lettuce fifth, Laidlaw sixth, it's John Booth seventh, eighth by Christian McKenzie in seventh place. Duncan Stone is up to 9th on the flags, and he recovered well on the last lap to pick up 3 more places. And rounding up the top 10 is Tim Evans, so he did well to pick up a top 10 finish. 11th is Adam Reeves, 12th is Ben Norfolk, 13th is going to go to Adam Reynolds. John Nicholson just holds off the 38th of Alex Carter for 16th and 17th place. It's Craig Flynn, and then the 24 of Paul Savage comes next, followed by Joe Graham, and then it's the 83 of Craig Carter. The rest of the pack goes streaming through past the flag. That includes the 43 of Brandon Savage. David Christie also finishes home in 23rd. And then the last 2 cars across the line will be Paul Vickers in car number 13 and the Chris Hetherington number 131 car that we saw had that wild moment here on the exit of the left-hander at Palmer's. Thankfully came back through. Well, what a brilliant day it's been of racing to kick off the BRSCC Summer Festival weekend. 1 day down, 1 more still to go. And of course, remember, we've got races from the Amok, GT, GT4 Challenge and Intermarks, plus, of course, Track Attack Race Club, and to end the day with that epic 45-minute BRSCC Clubsport Trophy race to round things off. What's been a brilliant day. The rain, if there has been, it is going to be any, has held off for today. There are some slightly darker clouds around, but it's still pretty warm out there, 21 degrees. And so therefore, I think if there is any rain, it should hopefully burn off pretty quickly as well. So the CityCar Cup cars make their way into Parc Fermé for the last time. Their day is done. They'll be back out next time on August the 14th. That'll be at Alton Park. So if you want to watch them in person, you can head to the Alton Park website and look for tickets, because, of course, they'll be accepting spectators. And, of course, you'll be able to see them in action and see if anyone can repeat the action that they had from before. Of course, it was 2 wins then for Nick Ryan. It was, of course, 3 more was for Nick in this in today's action as well. Again, just can't stop winning, can he? Nick Ryan once more is the man to beat in that action. I'm sure that Josh Barrett has plenty of questions to ask about how he did it, or literally how on earth did you do that, because Nick is just that good as an experienced driver. And I know that they do rigorously scrutiny all the cars, and Nick is just that quick a driver. I think even he's probably wondering how he did that. So brilliant stuff for them involved. Anyway, for the final time for today, let's head down to Josh Barrett in the Parc Fermé area to have a chat to very happy, inspiring Nick Grindrod and co for our final race of the day for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. So let's see how he feels. Josh, over to you.
So we're down here in Parc Fermé from our final race of the day, and the 3rd race for the CityCar Cup, and it's the same winner again, it's Nick Grindrod, but that race was quite different.
Oh, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, that was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nice to see some cars, and yeah. I just don't know what to say, yeah. I'm just, yeah, buzzing. Absolutely buzzing. Car was on rails. It wasn't so good in the 2nd race. Done some changes and stuff and made it a lot better. Yeah. Really good, really good.
Did you find this car, obviously less power than compared to what you've used to in racing, getting past people's more difficult, or? Really,
yeah, you've got to, as good as what gives you instances and gives good stead is racing the Enduros as well, because it takes you, you've got to plan your overtakes. But it was a bit hectic at the start, it settled down a bit, then it got a little bit hectic, and just managed just to get to the front just in time.
I guess you knew the race was 20 minutes, so you knew that was the limit you had to use to get to the front.
Yeah, it's quite good, because as you come across the start-finish line on the gantry, there's obviously the timer telling you how long to go. So yeah, you can sort of plan your moves through it.
Yeah.
So it was quite good. Yeah, enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
What's next for the championship?
I believe we're at Alton Park. Alton Park's the next one. Yeah, I think there's only 3 rounds left. So yeah, all to play for yet.
Well done on another win.
Cheers.
So that's a clean sweep once again from Nick Grindrod. 2nd place was Ross McCarr, and Ross. So 2nd place Ross McCarr, and you held on to the lead quite a long time, but Nick Grindrod was coming out for you.
Yeah, it passed me like I was standing still. I don't know what, it felt rough. I thought I got a good exit onto the straight. Obviously I didn't. And then, yeah, must have been going some ballistic pace, and then he just slowed down towards the end, backed me into his teammate a little bit as well, and then, it was a good race. It was a close race amongst the guys, and, I really enjoyed it. So,
yeah. I've seen you race MGs before, so it's quite different. How do you compare the two?
Yeah, miles different. This one, I think the accelerator doesn't come off the floor most of the time, so that's the main difference. But no, it's the same principles. You have to be really, really smooth and consistent, gets you where you are in the race. So no, it's a lot of the same principles, but they're still fun.
Everyone I spoke to just had a big smile on their face, and I guess for you as well, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, it's the first round that we've been on, really on pace, so it's nice. We've made improvements throughout the year, so no, I've had a good day.
Well done on second place.
Thank you very much.
Then in third place was Richard Bliss. Richard, third place for you and a real scrap up front.
Yeah, it's been an exciting race, coming from 8th, I think, so yeah. There was a lot of passing, and it was just really full fun, really. Not sure what to say, it caught me off guard. But yeah, it's been good. It's different having Nick back with us.
And a different format for this race, do you think it worked?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. More challenging, gives everyone else a bit of like a chance as well. It was good.
Well done then on third place. So third, Richard Bliss. Second was Ross McCarr, and the winner was Nick Grindrod. That's the end of our race action. We're back tomorrow, and to talk you what to expect tomorrow, I'll hand back to Scott Woodworth.
Thank you, Josh. Great job all day today. Thank you very much for your excellent work. Of course, down in Park Family doing our podium interviews with our top threes. He'll be back tomorrow for more of the same. Sure, ever the consummate professional is Josh Barrett. Now, we're not broadcasting this, but just a bit of a taste for tomorrow. You'll be able to see some of the cars that are going out for this 1 hour practice session for the Aston Martin Owners Club cars, and for some of the cars that are racing in the Track Attack Race Club as well. So you've got a mix of some Japanese, German and Asian machinery in the mix as well as also some cars like some Aston Martin and others in the mix that are going to be racing in the AMOC race as well. So whilst we're looking at that and we get some footage of those cars going around, we can give you what's going to be happening tomorrow before we sign off for today's coverage. So to round out what's happening tomorrow, we've got qualifying sessions off camera, which will be for the second one for the Fiesta Juniors, the Track Attack Race Club, Clubsport Trophy and the AMOC GTs. Then we'll have the first race of the day being the second one of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, the second ETSL STXR Challenge race, the third Fiesta Junior Champion race of the weekend, and the first race for Track Attack Race Club. Then we go into lunch about 25 to 1. Then we have the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, their final race of the weekend, followed by the AMOC GT, GT4 and Intermark race for 50 minutes, followed by the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup for their third race, this one being the 30-minute double-length race. Then it's the Nankang Tyre, the ETSL STXR Challenge, the Track Attack Race Club, the BRSCC Fiesta Juniors' fourth and final race of the weekend, and we round off things with the BRSCC Clubsport Trophy. So, I guess we can take a couple of minutes to watch some of these cars go around before we sign off, because it gives you a bit of a sneak peek for tomorrow, of course. So, there's some of the CityCars heading out of the assembly area, or Parc Fermé, back towards the paddock. As we say, they'll be off to Alton Park in a few weeks' time, because their day is now done. But as we sign off from day number 1, thank you so much for watching and being with us here today for what's been a fantastic day of racing from the Fiestas, the Fiesta Championship, the STXRs, and the BMW Compact Cup, and of course the CityCars. We'll leave the AMOC and Track Attack cars in relative peace, so to speak, being race cars to do their 1 hour practice session of tomorrow. With myself, Scott Woodworth, and Josh Barrett from all of us here at Snetterton, thank you very much for watching. Be sure to tune in tomorrow on YouTube and Facebook from the first race to take place at about 10 to 11 for our action here for the BRSCC Summer Festival here at Snetterton. Thanks for watching. Have a brilliant evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for race day for Sunday here in Norfolk. Bye for now.